Well. Happy Monday. This is an impromptu one because I was going to wait for a little bit, but I see how this is going to get spun. So, we're not going to do this. Not going to happen. We're not going to start the week off with a bunch of lies. We're not doing that. How this has gotten so convoluted and twisted to begin with is beyond me. So, because nobody is trying to be honest about this situation, horrific information about a missing child is being weaponized and exploited as gotchas and drama. I am beyond disgusted with people. Jonesin, you finally got what you wanted, even though that's going to be set straight. Yeah, this is purely trash, like pure trash. And they're taking things that I've said and completely twisting them. I said, if people thought that I was just sitting here for the last fucking year, not knowing what was going on, you know what I was protecting the entire time and trying to piece together? Who was setting Granny up? Granny, you might want to stop your shit before it gets real fucking interesting, because your shit you're not going to put off on everybody else. And I see what you're doing. Truth backed you in a corner yesterday, and you are coming out swinging at all of us. Just like Amethyst, you're no different. Just like Jonesin, you guys are using information that was never even communicated to a lot of us as a gotcha. There is a missing child and none of you even recognize. And that's the problem. This is craziness, but we're going to talk about it. I'm just going to tell you what I know because I got nothing to hide. And the one thing you're not going to do is use me as your fall guy and put me in the middle of your shit when there was nothing I could do in this situation. Let's go. I tell you what, when these people are backed into a corner, the lack of accountability is astonishing to the point where they want to get on here and lie. And guess what? Probably a dumb thing to do. But hell, what do I even care? This has just kind of been the normal recently. But we're just going to talk about what actually went down because this isn't hard at all to walk through. This is not difficult whatsoever. I've talked about this openly. And we are going to just put it out here. Now, I apologize in advance. I'm going to have to talk about how this wraps into a missing child's case. They are being completely dishonest with the avoidance of what has actually happened, what's going on, anything like that. So you can use me for a scapegoat for so long. How are you guys this morning? Happy Monday. Proud Mimi, Solo Rider, Gotcha, Steph Not That Steph, Amy, Ohio, Red Shoe, Reese, GM, Giselle. Of course she is, because that's what Granny does. Steph Not That Steph. Hey, Maggie. Hey, here, Kitty Kitty. Hey, Smiles. Hey. Yeah, Revival. It's this is interesting. Hey, Becca. But it's really fucking interesting how this is getting spun and what they're doing. So, all along, this has been problematic. Miss Liverbird is so caught up in her bullshit revival. There's a reason why she's so vile, is because she's one of the biggest shit stirrers behind the scenes you'll ever see. That bitch talks shit about everybody, runs from place to place, running her goddamn mouth, talking all sorts of shit. She is straight up. You should see the messages of what she says about people. Creators that Jess tries to act like she's cool with. Her people are messy as fuck. There's a reason, though, she's so bothered and perturbed. Anyways, this is going to be an interesting one because between Jones and Truth and now Granny, but I kind of figured Granny would try to spin this out without her being in the middle of it. However, that's just not the truth. And the one thing that's really interesting is they're taking a comment that I made about me, like sitting by. If you thought I was just sitting there for a fucking year, no, I collected a lot of information. I sure did. We all were very aware that there was a potential setup going on. Sure were. And some weird shit. I didn't collect anything ridiculous. I had conversations about what the fuck was going on. How do you think that all of the layers and players are starting to come out? How the hell is the phone call something nonsense put out when Jones and did? Not only that, how the fuck am I getting blamed for a call that I was on the receiving end of? Amber, I am so disgusted. Oh, you have no idea, because when you hear what actually went down here, it's really fucking simple. Really simple. But now they're trying to use it in the fucking weirdest way. And I'll just explain it. Give me a minute. I'm going to get a Diet Coke. I wasn't even prepared with a Diet Coke yet. But I am so disgusted because this is all stuff around a missing child. This is why it never came out. Sorry, I'm getting ice and it's loud. Give me 1 second. I'm making so much noise. Yeah, that's the craziest thing, is they're spinning something that Granny knows better. Granny knows, and I've got the proof that she knows exactly what was going on. I wasn't collecting information like that. Y'all know I was trying to figure out who the players and the layers and all the bullshit. I've been very open about that. But here they are trying to twist it that I was doing something crazy. Oh, revival, that was intentional. Hold on. The one thing is, the only reason why this bothers me so bad is because what this information is. What is actually at the core of this is really disturbing. Want to hear a funny story before we start this while I'm pouring my Diet Coke? The bus was running late this morning because the girls take the bus. It's super easy. They actually really like it. But the little one was running late. Oh, Amber, you're going to be more upset when we're done. I would hate to say that you're going to be more upset. They come running back to the house to tell me that the bus isn't there yet. And I was like, yeah, I know. Oh, who even are you? You're still here? Oh, such a waste of your time to come around and bitch about somebody else's live stream that you don't have to watch. I didn't know that you felt held hostage and had to watch over here. Some of you that just, oh, You need your whoopee. Some of these people are really disturbing. Okay. But she came home to tell me the bus was running late. And I was like, yeah, I know. They'll be there in a minute. Go back. So the one went back and the other one, she had to go to the bathroom. And so she goes to the bathroom and the little one calls and says, oh, you missed the bus. And she's like, what? She goes, yeah, you missed the bus. I just got on it. I'm the only one here. Everybody else had left too. All of the kids missed the bus besides my youngest. So we had to run the other one really quickly. Yeah. Well, and there's not even trouble being caused. It's straight up bullshit. It's straight up weaponizing information that I didn't have. Oh my gosh. Kyle. Kyle had to throw his shoes away. Okay. All of this is crazy. Okay, let me just. Yeah, that's bullshit. Because what they're doing is taking me saying that I collected a lot of information, not on Granny. Actually, everything I did, which is insane to me, was to protect Granny because all along I felt there was a setup going on here. And let me explain why. This is super simple to walk back with proof, and all of them know it. But Joneson and Amethyst really got some convoluted stuff going on. And what Elevated Truth said is even more disturbing than anything. But there's a reason why he did that, because he knew that that wasn't going to be true. What he stated about Chris Proudfoot with Jay and myself, that was never said. I don't know where they just pulled that false bullshit out of the air, but that was never said by Jay and myself. Never said. So what's going to happen is, once again, they got Granny backed in a corner and she's too fucking caught up and stupid in being the victim to even recognize it. But hell, what do I know? Sebastian deserves so much better, Mercedes girl. I don't even want to talk about this. This is why it hasn't been spoken about. This is why this information has been private. This is why these conversations happened behind the scenes, to support somebody who was struggling, because we were making sure it didn't come public, because for some odd reason, this was all being told allegedly to Granny. Now you got to remember, I didn't really know Granny in depthly at this point in time at all. At all. Miss B, I don't think Amy she goes everywhere. And I think she just, doesn't understand the ebbs and flows of some of the deeper stuff with the chaos and the lies that are being told. So, she really rides hard for Queen. And that's nothing against Amy at all. Like, she is such a kind, sweet soul. A lot of this stuff is a little bit deeper. Hey, OG Feisty. Hey, the real Kels. What trash. Just like how Jay was allowed to take the hits for this theory of truths. Now they're going to try this. I don't think so. It's not going to work. This isn't going to work out the way it is. You can lie about a lot, and you've gotten away with lying about a lot, but this one you're not going to do, because this had nothing to do with a lot of this. How many of you remember when the tip line supposedly contacted Granny? Do you guys remember that? There's going to be a lot of this. Like, do you remember this? Because a lot of this I forgot about. Okay. Maggie, you remember. Gatsby, you remember. Hey, Cecil. Hey, Jamie. Oh, the real Kels. This is so fucking wild. It's just so stupid. Hey, Proud Mimi. Okay. So the tip line contacted Granny. That was really strange to me. I'm sure a lot of you felt it was strange too. Like, the information that supposedly was given was really distorted, all that stuff. So we had the tip line reaching out to Granny. Concerning as fuck. I'm scrolling right quick because I'm going back to a certain select section of messages in my phone. Good morning, Bog. This is just crazy, though, how the spins are happening, or this is being weaponized as even content. Like, how this is being weaponized is beyond me. But what do you get when you got a bunch of people doing the most? So I'm going to tell you some of the rumors. And listen, the reason I haven't spoke on any of this, not a single bit of it, is because none of this can be vetted. Yep, she called, they called back. Yeah. And then they supposedly told her some disturbing information. Do we remember that? That she contacted the tip line, they called her back and supposedly released a bunch of information to her. That's where kind of the baseline starts. So that was really strange. And if the videos were up, I'd go pull them and show you, because that is kind of the baseline of some of this. Not the start of all of this, but just some of the really weird, like, why would a person that operates a tip line on a missing child be contacting a YouTuber and giving information? Oh, it is recorded. I just got to look for it sometime. No, Bug, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. Yeah. Sebastian is used. Sebastian, this is so unfortunate. But look, we are where we are. Okay. Let me get to the date of the messages. So the tip line stuff had already happened. Granny gets... Now, you got to remember, I don't have proof of what was supposedly told, but we knew that, hey, pointer lover, that was really weird. That was strange. Didn't quite make sense. It was just really out there. Then Granny and Barbecue get hit with this, Cooper, this lawsuit. They get slapped with the lawsuit on October 18th, 2024. So that's where we're going to kind of start. October 18th, 2024, the lawsuit comes out. BJ's Mod had released it to Cooper. BJ's Mod had released it to Molly Golightly and Tiffany Marie. So that's how everybody found out about the lawsuit. Then we realize who's in the lawsuit. So we go through, we realize it's At Night Media, all of those things. We know who the people are and what's being alleged. That's being broken apart. Then we go into the next 6 weeks after the lawsuit drops. I have content on this. There was a lot of weird situations that were popping up. Just strange shit. So the lawsuit has dropped. We're learning who all is involved in it, what their allegations are, kind of the movements and the players of who's doing what. We learn at that time that Granny was switched out, or Granny is now switched in place of Clue. Clue was initially supposed to be in it. If you go back and look at the filings, they included stuff such as filing against Cluminati and C&D. She claims she never got those. But there was also, if you recall, contact between her and Nick the Hat that was released by Nick the Hat on X. If we have to go through and pull all this stuff, I can. I'm just trying to set the base of kind of some of the movements that were going on at this time when all of this popped off. Hey, Cher. Hey, Sam. Coop and Anchor playing, So December 5th, I get a message from Granny right there. There is the message. It says, hey, when you have a minute, please give me a call. Semi-urgent. I picked up the phone and called her. Granny was distraught, completely distraught. Tears, blubbering, hysterical. I was like, what the hell is going on? What the fuck just happened? No idea what the fuck was going on. She starts explaining to me that she had been contacted by not only Chris Proudfoot, but also Elevated Truth. Both Chris and Elevated Truth had contacted her and told her things that really upset her. It was a combination. Now how they're like trying to spin it was one or the other. We talked about both situations because they connect. And that's the most dishonest shit, that they're trying to like spin it apart. Or yeah, I'm not really sure what they're doing here. I'm not sure the purpose, because this is actually pretty simple. So she reaches out December 5th. I get on the phone with her, start talking to her. She's distraught. I am not knowing, like, what do I do with this? Like, I don't know what to do. I don't even know if what Granny is saying is true. Like, certain pieces of it from Chris, I could verify because he had told me the same things in our conversations with Duchess. I have had 2 conversations in total with Chris Proudfoot ever. One was a 3-way call with Duchess and myself when he reached out to Duchess and asked for communication directly to me. I was very hesitant because I felt some sort of way about it. The fuck it didn't, Mercedes girl. The fuck it didn't. She knows as well as I do that she talked about what Truth and the clowns were trying to tell her. And I'm going to just fucking, you want to push it this way, Granny, and act like you don't know? Because I also have proof of this. It wasn't just about Chris Proudfoot, because supposedly, according to Granny and Amethyst, you better fucking start getting honest too, because both of you are lying your asses off over a gotcha over me. So she's telling us this information that both Chris and Truth have randomly called her and told her. It is a gotcha both ways for her, and she knew this was coming. She knows exactly what's been going on here, and she's doing everything to save her ass right now. Bog, this is crazy, because this is why I was so interested in the layers and the players of this, because of this shit right here. And she knows better. And listen, if you think for 1 second I'm stupid, I'm not. I know what's going on. And you guys are going to too. Because there's just no reason. So her and I are talking. She's distraught. Just completely distraught. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't vet the information that was supposedly telling. Yeah, that's not even close. I have nothing to do with this. This is Jones and an Amethyst doing this. Oh, Sarah, we're going to talk about a lot of it today. So we're talking, and I feel just discombobulated about the situation and not knowing how to help or what to make of this. So I asked Granny if we could 3-way in Amethyst, who is way better, supposedly, in these situations than myself. She said, of course. And I was like, look, I trust this person. Because at the end of the day, I did trust Amethyst at that time. And I was not about to dump this shit on anybody else. Like, Amethyst, victim's advocate. Okay. So I tap her into the call. That call with just Amethyst on it was almost 3 hours. I'm glad Amethyst has notes, because so do I. And she knows exactly what I'm saying is true. That in the midst of the call, we spoke about all the shit that Truth was dumping on her, because I remember, and I have it written down, that Granny said, while she was talking to Chris Proudfoot, Elevated Truth calls. So set the stage again. October 18th, lawsuit drops. All these people running around doing the most. December 5th, out of nowhere, she calls and says, I need to talk. We talked. She was upset Then we three-wayed in Amethyst. She's telling us, and we're going over stuff that allegedly, now I can't vet who's even speaking clearly or being honest about the shit. I don't know if the things that were being told to Granny were accurate or the things that Granny is communicating are accurate. No clue. Oh, Bog, you're going to just wait. Agree. 100% Sam. 100% agreed. The biggest mistake I ever made was even saying yes when he asked for a phone call in the beginning. That was the biggest mistake I ever fucking made, was agreeing to that. And I regret it still today. You know why? Because nothing that we were told was beneficial. And that's why I never wanted to have a conversation with him. Nothing was needed. And there was nothing that he could tell me that was going to be of any use. I have a YouTube channel and I'm an asshole. I don't need to know anything around that. It was uncomfortable as shit. And I'll be very transparent about that. Because there's just nothing that I needed in that case. But it's what's done is done. You can't take it back. And some of the information that Granny was sharing that Chris had supposedly shared with her was stuff that Chris had told Duchess and myself too. So consistent stories between what he supposedly told Granny and myself. Now, there was a whole side piece added to it that we knew nothing about. And at that time, they had quite a bit of communication. No, you're good. You're absolutely good. And Sam, this is why you'll understand why, as much as I hate doing this, this needs to just be talked about, because how they're spinning this now is really fucking foul. It's, just so intentionally disgusting and all about a missing child. It is truly disturbing. And I can't even put it, I'm going to stumble and stutter today because I cannot believe these people are doing this. But I really can at this point. Okay, so we have the phone call. Granny and I talked first. She told me some of the stuff. We patch in Amethyst. That portion of the phone call is almost 3 hours, where we talk about things that Chris Proudfoot had communicated with Granny, and also Elevated Truth communicated with Granny. Why they both all of a sudden started reaching out to Granny with information after she was pulled into a lawsuit was extremely concerning to me. Extreme. Yep. Part of it, the real Kells, not all of it, but that's part of where that theory came into play. Those pieces of information are what, and that was absolutely mentioned, his truth theory. And that's another thing that I don't really appreciate, is they're trying to try to act as if Chris was inappropriate with Granny on the phone, that somehow even correlates to Elevated Truth's theory of Sebastian. That's nothing the same. Chris, if he did hit on Granny or was inappropriate with Granny, that has nothing to do with Sebastian. Do you see what I'm saying? His theory is directly about a missing child. That's Truth theory because of things that were being said in the background. However, him now trying to throw this out there about Chris hitting on people has nothing to do with Sebastian. Thank you for the little gift things, you guys. Appreciate it. Good morning, Casual Art. The real Kells, because stuff that Chris Proudfoot was supposedly saying. Now, you got to remember, nothing can be vetted. Yeah, and that's not true, Emily. That's not true. Chris never hit on me, ever. And I've never communicated that with anybody, that Chris ever hit on me. I had 2 phone calls, one with Duchess and Chris and one with Kyle and Chris. I've never spoke to the man in any, no. Now, the man is long-winded. Absolutely. He can talk and talk and talk. But no, that has never been communicated, and Jay said the same thing last night. Right. She wouldn't, Mercedes girl. That's what, but that was, yeah, that's a whole other piece of this. Yes, Sam. Yes, that's exactly right. Yes. So if you recall that information being dangled on Crabtree's, this is all in that same time frame. They start dangling information on Crabtree's panel about a journal or letters, and they start putting it out in these riddles. Okay. That's what they were trying to dangle out. And they were trying to, in my opinion, really escalate certain theories to be pushed about Sebastian. That's the crazy part, you guys. These theories were being pushed and told to push out information, in my opinion, about Sebastian. It's gross. This is gross. I was never up all night talking to him, Emily. Never. That never happened. These people are such fucking bold liars. It's unreal. That never fucking happened. I never was up late at night speaking to Chris Proudfoot. That's so fucking weird. So weird. Sebastian, supposedly. So, okay. God, it's a lot, you guys. This is a lot. Yes, Maggie, that's exactly right. And we've got messages to back that up. So we have the phone call. We recognize at that point in time that none of this can be vetted. What Granny is saying, we can't back it up because it's hearsay. So the best thing we knew to do was tell Granny or advise or suggest that she contacted her attorney so they had the information of what was being told to her because she's in litigation. This had just dropped. No, Emily, this is so bad. Like, this is so much worse than, and this is gross. Like, this is some of the grossest shit. And I've probably had the least communication with this man out of any of these YouTubers at all. So how that's being said is beyond me. Chris never was inappropriate with me in that capacity. Did I feel uncomfortable talking to him? Absolutely. 100%. But not in that capacity. I was never alone on the phone with Chris, ever. Like, that just never happened. But they know that. So throwing Jay and I to his little bullshit yesterday is pushing this right here. It is pushing both Jay and myself to deny, because that never happened with us. It pushed Granny once again to come out publicly and say some shit, and she's still going to skirt around it. You see what I'm saying here? Like, that never happened. Yeah, it's gross too. And what we've tried to avoid is now going to have to be talked about because so many people are lying about the stupidest shit. Okay, so then we go on. I'm going to read through this, or I'm going to go through some of my messages, and we're going to kind of just talk about this. So on December 10th, I get a message from Granny that says, I'm going to snap. Either I'm going to be labeled as a fucking liar, placing things falsely on this child's name, despite his father publicly releasing it, or I'm going to clear my fucking name. December 10th, 2024, Granny was already being backed in a corner with a bunch of bullshit that she didn't have control over. Aurora Bell, that's a good question I do not have an answer to, and that was never shared with me. That was shared with other people and supposedly with Clue, Cletus, and Crabtree when they were visiting the home. And look, I'm doing this to clear both Granny, myself, because Granny was being baited, and I don't know why Granny is choosing to do what she is doing. That's pretty typical. But Granny knows what was going on here, and I still think Granny is being set up. There's the message, so you can see December 10th, 2024. we'll get into a little bit of that. I'm not going to go into a lot of that information, but yes, supposedly when Clue and Cletus and Crabtree went to their home, they were shared some personal information. I don't even know if it's none of this stuff can I tell you if it's true or not. I wasn't present, and all of this is fucking hearsay. Every bit of this is hearsay. This is why this has never ever been talked about publicly, and now they've backed everybody in a corner, and there's people just spinning shit to get themselves out of shit, which is so weird to me, instead of just being fucking honest about what all this is. And now they're just throwing a bunch of random shit in there that isn't even true. It is fucking gross. Absolutely disgusting that this is what they're using for content and how they're going about it. Absolutely. It was all a betrayal. Every bit of it. Yep. Casual art for sure. And that's why I was really excited the other night when we went back to that. This whole thing, and let me be very clear. I'll say it time and time again through this. I made a comment about, you think I've just been sitting here for a year? I've collected a lot of information, not personal, private information on anybody. I have been putting crazy random players that we had no vision of and their fuckery on the board of holy shit. They are absolutely doing way more than what we thought. I've spent over 2 years trying to figure out who the fuck was causing this shit and why. Was it all just games around a missing child's case? Are these agents of chaos? Is there something more intentional here? That's what I've been collecting, having conversations, trying to figure it out, asking questions, nothing private, personal, anything. But yeah, I learned a fucking lot that I wouldn't have ever known had I not had conversations with some of these people. And nothing nefarious, but the different layers and the different stories are intense. Because they're all taking gotcha moments. Yeah, it feels like agents of chaos. Absolutely feels like agents of chaos. So then we go on. Let me go through here. I'll skip a lot of these because there's a lot of bullshit in here that doesn't need to. There's a lot of shit talk. But the interesting parts come up. Okay. And what's interesting too is some people forget what they've done or what they completely have been a part of. Oh no. I just bumped myself out of my messages. God dang it. I hate that. Now I have to go all the fucking way back. All the way back. October through 2024, September, October, November, December of 2024 was craziness. Okay, that's not going to work. Let me continue to go over here. Sorry. Scrolling. No, never with me. No. That theory. Now, there's other things that were said that could be played into that stuff. But no, when I talked to him, it was pretty much bullshit. Not bullshit, but there was just nothing that, like, there was nothing productive about the conversation because nothing I learned was stuff that could be vetted or would I bring publicly. But it's felt like there was shit being planted all along by certain people to try and bait creators to bring it public. What's really astonishing to me is just the lack of honesty in some of these people. This could be really simple and easy, but because they're trying to use it as a weapon and a shield, we've got insanity. So now they're going to try Queen Bee. Oh my God. Didn't Chris offer to pay you to come to Tennessee? Yeah. Well, you're over here worried about what Kyle would think about non existent phone calls or non existent inappropriate behavior. Um, he offered you money to go to Tennessee to Betty's hearings. Shut the entire fuck up. He also invited Molly. Like, you got a lot of players involved in this that are going to blow some of your minds when we get into it. Because not only was Molly Golightly involved, JLR was actually contacted. So Nick, do you guys, we've talked about this. When Nick released the text message from Clue. Go in. We found out that not only was Clue reaching out to Nick the Hat and saying, I have direct contact with the family. I'm a YouTuber and close with the family. Basically, if you need something, let me know. She reached out to Nick in September. She was also reaching out to JLR in Magnolia with the same shits that she had associations with the family. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Every one of them reached out to Nick besides me. Every single one of those creators reached out and talked to Nick outside of me. But JLR was also being contacted. Not just Nick. JLR was too. JLR has been in communication with some of these creators on the Sebastian case. Jasmine, I'm going back to dates, not just a word. And trust me, if I could, I would. We're almost there, though. That's how much I have to scroll. Hers were way different. And you'll see why, like, I've been so frustrated about a lot of this, because a lot of this shit we've known was potential setups all along. Yeah, it wasn't weird, but it's just kind of sets the stage of how much they were fangirling and boying over certain people involved in it and offering their services. I know, Sam. Look, I wasn't prepared to do this. I had to go back and watch some of this shit or look at some of this shit to go, wait a second. Because Granny also talked about this phone call on January 16th. Granny told Joneson and Amethyst what they were doing with this information of that phone call was disgusting. But that's often forgotten too, that that's already been out there. But, you know, people like to lie about a lot of shit. It's just what it is. Okay, we're almost there. I know. You're good, Sam. I just didn't expect that they would do this type of dumb shit. This is not what I expected them to do. I actually thought she would be honest about shit for once. And I'm really shocked she's not. But oh well. When in doubt, we will be honest about it. Okay. So the call happens, everything kind of, you know, she's putting together her lawsuit stuff. We're going back and forth, looking at shit, trying to find all the different relevant pieces into it. Then she goes, or I went up on December 20th, 2024. I hit her panel for something. And I texted her and said, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I came in and saw a few comments about you being emotional and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, of course you are. She goes, no, I appreciate you. Seriously, thank you. And I said, is he trying to protect Clue? Something weird is going on and it's getting missed and he's getting attacked, but I'm hearing that in his statements. She goes, I don't know. She goes, I think I'm being set up. And I said, girl, I'm questioning this and worried still. Something is off here. Clue wants to avoid. She reached out to Nick and she's not adding to a damn suit. She's not added to a damn suit. Also, why isn't Truth just admitting he's going around saying Clue is claiming she's working with law enforcement? Clue is getting a pass and was there, in my opinion, to control optics. I have nothing to hide. Absolutely nothing to hide. And Granny shouldn't either. So why she's spinning shit or why she's not just being honest about what was going on and how much bullshit was going on is beyond me. We learned on December 5th that during her phone call with Truth that he was telling people that Clue was supposedly working with law enforcement. Yes, 100%. To which, I'll be honest, at the time, I giggled about. And I said, I don't think she's working with law enforcement. Fuck yeah. Mercedes girl, yeah. That's why I don't understand why I don't know if she's trying to save face right now with what's happening, but she's walking right into their fucking trap once again. She's walking right into their fucking trap. Right into their fucking trap. We're all being gaslit as they try to spin this as it should have never came to social media. My opinion is different. It's actually more important for it to come to light. Who in their right mind would have a theory like this, and they should not be covering missing children's cases? Well, that's the thing is, not only was the theory inlaid in this, there's a bunch more bullshit in this. You guys, there's a bunch more bullshit inlaid in this outside of just that theory. That's the thing is they were also, as these theories were being presented. Now, I've never had a conversation with Elevated Truth because of shit like this. I didn't like the fucker. Didn't watch the fucker, didn't like the fucker. In fact, Amethyst took it upon herself to keep track of Clue and Truth because of their concerning behavior and their movements. You can be dishonest all you want. I'm just not going to put up with it anymore. You can only fucking push and throw shit at me so far before I fucking take back the truth. And I have nothing to hide in this. I did everything to keep this hush hush behind the scenes to protect the people I cared about that were in litigation, because I still think it's a setup. I still think it's a fucking setup, because none of us, Jay and myself, both said last night in Earth's chat when this was being talked about, neither one of us ever stated that that was how it happened with Chris. But where does that leave? It leaves Granny. It leaves Granny. And he knew that. Truth knew that that was going to be something she was going to have to come out and speak about. And she never trusted that fucker from jump because he was telling her things like they were working with law enforcement. I'm not even joking. He also said that he had received a video from the neighbor. He also said that he had a friend that was working in Sumner County that had all this inside information about searches in the landfills after dark. Do you remember those fucking theories? She was supposed to be round one, Bog beside Jay, but she weaseled her way out of that. And now she's been sucking their asses and thinks that this is going to weasel her out. She knows that she's been set up more times than she hasn't, and she just keeps walking into it. And I'll be very clear right now. I have no idea what happened to Sebastian. I just have no idea whatsoever. None of this information helps bring him home. That's the sickest part of this, is none of this helps. Not a single bit of this helps. You had people playing games from fucking jump. And that's been the concerning part and what I've been tracking for fucking 2 years now. 2 fucking years. And fuck you, Amethyst, and your little fucking bulldog ass bitch, because you knew exactly what I was working on and who I have always suspected. And fuck you, because you got your feelings hurt and decided to try and dangle information that you knew I had nothing to do with. This wasn't shit that I had anything to do with. You got your fucking little ass in a fucking spin and decided to weaponize information on a missing child's case as a fucking gotcha. Because you're a fucking petty ass bitch. You don't give a shit about victims. Because if you did, you would have been honest about this. The fuck this call didn't have to do with Elevated Truth. Your notes fucking suck if you intentionally removed that part. If you intentionally removed all of the pieces of this bullshit that went down. What did you end the call with, Amethyst? I'm worried about you, Granny. I'm worried about your mental health. This needs to go to the FBI and your attorney. And we've got to make sure that that's done. But I'm worried about you, Granny. You don't worry about anybody but yourself, you fucking petty bitch. Okay. She got a text message that said TikTok. I said, who's that? She goes, not a clue. Odd timing. This is still December 20th. She says, P.S. Do you have the link available for Nick's stream where he offers me an out? My attorney's cleaned up the filing. Now I need the exhibits. And I said, report it, please, just for safety in case. Talking about the text message that she got that said TikTok. She goes, to my cops or attorney. I said, I'd say both, honestly, just because that seems as a threat from a random number. Then she asked me for some more information to help in the filing. Bullshit, she wasn't, Aisha. Bullshit, he wasn't. How do you think I fucking know about his claims and shit? That's exactly how I know. And she better watch her shit because guess what? Proof is a fucking bitch, isn't it, Granny? I won't release text messages, personal bullshit about you ever. But I damn sure will release the messages that you and I both know that we were catching and smelling the fucking setup brewing and the games being played. You might be kissing Truth's ass now, but you know exactly what's going on here. I said, okay, let's go here now. Still on the 20th. She asked me for the press con statements. I said, also, please be careful. I don't know what I'm thinking, honestly, but last night is sitting oddly, and how he tried to constantly bait you today bothered me. I feel something's up here, and I don't know what, of course, but I don't trust none of them, and you are the only one in litigation. She says, I know. That's why I finally called him out, because it felt like a complete setup. I said the way Clue was right there to speak up said a lot to me. I was like, what the fuck? I woke up to you getting jumped on. This is me saying this to Granny. I woke up to you getting jumped on and then took that energy all the way. No regrets. She lied about that damn setup of the video with Gabby too. The friend of Katie's, the friend of Katie's. Do you guys remember that on Cluminati's channel when we were invited? That was supposed to be a pre-recorded live stream. So anything could be edited out that wasn't necessary in the video. That's what I called her out on Queens. That's why I said enough at that point in time on Queen Bees that day, was because that was supposed to be a pre-recorded video. And when we get up there, are you guys ready to go live? I should have dropped. I should have dropped right then and there, but I didn't. But Clue went on to try and lie about it, to which I put out the proof that she was lying, that it was supposed to be a pre-recorded video. So anything that wasn't necessary wouldn't be in there. She lied. That was round one between her and I. She says, Granny says in response, I agree. There always seems to be an underlying motive with them. They're entirely too close, yet they're not being taken to court. She gets another text message from that number that was saying TikTok. Then they say Proverbs 19:9. She says, now a threat against a false witness. I said, who the fuck is this? She says, I think the tip line, last message was, see you soon, love. I said, these people need help. Skipping forward because trying to figure out which part I want to go to next. Then she talks about just another troll. Okay, here we go. I say to her right there, have you ever been on a call with Chris and Truth at the same time? I want to set that apart. She says no. Then we go on. She talks about them stalking her child, which was bullshit. On December 21st, I say, I seriously am getting drugged for being a granny snip now, and I don't care. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I know you have issues with some of these folks, but I will continue to stand on what's happening is wrong. Those fools need to stop lying about how this all even started. Let's see. Then she talks about let's see. She talks about other people hate me, her ex-mobs. Just another troll hates me. Just another troll signed an affidavit around that time too. There was a lot going on, like so much happening. She says to me, on December 22nd, God, this is rough. She says, so Tony said the truth of Seth and Katie also makes Katie look bad. Guess who else said that? Truth. I said, interesting. This is also odd. December 22nd, 2024. Nick posted Queen Bee's messages. That's what she said to me. Some more bullshit about back and forth information. Nothing to do with that. Then I said to her, I said, see, I don't understand, but there's definitely some handling going on and some channels trying to control narratives and releasing stuff they'd freak if it was done to them. We're clocking a bunch of shit that's going on. Oh, yeah, boo-boo Roo. Granny knows I was trying to warn her all along. She knows that. She knows that I have been saying stuff. Okay, I said, something is not adding up here and I don't like it. I hate you're stuck in the middle. This is, let me show you the date. And then God, this is hard. So December 30th, just so you can see, December 30th. And then I'm going to scroll down. So it's the same date. But what I say next is this. Okay. I said, something is not adding up here and I don't like it. I hate this little packet thing or this little hand holding thing on my phone. It works really well, but I can't turn my wrist that way to show you guys easily. Said something is not adding up here and I don't like it. I hate you are stuck in the middle. I could be wrong, but it's like both sides are trying to use certain folks to strong arm things. And I think there's more working with Nick playing games too. She goes, yup, like Truth, Clue, and Queen Bee. Then she says, I wouldn't doubt it. Hell, BJ said it months ago. I can't believe I just listened to Queen Bee pretend she had the parole document already. She did the same shit with you and the gross find a grave. Anything shocking yet? Tell me how we weren't clocking this. December 30th, 4 o'clock. Let's go this way. There, that's better. Dolly shouting out clue. Yep, something is up. I said, yeah, that's weird as fuck. What's it? I don't know, Eric. I still don't know. That's why I've been so heavily invested in like trying to figure out the players and the layers and the what the fuck is going on, because none of that has ever made sense. How she was, those were fake documents. None of those documents that they released at all were ever filed. They were just fluff and filler in that filing to make it look some sort of way. Like that's the problem that has always bothered me, how those included exhibits, first of all, they were never filed and they were never ever served to Clue. That's always stuck out to me. Every bit of it. They didn't have to remove her. They could have filed in Tennessee, but they only had Lesniak in Pennsylvania. There's a lot of questionable things, Eric. A lot around this. Oh, shit. Smiles, thank you for the little gem thing. Maggie May, thank you for the gem. Nocturna, thank you for the little gem gifts. Behind, I confirm Am was keeping an eye on Clue and Truth because we both were talking about it outside of YouTube and have proof if needed, Becky. Thank you, Janice and Accounting. I appreciate that. There was nothing nefarious. None of us trusted them. None of us fucking trusted them. None of that has changed. We were all having conversations because shit doesn't add up, and it still doesn't, you guys. It doesn't. But how now they're all trying to turn this against me is so crazy. And you know why? It's because I'm getting really close to putting some of the pieces together and they don't fucking like it. You've just got some people that are opportunists and have always been opportunists that are looking for their next big come up. But then you've got more nefarious players in this that have been constant fucking players. And we were clocking Clue and Truth and all along. Like their behavior has not made sense. The lies that were being told, the bullshit that was being said don't make sense. And it wasn't like they were being tracked. People were listening to the fucking bullshit, the riddles that they were telling. It was problematic as fuck, and I couldn't stand them. So other people around me were watching what they were doing, and I wanted nothing to do with them. Nothing to fucking do with them. Sophia, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana.
Namaste. Namaste.
There's been some really fucking crazy shit. And I stand on the fact, I will continue to repeat, we do not have evidence of what actually happened. We have no clue what happened to Sebastian. And none of this bullshit here is going to help a bit of this case. Not a single bit of this is going to help. Okay, moving along. We're talking about the litigation. Because that was going on. We were talking about lawyers, a lot of that shit. That's irrelevant. We knew that Jones and Nunya were throwing shit at her while she was in litigation so they could have content later. That was being talked about. There was information that UA was passing around, and I sent a screenshot of it to Granny, and I said, speaking of not normal, here's this too. All the shit that UA was posting of Seth, his employment records. Mm-hmm. Then you remember Salty Sleuth. Do you guys remember that chick that came out? and was making allegations. Do you remember that? That salty sleuth chick that was coming out and saying the craziest shit, the January 6th insurrection chick. Look, Jasmine, I am disgusted. I'm extremely disgusted that I even have to talk about this, but I'm not going to talk about a lot of the information that was weaponized behind the scenes to develop truth theory, what Chris said, all of it. But I'm going to absolutely set the record straight about the fact that all of us were clocking some fucking major bullshit from jump. And when I say I've been collecting information, I have. I've been having conversations. I've been looking at things. I've been watching how people move, who they are involved with. Sure have. But I haven't been doing that nefariously in any capacity, even though Joneson wants to try and twist it that way. I've been doing it very out front. We've been talking about that shit right out front. So Salty Sleuth, if you recall, one of the things she was doing was she was claiming that Barbecue and others wanted to sleep with Chris. That was fucking foul as shit. Salty Sleuth came out and was just fucking off her rocker with crazy shit. Not you. Salty, what? She's the TikTok lady, not you. Salty, not you. It's the one from TikTok, not you. Salty Lunatics, thank you. Salty Lunatics, not Salty Sleuth. The salty bitch. Yeah, they did, Mercedes girl. They did. Yeah, it's not this one. It's the TikTok lady. The TikTok lady, and not this Salty Sleuth. This is not who I'm talking about. Salty Lunatic. There you go. Thank you. The fucking salty bitch that was the January 6th insurrectionist. Yeah, no, that'll be fine. You'll be okay. You'll be good. Salty, you're not a January 6th insurrectionist, I'm sure. Your blood pressure raised for a second. No, not this one. Everybody calm down. Salty Lunatics. The salty bitch from TikTok. The crazy bitch that came out here to fucking go after Barbecue. Her sole intent was to go after Barbecue, and she was using a bunch of bullshit to throw at that. Of course she is. But I already have proof of that, Tara. I have proof of that. Yeah, Salty, you're fine. It's fine. People knew who I'm talking about. That bitch was fucking nuts. Nuts as fuck. Okay, carrying on. Let's see. People sent, okay, January 3rd, 2025. This round, when Clue was telling JLR, this is Granny to me. This round, when Clue was telling JLR anti-Proudfoots that she's close to them and to reach out. Clue was talking, not only was she in communication with Nick, but she was also telling JLR that she's close to the family and to reach out to her. So Clue was playing Nick the Hat, reaching out to Nick the Hat, saying, I'm a YouTuber, close to the family. She was also reaching out to JLR, saying she was a YouTuber, close to the family. Huh. There's a whole bunch of shit about people misrepresenting her filing and what it was. Granny says, Clue and UA are suddenly appearing everywhere again. She's bitching about people misrepresenting her filing again. She was really pissed about that. Whatever. Barbecue contacted the police on Salty Lunatic. Not Salty Sleuth. Salty Lunatic. Salty lunatic from TikTok, the crazy bitch that came to YouTube just to follow barbecue around and do weird shit. Not salty sleuth, salty lunatic. That bitch was fucking whack. Whack, whack, whack. That salty lunatic bitch was crazy as fuck. But all she was doing was coming on YouTube, spinning a bunch of rumors about barbecue and using Sebastian's case to do it. It was truly disgusting. So we talked quite a bit about that. I told Granny I was going to play the stream from Pascal's when Clue called in my series. I think there's a lot of folks that might open their eyes. Clue early on called into also Pascal's show. She was not only reaching out to Nick the Hat and JLR, but she also called into the Pascal show when he was doing a call-in and tried to get attention that way too. Sure did. I said, games have been played all along, and you don't see you in any of these doing that, yet you're the one in the filing? We're talking about what barbecue was or how barbecue and salty lunatics were going back and forth. Then there was back and forth with her and other people who were talking about her filing. Let me go on. I said, I guess I have so many issues with creators who've caused so many issues and not being named in shit and continue to go real life on Seth, and yet here you are named. It's not a goddamn game. This is huge. You've been accused of RICO by multiple fucking shit stains. She says, I couldn't agree more, and yet the filing has become a pissing contest in comparison to non-comparable things. I said, it's fucking insane. Because everybody was comparing what Queen Bee and her Betty litigation to what was happening to Barbecue and Granny, and I could absolutely see why she was upset about that. She had every right to be. But Queen Bee has been dealing with Betty for 2 years, as if the two are even remotely similar. That was Granny. I said, Betty continues to say this shit is federal. It's fucking wild. The lawsuits are nothing similar. Let's see. I said, just keep your head up. You know, I've had a bad feelings about all of this forever, and I wish I had exact answers of why, but things make no sense, and you are caught in a real life shitstorm with these fuckers. She says, I have to learn how to not allow them up. I said, see, I never open my panel, so I'm never in the loop of how those things happen. Then we go on. Some of this stuff is just irrelevant. Granny says to me, I was telling my attorney, I think Clue's a rat for them. I agree. I absolutely do. Still agree with that. Clue, Truth, Cletus, Crabtree, all of them were dangling shits that could never fucking be vetted. Ever. Why do you think I fought so fucking hard to keep Granny away from this? Why do you think I kept saying Granny's fucked herself? They got Jay away from Granny. Who was actually protective of Granny? Jay and myself. Round 1, Jay, Granny, done. Round 2, Granny, me, done. Granny is now holding on to a thread, trying to save her fucking ass, when she knows as well as I do, as well as we all do, that these fuckers have been playing games right in everybody's face, and she's been in the middle of it and on the receiving end of it when she was the one in the fucking litigation. And it was a major concern to all of us because they kept dumping information on her. Sam, in this situation, this isn't an obsession with Granny. It's a factual situation that was unfolding. Granny was switched into litigation to replace Clue. Clue was the person that was being targeted in the litigation. That's where all the fluff and filler came from. And then Granny was switched out and put in. Clue was the first one to get a C and D from Seth Rogers, if you remember. Then she was added to the, I don't know, Sam. I really don't know. I don't fucking know what, that's what I've been trying to work on all along. Like, what the fuck? But it still doesn't really make sense that it's just the litigation either, if you ask me. Why do you think I've been saying that once I woke up and said BJ's a fucking distraction, and has been all along? Because this is what I had been working on, trying to put the pieces in play for so long, and then got distracted with BJ shit. This is why it's so fucking easy to be honest about this shit, but she's trying to save face. Fuck yeah, Giselle. She's absolutely in a rock, between a rock and a hard place. The two people that actually fucking stuck up for her, saw shit that was going down, and recognized what was going down, are gone and are not going to fucking run to protect her anymore. She fucking knows exactly what is going on and who the fuck has been playing games all along, right in her face. Baga, that's where I've came to. And I'll explain where I'm at the end of this. Like, you will hear how I've processed all of this in real time. And I do believe that all sides have been playing each other all along. And I think you have less sides than people think. I think there's more one cohesive situation going on here than people realize. It's hard. And my response to that was, it's hard to see people say they stand for victims. They stand against this being done to victims and families while condoning it being done by their favorite creators. It's all about the creators, not about the harm being done to families. She says, I get that 100%. It is all so hypocritical. I said, I don't know yet what Clue's angle fully is, but she's up to something for sure. She doesn't pop out to control shit for no reason. You got to remember, this is the beginning of 2025, friends. This is the beginning of 2025. Sure is. She says, unfortunately, I think it has become so personal now that it is no longer about the actual victims. I said, well, it is personal for some of you, but you aren't the ones going real life on victims as the others continue to do it and okay it. It's like some want to be noticed and continue to go as low as they can, and others get the backlash for their actions. She goes, yep, and they're in Tennessee, so why not? I said, things that do not add up at all. Yeah, Salty, I apologize again. Salty lunatics. I'll scream it. It's the fucking crazy bitch, not Salty Sleuth. Sorry. I can't read and tie my shoe at the same time. Tell me not to do that. I apologize. This shit's fucking wild, though. But that's the thing is, I have nothing to hide. Nothing to fucking hide in this. I had 2 conversations. Never needed. Nothing that was helpful. Nothing beneficial. I'm an asshole with the YouTube channel. I don't want to know the information around a missing child, especially the shit that was being rumored and pushed through the rumor mill. Fucking gross. Okay. Now we go on. I was talking about Brittany for a few. We're talking about filings. None of that's relevant. Asked if I could read one of the filings. She was doing really good. We're talking about stuff with the attorney and the legal process. None of that matters. That's the thing is, I don't know why Granny's lying. These people have been fucking using her for so long. I just don't get what the fuck any of this. It doesn't make sense why they're doing this. Let's see. I asked her, of course, if she cared if I just pulled the filing up. Her last name was on there, and she says, oh, I don't mind. I've been doxxed all over. I was like, I know it's just your name, but I still hate it because I think it's fair for folks to read along and see all their names too. I don't want to cause more harm ever. And she goes, I agree. Unfortunately, it's the reality. So we were talking about shit like that. Then we were talking more about her filing. Sorry, I'm just going through this because there's just nothing. Because this goes on and on. Like, this never changed. Me communicating my issues with them never changed. Spearhead, I'm not letting it trigger me or bother me, but the thing about this is there's been intentional games played all along. I've never hidden that fact. And now how they're trying to weaponize and spin this shit and weaponize a missing child's case for gotchas and drama shit, it really disgusts me. And there's no reason to lie about this shit. There's absolutely no reason to lie about this. And I have been concerned in trying to protect Granny. Anybody around me knows that I have been concerned about Granny being set up and drug into additional court shit because of the people she continues to allow herself to align with and the fucking games that she is playing for fucking numbers and money on YouTube. She's putting herself in a fucking worse position while knowing that she's being set up. She knew all along that these people cannot be trusted. She knew all along the fucking grimy shit that they were doing. And now, instead of fucking being honest, she can't. She won't. It's real fucking fucked up. We talk about SF. I said, people were saying they got the CPS records. Dolly was saying he had CPS records. It was being said that other people had access to the CPS records that were being passed around. Let's see. We talk about somebody else. Sorry, we're just going through this. We talked about other creators doing breaking news on her filings and how disrespectful that fucking was and how they were trying to diminish and downplay what these filings actually were and how much they were fucking costing people and what the fucking actual point of this was. I said to her, it really bothers me. Folks use your situation and talk on it before you do. I've been directing folks to your channel to watch because it's important you get the views to me. I can come in behind and show a totally different angle to support you, and that's my mission. She goes, you're the only one who has respected the seriousness of all of this. I sincerely appreciate you. And I said, it's so fucking serious, and it pisses me off. It's being compared to other BS, and folks think others are added to it and so on. Plus, I'm so sick of the intentional distractions off this huge situation. You guys are making huge progress against the plaintiffs, and nope, got to highlight Lore Lodge and SF. It's the weird shit I'll never understand. Moving along. This was all January of 2025. She says she was going to end up lighting the January 24th, 2025. She says, Becky, I'm going to end up lighting these YouTube streets on fire. And I said, why? What happened? Sorry, getting my sleeve worked on. She goes, Queen fucking happened. She said Queen was making sly remarks with Know It All Beats Him. Stopping every few minutes to compare her lawsuit with Betty and now pushing her PayPal, essentially using her situation for gain again. I said, what the fuck? I'm sorry, girl. You see? So you have people actually playing games, and then you just have intentional fucking chaos that's happening. Good morning, everybody that's in here. Welcome to the fucking shit show. It's time for people to be honest, because there's nothing here that I have misled anybody on. And the reason for all of this shit is disgusting. And so many people are playing games. Sent her a picture of my screen. We talked about the disrespect a little bit more. She said, this is a RICO with Dog the Bounty Hunter based on around a child's disappearance that has made national news. Her lawsuit is bullshit with a nobody based on nothing. She's spoken on it more than me, way more. She just said she was on the phone with the DA from California. For what? I said, this is freaking weird. I don't understand what's up here with this because it makes no sense. You have numerous people coming for you. She told people to sub to Kodo so you don't have to watch long streams. Imagine that. The underhanded shit that was going on. Listen, I might not be happy with a lot of what Granny has done recently, but the facts are the fucking facts. This shit was bullshit and an intentional setup. So not only do you have fucking people calling her and giving her information that we don't even know if it was true or not, putting that on her shoulders. Granny is not emotionally strong. In my opinion, still, people were using her, Truth, Chris Proudfoot maybe, and giving her all this information, knowing that she could not handle much more. She was already in litigation trying to work her way through that. And then these men are calling and telling her horrific things that can't be vetted about a missing child's case and fucking the bullshit in the background. Granny was about 2 seconds from having a complete fucking meltdown on live stream. No, she wouldn't listen. No, she's got herself in a fucking spin. And that's what concerns me is she's got herself in a fucking spin. And she has now put herself in a corner with these fuckers who are controlling it how they've wanted all along. Take into account that Clue thought the litigation was a fucking joke all along. Clue has always felt that litigation was fucking laughable. So now who is she surrounded with? The very people that have tried to undermine her litigation and her need for support all along. Jay's gone. I'm gone. And what is Granny? She's sucked herself in with the very fucking people who did everything all along to play fucking games, were running shit everywhere, that we all thought were intentionally setting her up and baiting her to release shit so then it would fall on her shoulders once again. And then you had other creators who were just fucking trying to compete with her at the same fucking time. And you had some of us who have been trying to follow the fucking facts and the truth and protect people who were in actual litigation by detailing and getting to the bottom of why the fucking games have been played. Right. Aisha, and she was being dogpiled in litigation. And this shit was going on. You tell me it doesn't fucking look weird. Right, Tara? That part. She had every right to feel this way. She had every fucking right to feel the way she did about some of this stuff. But at the end of the day, I don't even know if Granny was being honest. I wasn't a part of the conversations with her and Truth or her and Chris. I don't know who was being honest. I know that I believe that what was being said to her was true. There was no reason for Granny to lie about any of the things, because I've also heard some of the same rumors from other people that these were same things being told. She said to me, honestly, aside from the subs, I think you're the only creator who genuinely understands the gravity and truly supports me through this. Thank you again so much. I said, you do not have to thank me at all. You are literally being sued by the craziest group of psychopaths I've ever seen. And anybody that doesn't realize the gravity of this needs to wake the fuck up. I said, you doing okay? Just checking on you because I know you're beyond stressed at this point. She said, thank you. I am. I came to the gym to work it out. I said, I need to get my ass back to the gym. When this is over, you need to get a damn tattoo that says something like strength or determination. She says, a punch or a skunk with a punchy glove. I said, okay, that would actually be cute as hell and funny as fuck. She actually did get that. Let's see. Then we talked about Julia Valente. I sent her all those screen recordings that Julia Valente had sent me. I asked her, she was live, and I texted her and I said, can I come up for a moment just to remind folks that Nick has done this in the past and how serious this all is? If not, it's okay. She said, of course. I said, another good stream. This is January 27th. I'm so glad folks are waking up to seeing the reality of what's happening here. Keep your head up. You've got this. Okay. Then we go on. I even said to her, why is this why is she in competition over this shit? It's freaking odd because there was such a fucking brewing competition. That was January 27th, 2025. Oh, let's see. Sent her some more links. January 28th, once again, Queen gives gross misinformation with my legal situation, stating the injunction was denied. I said, what the fuck? Does she not read the documents? I apologized once again because I went on her panel to remind. I said, can I come up and read a couple lines from her declaration, or is that against your attorney's rules? And she says, of course, sends me the links. I said, great stream, didn't mean to derail, but those fucking people don't even realize the shit she even said in that filing, and I'm going to start reading it more often, talking about BJ's declaration. She said, you did not derail at all. I said, these fucking people piss me off so bad, and all the newbies not realizing the BS that the plaintiff said about each other is astonishing to me. I said, how are you holding up? February 3rd, 2025, I sent her a video and I said for later, but this is Terry Lynn saying on BJ she would be signing something and talking about Tony being a decent guy. The chat is crazy interesting too with Tony, Nick, Karen, and more. Timestamps 426. Okay, there's that. I sent her something for Jay. I said, this is for Jay. It's the link to the full stream of BJ's edited stream of Uncle Taco. I sent that to Granny to send to Jay because Jay and I hadn't talked at that point. Sorry, we're going through this because there's just, I'm telling you, and she is trying everything to spin herself out of it and show loyalty to them. And she needs to fucking protect herself. She's gotten herself in such a fucking bad position in this because of the pursuit of bullshit. Let's see. We talk about PayPals. She didn't know my real name. I sent her something. She's like, I didn't even know that was you. We were talking about more information on the case and finding things. I told her, let's see, what date is this? Still February 3rd, 2025. I said, I've been super worried about you and worried about your mental health. Go do something to lift your spirits because I can't imagine the pure hell of dealing with this. I said to her, now listen, this is gross, but I said to her, there's no explaining why you bring in a sexual assault fixer for a missing child's case. Absolutely none. And I'm talking about Nick the Hat. There is no reason why anybody aligns themselves with somebody like Nick the Hat, who is known to fix sexual assault allegations into a missing child's case. And I stand on that. That's fucking crazy. Listen, I have no idea who's involved on the parents. I don't know what happened to Sebastian. I have odd feelings about the entire situation. I will not talk about the parents and my thoughts on that publicly, as far as like what my feelings are. There's been a lot of fucking shit that I do not agree with being done. And the places that certain people hang out, both sides, Chris and Seth, is very concerning to me. They don't go to real fucking ethical true crime channels that would absolutely let them come up and talk about their missing child. They go to drama channels. That doesn't make sense to me. in the slightest. Does it to you? Not only was he involved in Bill Cosby's case, he was also involved in Sylvester Stallone's cleanup, which we've detailed. He was also involved in a lot. But that has always bothered me, that Nick the Hat, his career is built on helping predators, in my opinion. That has always concerned me. Okay, moving on. SF made that post calling out Seth Rogers and calling him a PDF. Yeah, let's not talk about that. We're not here to talk about guilt or innocence of the parents. We work off of information from law enforcement and evidence. And currently, this is all bullshit around a missing child's case. None of this can be vetted information. None of this is helpful to finding Sebastian. None of this is evidence of anybody's guilt or innocence. This is the back end shit of all of the bullshit. You can have your feelings on the case itself. Please understand, I'm not trying to take that from you. However, I hate that that's even the premise of what this is. I hate that at the base of all of this fuckery is a missing child and bullshit being ran around in a missing child's case. Nothing in the 2 phone calls that I talked to Chris Proudfoot with Duchess and then with Kyle, not a single thing. And Kyle and I talked about it extensively again. I said to him, I said, there's nothing that I learned that's even beneficial because none of it can be vetted. None of it can be vetted. So how this is all being spun, and this is the way the rumor mill has worked in this. It's actually really scary and concerning. Okay. I said, I'm skipping a portion of this because you can understand what SF was saying about Seth. And then I made the comment about why would you bring in Nick the Hat, basically. And the conversation continues just for a second. About SF making that bold post saying that Seth was the PDF. And then we were asking whether he was officially retained at that point in time, SF, for the Proudfoot family or not. Then I said, well, we know that it's possible, but At Night hasn't protected Sebastian at all, only Seth. Plus, they are working pro bono according to exhibits, so I don't know. It's so odd. She says, yeah, but you know what? Nick is similar to SF, an ambulance chaser, and dog. We all knew that. We saw that very clearly. So we knew what was going on. I said, what I'm curious is, that's what I'm curious. Is it multi-layered, hoping to use this to make a good name for themselves as heroes saving a father, and also SA allegations being flung too? She said they clearly want to work on public perception. And I said, I'm honestly really bothered by Lesniak's involvement with all this and how an attorney just sits by and watches and says, yep, to this shit. Absolutely an optics game. Y'all, please calm down in the chat. You guys are allowed to have your different feelings. I'm not going over the filings and shit. There's so much that's been done. And at the end of the day, like, I think we can all agree on one thing. Sebastian was lost before he went missing. Not after he went missing. Sebastian was lost before he went missing. And that's just the reality of where we are. And it's heartbreaking. It's really fucking heartbreaking. And none of us can do anything to bring closure or find Sebastian. And this shit that they're doing right now is so fucking counterproductive. And it's all fucking drama and gotchas. Like, I don't know what type of person you have to be. Well, I do. A sick fucking delusional fucking bitch is what we're dealing with. To weaponize information that I was told second, third, fourth hands for a fucking gotcha and drama over stuff I'm never going to come out here and say, because first of all, I don't know if it's even true. Secondly, I've always felt that that was intentionally told to bait people to release it publicly to make Sebastian the bad guy. I feel like a lot of the things that were said in the background about Sebastian by certain individuals was to absolutely paint Sebastian as a problem. And it was being baited through creators. I've said that all along. And that is my clear opinion. It's really fucking sad. This shit is horrifying. And nothing that you learn here today is going to be beneficial in Sebastian's case. It's the fucking drama side of it and the bullshit that has been going on and how many people have been playing games in everybody's face. Well, some of us were very aware that these games have been played. I don't know why or who. That's what I've been trying to fucking follow and figure out for fucking years now. We talked further about Lesniak and his involvement with writing the book around SA, and how this was a lot about public perception and them trying to sway public perception, and it didn't make sense. Okay, then I said to her, this is, let me tell you the date. I think it's still like February 3rd. It's still February 3rd, 2025. She says, I think that's why I get annoyed. Like, I hate when someone says something I've been saying as if they just had a light bulb moment, especially when it was the whole topic. I said, I've been listening to the stream right now. The East put on members only that Lesniak was on. I don't know why that's on members only now either. She goes, I do, because he put it in the filing. I threatened his safety by saying I was going to stop by his office, which was bullshit. She never threatened his safety. She says, I pointed out he invited anyone during that, and he did. But then they hid the video. I said, we were the only two willing to go back and say, look at who these folks are aligned with. When At Night Crew came in, we knew it was a shit show coming. I just hate this is affecting you in this way, truly. Okay, now moving on. She said, you know what's weird? Chris commented today when I went off about Robin keeping Sebastian's secrets. I said, wow, Jess, I'm sorry. You're getting it all from all angles. She goes, Dolly's full of shit, man. The way he was against this litigation and people who try to silence people until Nick complimented him. Fuck them. I said, Dolly did threaten them. I mean, even have those stream saves. I might even have those stream saved. As that mofo was raising funds for litigation. I said, you've always been fair to Dolly and kind to PJ. Okay, then moving along. We're still talking about Lesniak. I said, I just started listening, so I'll listen for that. This is concerning, though, because the start is how he went from prosecuting sexual assault to child sexual assault to defending them. She says, yep. And then I said, my brain was short-circuiting as you were live. I kept having thoughts about, what about this? When digging and found the stream that BJ sucking up to Nick on the 18th of September and defending the dumbest shit. That's when she passed the test of becoming a useful idiot, I believe. TL was on stream too. And it was just so odd. Do you guys remember when BJ, this would have had to have been, the 18th of September. Yep. Nick went in to BJ's stream and she started sucking up to him. And in that stream right there, like she had been warned about his background, his past. And you can absolutely see in that stream how she became the useful idiot for at night. She has been a distraction and a deflection on purpose. That's why they continue to escalate all of the shit towards BJ, because there's so much more grimy shit going on the other side of it. I said that would have been a few weeks prior when she wasn't going to get involved with Nick. She's so shady, and the shit today we listened to was like, this has to be a joke. Saying she doesn't want anything to do. She doesn't want to do anything to put folks in jail and BS. It's fucking crazy. I said to Granny, I said, SF is making this worse, in my opinion, for Chris and Katie. She said, people only like SF because they hate Betty. He has lied for years that he's suing her. Then he jumps on this like a fucking wacko. I said, anyone that goes after Betty is a hero to folks, and it's weird as fuck. I don't like Betty, but she's not even the worst. If Betty gets canceled off YouTube over the ROs ever, I don't really know what folks will talk about because so many rely on her for content. I said, Burnt Toast I know will be fine because she can do other content, but so many rely on Betty. Okay, moving forward. Just a bunch of random shit. So there's so much, or I said there's so many channels doing the worst in this case, it's impossible to keep up. That damn Don B, these are my messages. That damn Don B is an issue and weird. I said, I'm so behind on new characters or people like Julie because this filing on you pisses me off so bad. And I want to make sure everyone knows how dangerous this is for you and the next victim's family too with At Night. This is a company that is suing you for no reason using a victim's names. It is so low. Moving along. I talked about reading a little bit of the book. I said to her on February 6, 2025, couple things I wanted to mention that I'm going to show. The E's were definitely told to only cover certain exhibits or sent specific exhibits to go over. Spanky took his stream and put it on members only, that he discussed this further after his initial RICO discussion. BJ went over exhibits, but only the declarations. I know it doesn't sound like a big deal, but the amount of control At Night has on these creators is extreme. They pulled the poor Seth card. His voice was being taken days before this dropped. It's all disgusting as fuck. In other words, it's hard to explain, but I'll just use their words again to show their asses. Okay. Talking about the anti-slap. I said I was able to show today, February 6th, that Nick was claiming $500 and over by Tuesday. I'm so sick of folks saying all you had to do was be quiet. He was also telling them that they were going to be in litigation until 2030, if you recall. Oh, yeah, Don B. Do you remember when he came out and fucking tried to say that there was the vehicle and shit and it was his neighbor's vehicle or some shit? That guy's a fucking whack job. She said, thank you so much. Oh, no, I said to her on February 7th, can I just tell you how damn proud of you I am? I know it doesn't mean anything, but every single time I see the extent of the harm they are trying to cause you, I am more proud of you for standing up for yourself. She says, thank you so much. I do need to stop responding to BJ, though. She fucking loves this. She's sick. I said, she's extremely delusional. It's scary, but you are showing how truly different you and her both are, and you should be extremely proud of that. You are handling this properly, and she's still fighting a fly strip stuck to her forehead. There's me talking shit again. Look at me, a fly strip stuck to your forehead. I think both of them were used. I'm going to be honest here for a second. This is me just giving you my opinion. BJ was a useful idiot for one portion, and unfortunately, Granny has become for the other. And it's just what it is. She was handling this with her head held high for quite some time. Do you guys remember that? She was detailing the RICO, keeping her nose clean, was trying to control her emotions as they were baiting her nonstop. She was doing really well for a period of time. just sticking to the facts. But that wasn't what could happen. And her being calm and collected was not what was going to be continued. Granny is emotional. And if they can rock that emotion, they were. I was talking about going back to the optics of how things got here, and I thought that was a necessary thing. I told her again, I said, if the clips I'm sending for what you need get to be too much, let me know and I'll stop sending them, please. I said, sometimes we don't realize things are impacting us negatively until they do. So if so, just tell me. I don't want to cause you any negative blowback, even though you're getting blamed no matter what's happening or said. She says, I know. And I know no one is sending things thinking it'll impact me that way. It's hard for people to know when I appear okay. I said, sometimes putting a brave face on makes folks not realize how hard this really is on you. You broke me tonight crying and I instantly felt horrible. So get some rest and try to have some you time this weekend. Do you see how different my relationship with Granny was than other people? It's pretty clear. I was extremely concerned about her because of the bullshit that was going on. And it was coming from every fucking angle. And that's just a legit situation. Like it, whether you like Granny or not, she was being baited, told information that she should have never had to try and process as she's in litigation. That shit was so fucking intentional and so convoluted. Why? I have no fucking clue. No fucking clue. Okay, moving forward. We talk about Moon because I've never been around her. We talked about Angela and the bullshit she's done to her. Then moving forward, I'm trying to just find the pieces that are kind of more around these situations of the setup. I said to her, I said, you will not take anything of this on as you did anything to end up here. There's nothing you could have done for her to justify RICO accusations for revenge. Talking about BJ. There is nothing. Nothing. Yeah, I don't know, Mercedes girl. I have no idea because that's not something that was said. He knows that's not true though. But throwing Jay and myself in, he knew that Jay and I would say absolutely did not happen. And then it leaves Granny. And he was putting her in a spot, not us. Oh, absolutely, Mercedes girl. The fucking control and trying to like cover this all up, because if you see, all we've done is corral these people into one group. That's all that's happening. And they're showing you right in front of their face, and they're controlling Granny. They're absolutely controlling Granny, and that's just where it is, and it is what it is. I said, this is fucking Rico she's using for revenge. Quite the fucking situation using Rico in a missing child's case for fucking revenge. Let's continue on. Talking shit about BJ. Then we go into... Oh, here's another funny part. BJ was saying, this is another thing. BJ used to claim that saying her name was harassment as her name scrolled across the bottom of the screen. And we've got other people out here that their usernames have always been their screen names or their handles that are now claiming they're being doxxed too. These people are fucking wild. She used to say it was intimidation when people used her name. It's so fucking funny. That shit still cracks me up. All right, moving forward. getting into, so for a few months we basically talked about the litigation. It looks like she flat out said on February 7th, is that what it is? We talked a lot on a couple days, and then we would go without talking again. None of this is fucking shocking, though, or should be shocking. Not at all. And I am skipping a lot of messages that are just like shit talk about random creators and shit that's going on. Not random creators, but shit that was going on like around the Rico case and BJ and some of that stuff. Like Moon, she was kind of giving me a breakdown because I was like, who the fuck is this? She said that if Nick would have offered a reasonable out when he tried, she said she would have taken it. He underestimated my support and so he tried to settle. Let's go here. Give me a second. I was working on a stream showing that this was bragged about as a plan. This was your karma. Into her part isn't a Rico. BJ was claiming that her part wasn't the Rico part, but this was absolutely talked about. They had a plan coming, and this was Granny's karma. Then Nick and those guys were doing disgusting things like comparing them to Yahtzees. Then we go on. To talk about when she was being accused of doxing BJ. I was detailing some of that. She explained, Granny went on Joneson's panel on October 11th to defend herself of 2024 when they were trying to say what she did was, doxing BJ's property or whatever. We talked a little bit about that. Then all of this is going back. We were talking about when Nick actually doxed her, that whole timeline. So from September of 2024, September, October, November, December of 2024 were insane. If you go back and look at the shit that was moving around at those times and who was doing the most and what was happening and the overlap, that is extremely fucking concerning. That's when all the movements were really fucking intense and really crazy about a bunch of shit. I was working on my timelines, of course. And I said, I'm going back between the 19th and 26th of September to find more because I bet there's more here. This is going to end up another 15 hours by the time I'm done. And she goes, laugh my ass off. It's always that way because there's so much proof. Yeah, well, that's why my streams are long. I said, it's important, though, because it leaves no holes to even say this is different than what we know it is. It shoves it in the faces of the assholes still trying to lie. Then it's wild to look at it in date fashion because this was also intentional. You shouldn't have had to predict this because you aren't involved in the shit they are saying you are. She was talking sideways about Nick until Betty went to court and quickly things changed. Talking about Betty or BJ. I said, this is wild as fuck. I said, okay, last text. Hopefully you are sleeping, but timeline is set. 25th, you were doxxed by Nick the Hat on X. 26th, BJ talks about contacting him. 27th, you talked about tragedy. By the 2nd, you were pulled into litigation. You hear that again? 25th of September, 2024. She was doxxed by Nick the Hat on X. 26th, BJ talks about contacting him and replays. That was also when CJ from CJ's Crime Concepts re-showed Granny's docs, and then BJ used that to re-show Granny's docs. 26th, BJ talks about she should contact Nick, and then she admits to she did contact Nick. See, here's another piece of this Aurora Bell for me. I never paid attention to Crabtree. He disgusted me. Crabtree and his spirit box shit pissed me the fuck off and disgusted me. I couldn't stand that Weasley little bastard. I don't know. There was just something about it. So he was another one. I missed a whole lot of shit that was going on his channel. And they were using his channel to dangle a bunch of fucking riddles and shit. And he was a piece of it that I met it or like completely missed. So it can't be vetted that creators were, oh, absolutely, Doodle Mom. That's why everybody's so pissed at me. That's why, like, it's very clear because I wasn't willing to just sit by and say this was okay. The games and the fucking use of all the, think of all the litigation that has happened, the fucking ROs, the bullshit, the distractions. I think there are definitely pieces of this that were intentional setups and intentional chaos. Yeah, Aurora. And this is, look at where she's at. Look what they've got her into. Yeah, Tara, we corrected that. She actually contacted them and then they called her back. What type of tip line is calling somebody back to release that information? And they supposedly, now again, can't be vetted because I wasn't there, wasn't on the call. But how the fuck? Oh my God, 150 a PPP. You guys are talking about the Serpentine Bell Bandit. When you go back and actually think about all the shit that was going on, do you see why I've been in a fucking daze of shit from one side to the other? Because there's so much shit going on. Doodlemon, in my opinion, there's absolutely two things going on here. There's more intense games being played directly involved in Sebastian's case by certain creators who have been boots on the ground per se, or had access to the parents that were creating actual chaos around Sebastian's case. And then I think you have the other intentional opportunists that are chaos creators that will latch on to anything and leech off of anything without fucking facts or anything. And that would be Queen Bee. Queen Bee is not a foundational piece of this. She's just an opportunist and a self-serving. So that's why she always tried to get the jump on Granny's filings. She tried to, underhand Granny in a lot of ways. That's the chaos bullshit, and they created drama in that capacity as they were doing it back and forth to each other. And that starts from bullshit. I don't know, Terry. I have no idea. And we're not even to the good shit yet. We're not to the good shit yet. And that's what I've always tried to decipher too. I've said this many times to you guys, and I've talked about this publicly. Like so many times you guys have heard me say, I don't know what is actually intentional or just the nature of how these fucking things work. Like how much of this is actually set up or how much is just like sideline shit because of all this other drama. Does that make sense? Yeah, Leon. Yeah, there was a lot of contact from her. Yeah. Aurora. Yep. Well, he said he was going to keep her in litigation until 2030. And how do you think he's going to do it? Well, he's officially, in my opinion, potentially connected with people who have done everything to put her in a corner where the support's just going to be interesting to see. We'll see. I hope she gets support if she needs it. Won't be me, because she could have been honest with all this shit. We'll get into some of the better stuff. So we talk a lot about like what I was finding as I was going through things, clips, timestamps, everything, because I was really trying to figure out who was moving around and what. That's what I've always done. I've always done it. I never wanted the information about Sebastian's actual case. I'm not true crime. I'm interested in the characters that were moving around, and that's how I've always been. I've always been interested in that. The biggest regret I have so far in this case is having personal discussions with Chris twice. That wasn't needed. He requested it. I felt weird denying it. I should have. There was nothing I needed. I'm not an awareness channel or a true crime channel. That just mind fucked me. Really. It made me feel really confused and bad, because at the end of the day, all of these people have a child that is missing. And no matter what is being said, I work off of evidence from law enforcement. And it just made me really second guess so much. I have no idea, Maggie. He reached out to Duchess requesting a conversation with me. No, I don't regret her being on that call. I just regret thinking she was ever going to be honest or truthful or be about the victims. Or I regret that whole friendship revival. that's not to do with this case, but I regret not actually asking her where she came from and knowing that she was a part of crime lines and lies and bullshittery and stuff. And she doesn't give a fuck about boundaries or weaponizing bullshit in a missing child's case for a gotcha when somebody blocks her. She's not much different than the people that she hates. That's what I can't stand. Doodle Mama agreed. 100% agreed. He's absolutely been failed and failed again and failed again and failed again. Let me move along. Oh, fuck. I set something off. I don't know what I did. Granny says to me, when is this? What the fuck was this in regards to? This is interesting for me to even read because I'm like, what the fuck did I do then? February 12th, 2025. Granny says to me, or I said to Granny, of course she did. Wait, what? Who the fuck were we talking about? Oh, people were on her panel and she was getting irritated and she's like, oh my God, I'm trying to kick him off. And I said, oh goodness, what happened? I'll fast forward. She said, for fuck's sake, they're ruining my closing. How can people not take a damn hint? I said, oh gosh, what glasses? She says, oh my God, get off my panel. This is actually funny. This is why I run before I ever touch that nerve of yours. Dude, I just can't with her. I said, I have had those moments with folks on panel a few times and I'm like, ooh, this is awkward as fuck. I was waiting for her to ask if you wanted to get matching outfits as that's things her and her friends do. Oh, we were talking about barbecue. Okay. Sorry. Not sorry. That's who we were talking about. Matching outfits was barbecue and her friends on TikTok. Okay. That's who we were talking about. Then I explained to her that one of my friends had a parole hearing and that was Chapped. And I was really happy because today is a damn good day. Chapped's monster was kept behind bars. She goes, I'm just trying to give you like a bigger perception of like this was deeper. Like my relationship with Granny was way different. She goes on to say, or I said, oh, the misinformation about court on Tuesday is flying already. She goes, you got Queen Bee's panel acting like we're taking money from Queen Bee if we win against Betty. She goes, yeah, they'll be scrambling. I said, what? Are you kidding? She's first off, got very little to take. But this is needed, that this is handled in court. And if judgments come, they come. She said, you got Queen crying. She's dealt with this longer, so she deserves it. I'm baffled at what I'm hearing and disgusted at what I saw. Comments telling us to get in line. I said, ugh, that's not what this is about. Goodness gracious, this has to be handled because this is lingering over your head with 10 plaintiffs. Granny says, I didn't file this to take from Queen Bee. I simply wanted to clear my name of outrageous claims. I said, she said she was just going to put in money in an account for the next person who sued her or who got sued by Betty. And she goes, oh my God, you're right. Now she's crying. It's 4 months short of 2 years she's dealt with Betty, so she earned it. I said, one thing I'm so glad you don't do is talk about the fact that you want money out of this. Yes, there are penalties that should happen 100%, but you are fighting to clear your name, not based off of gaining money off this. You make jokes, but you are rational. I'm so confused why they are even talking about the money part of it. I said, your attorney will be going after assets, and that's rightfully so, but you aren't bragging and spending money that you don't have. You just want this to be over, period. And so thankful for the help you've gotten for the attorney. I feel sick even hearing that this is being discussed. I'm sorry. She says, I'm baffled right now. Said, you were being smart about this. This being made about money is going to cause a lot of backlash, and you don't need that. You just want your normal life back and them to be dealt with legally, and whatever comes from that is rightfully owed to you. Keep your head up. A court date is a celebration. She goes, I feel like they're looking to make this a competition because Queen Bee can't handle anyone else getting attention. I said, don't even give it attention. Your attorney is handling it, and you are doing great. As much as possible, ignore. Movement in this case is huge and needed. You're right. I'm not going to let them take away my moment. This filing was never about Queen Bee ever. For fuck's sake, I didn't choose this. And I said, that's exactly right. It's easier said than done to ignore, but don't even listen or concern yourself. These are two separate situations and nothing to do with one another or a competition. Don't give it energy you don't have it to lend. She goes, I almost went up just to be a petty bitch and make it clear this isn't about Betty to me or money. And if granted a settlement, it's up to my attorney to seek the sanctions. I have no problem sitting back and allowing Queen Bee to go first. I mean, I won't forget, she is sitting in private convos with Nick to protect herself. I said, that's your call. My advice is don't take the bait to even discuss money with them. These lawsuits shouldn't even be compared. The only common factor is Betty. Go pick out your outfit so you look hot as fuck in case you get another hottie judge. LOL. Who? What up, Nick? What do you want over here? What do you think you're doing over here? I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. And I don't think that your $2 is worth fucking shit. I find you to be one of the trashiest humans that used a missing child to target two individuals. For what? For fucking what? Nick, do you understand that this is so much deeper? There's a child missing. Where's your fake fucking satellites? The games that you and so many others have played throughout this, you're not welcome here. You'll never be welcome here. You and your buddy JLR and the people like you use people's worst times for profit and gain. It's shocking how you show up today. It's all about those fucking optics, right? You got your fucking crew running around here controlling panels, don't you? Shocking how you pop into my chat while your crew's all fucking running, spinning because I'm on your fucking asses. And a lot of you have dirty fucking hands, don't you, Nick? Anyway, back to this. Remember, this is like the digital insurrection, Nick. And Sebastian is like the capital. Remember those statements? Because I sure fucking do. Remember threatening Granny that you were going to keep her in litigation till 2030? Why? Yeah, they absolutely. And then when he decides to go in on BJ because, you know, the group of them is fucking piling on and he's like, well, let me just continue to keep the fucking attention over there too. What does Nick do? He fucking uses messages from Brittany, the neighbor, to try and pin on Brittany J because he can't be fucking factual. Fucking asshole. All these people are disgusting. Right. Right. All a fucking game, all a joke, right? Right. If she can't fucking get what is happening and how she knows exactly what is happening and why he popped out of the fucking bushes. Agents of fucking chaos. Aurora, he's already trying. Why do you think he's fucking out and about again? Look at how they've fucking isolated and cornered her. And none of the people around her that actually give a fuck are doing shit to stand up and say, Granny, this has been happening all along. And you have completely allowed yourself to let these people infiltrate when you knew that they were fucking playing games with you all along. Fucking assholes. It's amazing how they watch my chat so much. And then all of a sudden Nick pops up and it's instantly told. Like Nick was here for 2 fucking seconds. 2 seconds. But what happens? He got Granny to rage. You see how convenient that is? Here, kitty, kitty. Her eyes, I think, are stitched shut. She knows better, though. She fucking knows better. She fucking knows better. February 14th, 2025. I said, sorry to bother you and good morning. Did you know that BJ claimed on the 21st of October, Nick was basically being evaluated by mental health professionals numerous times and cleared? I found that so interesting. She knew that. And her dumbass just said, yep, this seems smart. Also, did you know that SF flustered her so bad that at one time she said she's single? Just a couple of small things we ran across that were very interesting. Hope you had a wonderful day. That was actually fucking funny when BJ was saying that shit. I think they were feeding her, yep, agents of chaos, period. And if that doesn't, right, she's intentionally in this. Oh, Giselle, no, I'm walking away from this shit, trust and believe, but I'm walking away with it with my head held high because this is very easy to know exactly what's going on and who's involved in it. I'm not going to back down to any of this shit. Queen Bee has been doing nothing but lying and looking out for her bottom line. Clue and Truth have been intentionally causing chaos and running narratives. Nick and those guys have been intentionally trying to set people up while they're going after people in litigation, wasting our courts, using victims to do it, and all of this. All this. Granny has had every opportunity to stand up time and time again and be honest with herself because she knows what's going on. And she has not at all fucking stood up. Yeah, I'm fake because I actually looked out for her. I'm so fucking fake because I'm the only one that gave a shit. She's sitting with the very person that mocked her fucking litigation as this man just drug her into more litigation. Tell me who's fucking fake out of this situation. Granny, I'll wait. I was so concerned about you that I brought in another friend to support you who you are lying about the phone call where you did absolutely disclose what Truth had talked to you about and Chris Proudfoot. Don't fucking lie. Don't lie. More about billboard shit, just stuff around litigation that we were going through and finding. I said, I'm so glad Jay is covering this on her big channel now too. This is needed that people see how ridiculous this is and dangerous. I said, are you free for a fast call? She said, I will be in 10 minutes. Okay, when you are, just call. She said, sorry, I forgot to call you. I said, it's okay. It's not an emergency or anything. I said, whoever has that just saying channel is doing excellent. Thank you for sharing that. She says, hold on. That's just about like their fucking after party bullshit with the competition shit going on. I said, I'm sure you are extremely stressed. Is there anything I can help with or support you in? I'm sorry all this is happening. You deserve the truth to be known because this is insanity. She goes, no, I don't think so. You've already done so much. Then we continue on. I said, that's absolutely correct. You weren't even on the radar, but her bullshit was. She says, I haven't gone live. I said, feel free to do as you need. Scream at me, cry, yell if you need. I'm here and so proud of how you've held your head high and stuck to the truth. You are doing so good keeping your cool. I don't think I could have kept it together this well, truly. I said, if I go live today, I'll have my mods drop your links in the live because you deserve the support and the stress is too much most days to handle putting on a brave face and being okay. For everyone, I can only imagine. She says, of course, I'm being threatened about tomorrow too. It is, and no, you didn't start the contingency lie. B. Tim did. I said, oh, I was not sure what happened there, but I just wanted to make sure I clarified as that wasn't what I meant at all. And I was hopeful that didn't cause you backlash or didn't cause backlash for you because I wanted to verify just in case. She says, I'm 20K in already at that point in time. That was a long time ago. I've been given. She was upside down. And I said, even if you do have a contingency on the counters, that's no one's business, period. But that wasn't the case. And these idiots, Queen Bee, saying I shouldn't countersue. Fuck you. I said, you've shown more than most already. So keep going or keep on keeping on. I said, I was telling Amethyst this weekend, you need to handle this all the way through, countersuits and all, because they need taught lessons. This cannot happen to anyone else, in my opinion. Let's see. I haven't been listening to anyone as there's so much bullshit being tossed around outside of your streams and Jay's, plus a few of the channels doing condensed videos. I have no interest as they confuse me more often than not hearing the misinformation from the panel. There's a bunch of shit back and forth around the information. Let me get to the fun shit because it really, over the last few months gets, or the months leading up to the Julie shit really gets interesting. Oh, here's one of me talking shit. This is what date is this? February 17th, 2025. I said to Granny, I got called a tragedy pimp, and also that I hate BJ solely based on my own personal trauma. Nunny and friends can suck my ass, honestly. I stopped caring about what those bitches say a long time ago. It's sad they don't stand for anything but personal hate boners. She goes, oh, are they going at you? They're worse than anyone because their morals are based on who they like or dislike. And I said, Nunny tried a little, but I'm so over their opinions. I didn't watch and won't respond. What do they even stand for? I actually find it hysterical because folks thought she helped me grow my channel. All she did was try to hold me back and question myself and what I stand for. She does nothing but try to invalidate everyone's feelings and make folks question themselves. The day I give a fuck about their opinions will be the day I no longer am on this earth. Foying someone's stuff isn't very morally high, though, but they did that. There's some shit talk. And it goes on a little bit. There you go. There's me talking shit. Okay. Moving forward. I got to throw in a few of those so you can see that I definitely talk shit. But it's stuff I would say out here publicly and have said out here publicly. Okay, here's another thing that's interesting that I said to her. Random dates I came across and I wanted to note with you. September 15th, barbecue on panel with BJ. September 16th, C&D to barbecue. September 17th, C&D to Clue. September 17th, Nick posts Clue text on X. Screenshot of mine attached. And for clarification purposes, in case you don't know this, sorry, just clearing this. There you go. So what that says is, hi, I'm Cluminati, and I'm very involved in the Sebastian Rogers case. I'm just a lowly YouTube personality, but I do talk to Chris and Katie daily, his parents. Nick responds, I'll be free later today. Text my personal cell. She says, will do. And Nick posted that fully on X. Isn't that ironic? Don't you think? That was September 17th. September 17th was also the date that the C&D supposedly went to Clue. So a C&D goes to Cluminati on September 17th, according to what the exhibits have in them. And September 17th, Nick posts her message to him on X. I said, I'm loading the September 17th video of BJ's panel bragging on C&Ds now to review and see if it's of use. But I do have clips of the 15th and probably the full video too if need. Okay, now I said, what the absolute fuck is this weird shit? She's so desperate to get focus on herself. February 18th. I sent her chapters of Lesniak's book because they were weird. February 19th, I said, how are you feeling today? Any better? She says, a lot, knowing they can't amend or add exhibits. I said, good. I'm so glad. I have a feeling they will try something else. So just be safe, please, and protect yourself. Fucking Tony is a lot more involved in these games than he's pretending to be. And I hope he gets slapped by these countersuits. That person that was threatening her messaged her again. Then we talked about the Mark W thing because there was another thing going on. I think this is about BJ, February 23rd. I hope she's dumb enough to try and get an RO on me. I'll gladly show a judge what I was thumbing through last night. Oh, yeah, that's when I was playing roulette. I'll gladly show a judge what I was thumbing through last night. She's pissed because I can show what she did lying on you after using that against everyone. That comes against her, sadly. You just got selected for court because they needed it for PA, and it's beyond fucked. Pretty much sounds like I've been saying the same thing all along. Hold on. Let me go on. I'm going to skip through some of this because it's a lot of the same shit. Like going through the case, pulling out stuff, looking at what was actually said and what wasn't said. Watching the setup of all these people and the movements was so fucking much. And it's still been a lot. How do you think we know what we do know? Because I invested a lot of time. Emails. Nonsense. Do you remember who all got those many emails from the dog handler? Julie, was it true? Which one, Giselle? Which dog handler, first of all? Are you talking about Julia Valente? And what emails? Are you talking about the one she said she was missing? That, to me, I think was just BJ. Yeah, there is another suit. I don't know what it is, though. I haven't looked into it very deep. All of this, though, the entire time has been about trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. None of this is anything nefarious. None of this was anything they didn't know I was working on. I mean, I was doing this publicly. Julia emailed Granny. Julia emailed a bunch of us. She was in contact with Truth for quite some time, too. She tried emailing me, and I fucking said no. February 27th, she goes, did you know that we admitted today that you're the one telling me to keep going with the injunction and not settle? And I said, well, I mean, however, I think your attorney has more pull than I do. She goes, well, I would have never gotten one had I intended to settle. Right. It was so stupid. She goes, geez, you've got a ton of power. I said, it's all because you've brainwashed me and I must have ate the wrong crayons now. Idiots. She said it was actually my attorney before this one retained and her dad who told her, don't you dare settle. Tell them to pound sand. Yeah, because this was bullshit. Absolute fucking bullshit all the way around. How you holding up? Okay, moving forward. I'm going to jump quite a ways because the fucking bullshit continued. Like it was just going back and forth, back and forth. All of this shit had been going back and forth, working on. I was just detailing the RICO, pulling it apart, looking through shit. BJ was just a distraction and a useful idiot. She's saying Nonsense made it up and Truth didn't say it. Oh, really? Well, that's too bad for her that I have proof of that. Let her continue to say that. Let her continue to say that. Truth absolutely, according to Granny, said that. Truth said to her that because she was talking about Clue to Truth, and he said, well, I got to tell you something, but you can't tell anybody about it. Of course she's going to tell somebody about it. This fucking shit was whack. And for them to expect her not to tell somebody about this shit is fucking whack. And she says, Truth said that, she goes, that Clue's working with at night. And he goes, no, law enforcement. That absolutely was fucking said. Amethyst was on the call when it was said. Whether she wants to lie about it or not, that's on her. But there's proof of this. I'll just wait until they see their hand. There's a lot. There's some shit that I'm very intentionally not putting out. Very intentionally not putting out. Because, look, I'm not stupid. But there's some shit. Let him lie. Let him continue to lie about certain shit. No skin off my back. I'll just keep on doing what I'm doing. And the sad thing is like I told her, release all the fucking phone calls between us. Release them. You recorded them. Fucking release them. I'm not the one with anything to hide. Yes. Yes, Bog. Yes. According to Granny, when Granny and I had the conversation on December 5th, 2024, she told both Amethyst and I that Truth told her Clue was working with law enforcement. Yeah, he also said that he had inside information because he used to do something in Sumner County, and then he has buddies in Sumner counties too. No need to. No need to. Casual art. Trust me on this one. In time, when some of these litigation things, because I'm not going to fuck her litigation up either. But you'll only get so often to lie on me. You'll only get away with that so often. Because I'm sure I'm not the only one she told that to. And I know for a fact Amethyst was on the call. So whether she wants to admit that or not, that will be on her. Okay, let's go into July of 2025. July 19th, 2025, after Rakin went up on her panel and did the shit. I said, just be careful, please. I don't know. Something feels off because part of me doesn't believe that's the only calls either. We heard the cops say they've been there at least 8 times talking about BJs. I said, this is too much with the Rakin shit that felt set up too. I said, fuck these idiots going after you for it though, as they stand by the worst. You apologized and took it down. Then I told her, she didn't believe it was a cop. Same thing. That Rakin situations happens July of 2025. Somebody said that, let's see, whose chat is this? Sinner's chat. People were running around saying that she had a pro bono attorney, that she didn't pay her attorney. And she said that's because other people were saying that. And I said, that's bullshit. She goes, although I've got proof of payment. I said, I can't understand what records they are threatening you with. Let me continue on. She says, I was about to screenshot my payments on PayPal, but it doesn't let me. I said, don't give them shit. We know you've paid your attorney. She said I wasn't going to show amounts or anything, just proof of exchanges. I'm guessing they're threatened by they've threatened my DV reports. And I said, if they start doing that shit, it's going to get really interesting because fuck them. She goes, I agree. They'll also prove that I'm not lying. Sinner and those guys were threatening Granny at the time. Then we go on. The bullshit continues. She got served on July 25th. Someone tried serving me. Same service Tony used. I said, did they list what for? She says, or I said, I wonder if it's a C&D from BJ. She says, a letter. Oh, that's fucking interesting. Holy shit, the dates are connecting. Sorry, I'm processing dates as we go through this too. Holy shit. Oh. Wow, this is way different. This is way different. That timeline's way tight, way fucking tighter. Holy shoot. Okay. Anyways. Um Weird. They like serving shit on Fridays, yeah. That was known. Is it me or is it extremely disrespectful? This is Granny to me. She says, is it me or is it extremely disrespectful to post my members only post publicly? I'm actually so mad that people are so fucking selfish. I'm so tired of feeling disrespected and fucked over. Yeah, really? Same. If I wanted that public, I'd have made it public. I said, who the fuck did that? You think you'd wanted it public, you would have done that. She said, Clue, fucking Clue. I just messaged her like, yo, I put that on members only for a reason. An enemy doing it, sure, but a supposed friend, ugh. Yeah, you can tell how much they are. I said, sorry, can't type. I'm running errands before I take off. She goes, so even worse. Clue became a member to show my post. I said, I'm shocked she reposted it. She goes, wow. I said, wait, she became a member to show it publicly? She goes, yep, she became a member. So it would show up on her stream. I said, wow, I'm so confused. At least ask you before taking it public. I mean, how often was Clue trying to do shit? Oh, this is ironic. July 25th, 2025. I was just talking to my mods, Megan, Miss L, somebody with the name L. I don't know if it's a real name, so God forbid I say it, even though I think it's public. I have no idea. Pristine, and you're the only creator they trust and appreciate. They can't say enough good things about you. Well, you dumb bitches have completely lost your fucking backbones because now she's surrounded with people who have thought her litigation was a fucking joke all along. July 25th, 2025, Bog. I said, your mods are always so damn good to me. I have a lot of respect for them because they actually give a shit and protect you. That's sure seemed to stop. She goes, July 27th, 2025. Guess who served me? The server was really nice and told me it's a court document from Delaware County, Oklahoma, from a Tony Mathis. I said, oh my God, Tony again? What the fuck? The dude is a desperate piece of shit. She says he shouldn't be allowed to do this. He's attempting to mitigate his damages in Pennsylvania. I said, I don't even understand what these idiots think they're accomplishing at this point. I said, I'm up here on the farm, and I swear I'm dealing with crazy animals is easier at times than dealing with these idiots online. She goes, oh my God, love it. I was at the zoo. Then I sent her pictures of the minis. I said, I don't know what's going on, but I just popped in. You sound so down. So I wanted to cheer you up with a sweet face. We have 2 more days in an RV with them, but I'll be home. I hope all is okay with you. Keep your head held high, Jess. You don't deserve this crap. I said, July 30th, 2025. What do we need to do? Do you need help with the legal funds? She goes, I want to kick myself so bad. Why? And then we obviously talked. Then we talked more about the litigation stuff. I said, do you know the exact date when you first covered Tony or mentioned him at all? I said, so that was 10 days after he actually called himself the most hated man in America. And then I sent her the live stream of Tony Mathis on Just in Time or Just in the Nick of Time, Justin on TikTok's live stream where Tony Mathis was on there on May 5th, 2024, saying he was the most hated man in America. Sorry, I'm reading through these. I'll look down in a minute. Then we talked about the litigation and what she needed to do in Oklahoma. let's see. I said, I'm proud of my friends for standing by and supporting you because you need this. Okay, she said, August 1st. I still can't believe this. Thank you for being such an amazing friend, always having genuine intentions and doing everything you can to help. I said, we aren't done yet. Next up, Tony, because I'll be damned if he gets away with this either. And hopefully showing the BS he did will get people to realize what this fully is. Now, granted, at that time, I hadn't seen the entire filing in Oklahoma and what they were accusing her of. I had just heard what was said. I have since now seen the filing. You deserve the support, and we will be posting your links for attorneys too. BJ saying she could. More petty bullshit between her and Queen Bee. Let's see. I said starting my dive into Tony tonight with playing BJ reading the documents and adding the clips of her calling Tony out for sorts of things. Figured that was a great start to remind people what she thought of him before it was beneficial to her. Can you send me your Give Send Go link so I can pin it in my description, please, and my mods can post it? Let's see. Continued on. Oh, wait, who is that? Huh. Moon was doing something at that point in time. I don't even know what that was about. The Tony stuff was being condoned and she was having a fit about it. Right. Huh. Right. Yeah. I'm such a shit person, though. Absolutely, Sin. And we'll get into better stuff here in a minute. I'm just going through this because I have nothing to lie about or hide. My intent was always to try and figure out what the fucking games were and what was happening because it seemed very intentional. But at the same time, you've got liars that lie on liars. So at this point, I don't know. I even said at one point, sorry, I'm ready to fight a hoe these days over this shit with you. I can't believe these fuckers can't let go of you and just circle like vultures. I popped into Queen Bee's for a minute to listen and had to leave. Kraken was holding it down and I knew it was going to lose it on JP, so I left before. She goes, wait, JP was in there? She goes, I hope Clue realizes the disrespect happening right now, all for content. I said she was when I went in an hour or so ago. This is her big plan to allow these sick fucks over so she won't be a fucking target. That's all this is because she hasn't been a target of Clue. Their target. Oh, here. This is her big plan to allow these sick fucks over so she won't be a fucking target. That's all this is because she hasn't been their target. Clue and I have. I'm out. I won't give her a review for this. She was talking about Queen. I said, we have way bigger issues to tackle. Tony Mathis and At Night. We are coming. She says, yeah, that's why Queen Bee is threatened. I said, I'm trying so hard. Bitter doesn't like me. She said, you and Jay are messaging me. I said, bah, ha, ha. Dude, that was a torture test, I said. Okay, hold on. Continue on. Some of these are just funny. Me and my shit talk. Then we're talking about exhibits, the downloads, everything. I just sent them back to her a few different times. Oh, okay. Let's get into fun shit. Because I know when it started to fucking click for me, I was losing my shit. Oh, fucking interesting. August 11th, 2025. I said we're talking about BJ. I don't know who she'll try to come for, honestly. I agree with you, though. I can't believe they are making that truly. I haven't even came close to those numbers ever. Oh, she was telling me about other people making 8 to 10K a month restreaming Britney, and I said I have never came close to that ever. I can't believe they are making that truly. I haven't even came close to those numbers ever. I'll just go to work on the farm for a couple of weeks or something if she comes for me and try to earn extra that way. If she comes for you again, I'll be livid as fuck. So they dedicate their whole days to do so, put ad revenue at its highest. That's why no one will stop. It's easy content and quick buck. I mean, I should just join in. I'm blamed anyways. I said I'm headed the opposite direction. Tony in at night, which is I feel what I need to do. BJ bores me to hell and back, honestly, but I'm also not about to back off replaying the actual clips of things she said. She goes, I'm headed that direction with you. That was August 11th, 2025. This is the stream you said you needed earlier. Sorry, I just remembered. Sent her a stream. I said, you're likely sleeping, but can I talk about the deflection Lesniak is pulling and how scary it is that they will use the death of a missing child to target 2 single moms? Use a death and a missing child. She goes, I'm not sleeping, but I should be. Of course, please do. I said, Kyle and I were discussing how scary it is with organizations like At Night and our current status in the country and what's being allowed. I really want to make sure people understand the seriousness of this because I was thinking, wait, I don't know if Chasing even understood they were trying this too. I don't know what that was about. 12th. Hey, do you have the part where Tony says he's the most hated man? I resent that again. Do you by chance have another one? Got that. She goes, I have a feeling these guys are going to try and nickel and dime me. Said, that's not shocking. That's what attorneys do, basically. I was running around looking at all sorts of shit. Then we were talking about what BJ was doing with the guaranteed channel removals. I said I was going to try to get the report I made when they were encouraging people to call law enforcement on me. Hold on, we're going to move inside for a minute. Yeah, Doe Girl, this has been a fucking intentional thing. What happened when Julie came in going after BJ? Nick the Hat backed off. Nick the Hat was doing an expose on Brittany J. Right before Julie started doing all of her bullshit. It coincidentally falls in line. Who was Julie reaching out to and talking to? Nick the Hat. There's so much bullshit in all of this. It's unreal. And Granny's known all along. It's all. I agree with you, Leo. It all has been. And I've been clocking that, and I'll get to those ones too. Like you can tell that throughout this, I have, Steph. Yeah. Yep. She absolutely. And people around her know exactly what I'm saying. And people have been clocking this too. Look, I will never be okay with what has been done here on any of this. And it's very intentional. And she knew, I knew, all these people fucking knew. You should not try to force me to come out and put up with your bullshit. There's no need to lie about this shit. None. Okay, then it was BJ was doing that stuff with the attorney. I said, this is something that was interesting. I said, how many channels for $7,500? Because that was what was being rumored. Granny says, as if she hasn't ruined my life enough. I sat outside for 30 minutes crying my eyes out because her daughter needed a couple of things to start school. And she needed some money to fight Tony. I said, it's such bullshit. You shouldn't be dealing with any of this. Supposedly me, Clue, Queen Bee. How is it not Jay? Blows my mind. Yet Queen Bee will be protected because she's likely sucking BJ's ass in private like she did with Nick. I said, I feel horrible that you've been blamed so much for things I've done. And only thing I can offer is trying to help show exactly the harm. I said, yeah, I'm sure something's up because she made the statement, Queen Bee isn't out to get her. She goes, yep, yet Queen Bee plays her more than me. I said, her attorney better get her prepared for a fucking bad rap. Or her attorney better get prepared for a fucking bad rap. He assists her in doing this. It'll destroy his reputation because it will anger the masses. She goes, I agree. The internet will rain down hell. I wish we had a direct into YouTube to find out what this is, basically. Okay, moving along. You can tell the games were being played right in front of everybody's face, and we were talking about it. She, on August 13th, 2025, she says, hey, I'm on the phone with Clue about BJ. I'll call you right back. Can we three-way you in? I said, yes, please. KK, Clue's calling you. We are trying to merge. She can't. I'm here. I'm on. She goes, August 13th. I don't trust Queen Bee right now. I said, I feel like BJ is going to try and save face with her to harm the rest of us. She goes, yep, don't forget what she did with Nick. And I said, are you coming? We did a three-way call and talked about all this shit. I think that was the same time we did that merge in with Queen. And so Granny, Clue, and myself were on a three-way call talking about what BJ was attempting to do with this attorney and what, potentially could go on. Nobody wanted her channel down. And then Jay and Queen, we ended up doing a StreamYard with everybody at that point in time. That was the bullshit that happened. See, and the thing about this is, this is absolutely, there is so much shit here going on. Yeah, absolutely. She's known it too. Oh, and then I got mentioned in a filing because my name was a nonsense for a couple times and it used my screen name. Oh, shit. Oh, this shit's funny. There's a lot of back and forth with what was going on there. Okay. More stuff about the litigation. Granny didn't deserve this shit. Ultimately, Granny didn't deserve this shit, and it was coming from every fucking direction, and they were playing fucking games right in her fucking face, and now she's just right alongside of them. But I have questions about why. Why would you fucking shove the two people that actually protected you away unless you weren't involved in some of this bullshit too? I don't know. I got a lot of questions these days that I can't answer. You really think, Leo? Really? I hope so. Earth, I hope she recorded that three-way call. You know what, though? She's not going to put it out because she's lying about the truth section. Like I said, I have proof of that. I just have to sit on it for a moment. But, yeah. Her and Amethyst were both on the call. We talked about things that Chris and Truth had been telling her. In that call, what happens is we're talking about things that Chris had supposedly told Granny that bothered her. By the time Amethyst got on the phone, Granny was calmed down a lot. When she first called me, she was hysterical. By the time Amethyst got on the phone, she was a lot calmer. We're talking about stuff that Chris had said to her that she was trying to process and understand. And we were also certain things were the exact same stuff that he had told me and Duchess, or when I spoke to him. So that was comparable. But in the midst of that, she says, I'm talking to Chris and Truth calls. I mean, it is what it is. Okay, keeping on. Oh, Nick started threatening more litigation on August 16th, 2025. Girl, I just looked at my phone and the sick ass X post Nick made has me shaken with anger. And I said, the at night post, I just read that one from an hour ago. She said, yes, the fucking nerve, threatening more litigation, pretending they have a chance at depositions. I fucking hate them. I wish I didn't see it. I'm so tired of their games. And that's exactly what I think they're doing. I think they're going to rain down lawsuits on me. I said, I know, I'm sorry. I said, fuck these people. This is all intentional and a game for all. But a birdie told me BHB is pissed at BJ over the taking funds she needs from the green team. Tell me we didn't know what was going on. Tell me we didn't. And again, none of this is bullshit to start shit. This is you come out here and lie on me, especially when it comes to stuff like this. We're clocking this all along. I didn't do shit to you. Besides, try to look out for you. You know that. Your mods know that. All the people around you do. I actually had your back and was clocking this shit and invested so much time and energy into this because I care. I don't want to see this done to you or any future people in the future at all. I go on to say the fucking arrogance of him plotting and planning to sue folks just makes me sick. He thought getting this attention would bring him fame. Fucking crazy. I said it might be helpful to show that he had an extremely tarnished reputation before you ever covered him. I said, I'm trying to go through all the places I can and compile clips of him in chats and panels talking shit. She goes, am I a weirdo for feeling bad for UA? And I said, no, you're not a weirdo. You've always had a soft spot for her because I think you recognize she is very erratic and uncontrolled. I wish she could find just a spot of calmness and not overdo it. I try to just to let her be and ignore and accept it for what it is. I struggle with Alabama Mama a lot personally, and I don't know how she's praised at times and UA is hated. Then going on, I said UA gets overly invested in stuff. Terry Lynn, Julie Petty, Alabama, etc. They're all kind of wild to me at times. I said, I'm so damn boring on this platform. I'm realizing we are seen as two of the biggest bitches, but we both are not involved in so much of this shit. I was talking to some of my mods and we were laughing because they don't call or do anything crazy at all. They decided they're old. So the key to mods not doing dumb shit is get them in the senior citizens discount program. Oh, I'm fucking funny. Hey, thank you, Earth. Thank you, the real Kells, for the little gifts. Spearhead. I'm still trying to figure out why YouTube continues to let certain creators get away with everything. Others say one thing wrong or the truth and they get shut down. Yep. Spearhead, the thing about me is they came up against the wrong one. I'll run all of these people in circles because the proof is just that easy. None of this shit has to be complicated or convoluted. When I have said that I stand against this shit, I meant it. Have I made mistakes? Yeah, I wish I would have never talked to Chris Proudfoot. But Joneson and her fucking wannabe gotcha ass fucking, she's Queen Bee Jr. That bitch is just like Queen Bee. Amethyst is stuck on stupid. She knows what my intent was and my purpose was all along. You're not going to continue to use this shit. And then Granny now today lying on all this shit. You're not going to do this. Queen Bee, I've taken the hits from all of them over dumb as shit. Dumbest fucking lies. The dumbest fucking lies. I stand for something. I have said all along that I'm against what is happening here because of the reasons it's happening here. These people stand for nothing. It's all just fucking games to them, and it's really gross. This involves a missing child. Thank you for that, Spearhead. Here, Kitty Kitty, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you. So if Clue was allegedly working with the police, I wonder how her buddy KP would feel learning that. Well, I think it's bullshit right off the jump, Robat. We laughed about it. I've never believed it. And yes, I fucking have proof that Granny communicated to me and Amethyst both that that was something that Truth told Granny about Clue. And I thought it was fucking hysterical. And that right now will just sit for a moment, because if you think I'm stupid and don't protect my ass when everybody around me is a bunch of fucking litigious sharks, look, I run circles around these people, just me, little me by myself. But you can see, like, I'm invested in tracking back what has happened, and that's never changed. Do I talk some shit? Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, I do.
Wait till I get my money right.
That's another one. Wait till I get my money.
My money right. Oh, yeah, oh yeah.
Love it, man. I'm gonna go.
Thank you guys for the support. I was laughing though. That was funny. I was like, just get them in the senior citizens discount program. They don't do any of this shit. I said, they're not wrong. Laugh my ass off. Like, what the fuck has this place become? Not the dang senior citizens discount program. We do have some good laughs. There's a lot of good shit in this that I'm skipping over. Like a lot of funny shit that we were actually cracking up about. a lot of good conversations. I said, girl, if I would have had a YouTube channel in my 30s, I would have been in damn jail straight up. I was not at all this peaceful at that place in my life. I said, I'll be boring, but you are right. We aren't boring. We're logical, sadly, most of the time. I said, I crack up over folks' fights so much because I'm like, wait, how the fuck did you even get involved in that shit with that person? She goes, did something happen with Julie Skolnick? She messaged me yesterday that she was upset and didn't understand why you and Jay were treating her that way. I didn't even open the message fully to see that until today, but she hasn't responded. And I said, wait, what? Julie? She goes, yep. And I said, I wasn't mean to her at all. I don't know what happened. I know they said something about her going live, but I wasn't following the convo in chat. She goes, I'll find out when she responds, I suppose. And I said, I honestly have no clue what happened with her or why she's upset. I might have missed something. I said, yes, please let me know, because I know she was mentioning needing a clip, but I got lost on what she mentioned too, because I don't remember Betty talking about a miscarriage with Tony, but I told her I'd go search. She said, sorry, I couldn't call back. I'm very upset right now. I don't understand the behavior of nonsense in Jay towards me. That was Julie. I said, that's really weird. I don't know. She goes, not a miscarriage. Tony claimed to have lost a child in a car accident, but he lied. And she goes, and Jay defends Julie a lot, so I don't know. And I said, see, I'm confused at what she was even talking about. I said, yeah, I've never heard Jay be mean to her, so I'm confused as fuck on that. She goes, same. Usually I'm the one extremely blunt with her and short-fused. I said, I've been intentionally trying to be kind and nice because I know she's emotional at times. And she goes, because she gets on my nerves. And she goes, very emotional. But my God, if I have to hear one more time how BJ said it wasn't intimidation, blah, blah, blah. Hell, even she sent me a clip today about it. Like, we fucking get it, Julie. Meanwhile, we're being accused of trafficking kids. Laugh my ass off. I said, she might not realize I don't engage a ton with chat because I usually am pulling clips and fucking around. I didn't realize my mods were giving her the riot act. That's what happened. Julie was looking for. You are eavesdropping, Ola. You are. You know why you're eavesdropping? Because they're coming out lying about the dumbest fucking shit. Just stupid shit. And time again. And trying to put it all on me. They're actually trying to. The new rumor is that I claimed that Chris Proudfoot hit on me and tried to hook up with me and was trying to have late night calls with me and shit like that. And all of this is I've been trying to clock this shit from jump. And now Granny's out here lying about shit that happened. Amethyst is lying. Like, all these people are lying. And so the only thing I can do is set the fucking record straight with the fucking, this is how simple this shit actually is. There was nothing intense like this. This is nothing what they're trying to make it out to be. It's fucking super simple. And the fact that these people lie so much and concoct so much and there's so many games being played is truly fucking disturbing and disgusting. It is just something that is so unhealthy. Yeah, no, there was nothing like that. That never happened. Chris wasn't trying to hit on me or anything like that. That never was said. But Truth said that. Granny said that. Jay said that. And I said that. Jay and I both have already confirmed that that never happened. So that's that. But they just continue to try and lie and spin shit over here. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Yeah, it had nothing to do with Jay or myself, but that was Truth trying to back Granny into a corner. Yeah, this is fucking crazy. Y'all Nana's not drunk. The fucking shit that they're lying about. Yeah, absolutely. And there's just nothing to hide here. There's just nothing to hide. This was being clocked. We were talking about this because she was being legally dogpiled. I still stand on her right to defend herself. This shit was actually going on. These people have been coming at her over and over again. It's what it is. I'm skipping a whole lot. Okay, here's another one. August 17th, 2025. Even if they know what stream, because I'd love to hear what she's saying as I'm wondering what game is being played. I think Nick, Tony, BJ, Seth, and all of them are gunning for a few channels, hoping we freak the fuck out and lose our channels, therefore lose support for your legal needs. I'm actually curious what they are really up to. All I know is it's fucked and ridiculous because they fucking lost already. This is me saying this. Okay, and then I said, fuck, Granny. You shouldn't have done this, Granny. God damn. What the fuck? You let yourself get backed in a fucking corner by them, and you fucking are taking it. Yikes. Yikes. Where's that fucking backbone at? Stand the fuck up. I said, okay, let's chat tomorrow if you have time and come up with a list of clips I'll gather and get ready. I want to talk to you about things I'm not comfortable writing in text. Not because of you, but I trust none of these fuckers popping out again. She goes, plus her recent with Craig calling Clue and Cletus pedos will have her removed. I'm with you. Trust none. She goes, I told you something was up, especially with Queen and Clue. None of them have our backs. I think Queen Bee wants us down because she knows she's safe. No, Olaf, they're not. I said, I think I have an idea, but I want to discuss with you before I take action. That's damn right. We got to navigate this to protect you right now is my concern. They tried in their filing to stop you from fundraising for legal funds. I think they're trying another direction to take that action. She goes, thank you, Becky. I really can't thank you enough for being a friend I can actually trust and is genuine. I said, do you have another platform? We should maybe just build you up one just in case, so they know where to find you in case. I said, Jess, I'm here for you. Seriously. It's not an act at all. I'm worried for you because you are their main target. I won't sit by and let this shit happen to you. Ooh. She goes, no, but should I start? I hate this. This is my only income. She knows this. I'm not even doing anything to deserve this. I don't know how to stop it. Some people don't believe she has the power. I do. I said, yes, or I think you should, yes, and just have it available in case of emergency. Be proactive. She said, I made a backup channel not attached to my AdSense. I said, this way they can see the support won't stop and they can't isolate you away from the support. This actually hurts my heart. She said, but I'll start a Kick or something too. I said, I don't know about other platforms, but Kick or Rumble maybe. She says, I do have TikTok. Not sure how it works, but I can figure it out. I'll make both Kick and Rumble. I said, as long as you have an emergency backup plan so we can send to in case of emergency. I don't think they'll have success, but I don't want to even give them the chance either. Hopefully that won't be needed, but this way they see the support follows. I don't trust the inconsistency of YouTube. I don't think she'll have success in what we are hearing she's trying, but I don't trust that's all they're trying all at once either. She said, after seeing Nick's latest, I believe they are filing more suits and gunning for our channels. I said, I'll drop the links to all the channels you have so folks sub up. I know it's not what you need to have right now, but I just don't want them being successful in isolating you off here away from your support. I agree. This is coordinated for sure. I'm going to piss Betty off a little and remind her how much BJ dislikes her, though, because she's angry as hell at BJ for taking money she needs from the green team when she needs appeal money. She says, I wish there was a way to just have them stop. I don't want any of this. And I said, well, I'm thinking maybe we spin their focus some. She goes, I do too, but how? She goes, am I totally selfish to admit I feel like it's Queen Bee or Clue's turn? I've been fucked enough. And I stopped. She goes, wait, did Betty say this? And I said, that's what I'm struggling with is how. Betty is pissing and moaning behind the scenes to a lot of folks, yes. There's some things I still question a lot. And she goes, no way. Oh my God, I love this and so want to hear. And I said, one of Betty's mobs is fond of me. Actually asked me to get this all to stop. I said, tell Betty to stop. She goes, okay, well, fuck, let's hype Betty up. Laugh my ass off. She goes, tell her we want it all to stop too. We're not the ones doing anything. She goes, absolutely. Grabbing the clips of BJ calling her an opportunist and shit. Gonna remind Betty, BJ used her to get in with the group. August 18th, she goes, again, I thought we all agreed to not speak on BJ, and yet here's Jay live in the AM slot speaking on BJ. I wish I never helped some of these people grow here. It's clear their act of concern for me and friendship is fake. I'm so over YouTube. I said, sorry, I just woke up, so I haven't been on YouTube yet. My dog had another stroke last night, and I had a panic attack. She's 14, and I don't. Anyways, that's about my dog. My fucking dog. She goes, oh my God, I'm sorry. I am, yes. See, ours were a lot different. I said, okay, I'll call you in a bit. Thanks, Jess. I love animals, but this is the reality of it. It never gets fucking easier. Bella was having issues. And then she explained hers, and we talked as friends. Who is this? Okay. Moving forward. Let me find some more. We knew all along that this shit was going on. She's known all along. She's known all along and completely knew that they were trying to isolate her and her support. My fucking dog, my dog had a fucking stroke. God, as soon as I read that, I was like, oh, fuck. Yeah, Leo, they should have all listened, but you know what? Fuck it. Whatever. You want to back me into a corner and continue to lie to me and on me? I got nothing to fucking lose here. Some of you need to find some fucking honesty, because you're using missing children's cases and then lying to everybody about how the fuck and what the fuck is going on, because you are trying to protect your bottom line instead of the actual truth. And I'm not talking about that elevated, delusional fucking bastard. There is no such thing as truth about that. We're talking about more of the case stuff. I asked her if she could send me the filing from Oklahoma with Tony. If you can, I checked the website and I can order them. But if you have them already, I'd appreciate it. That was it. August 22nd, 2025. She said the appeal was reinstated. I think I'm just done mentally, emotionally, financially. I'm done. I said, what the fuck? Because Lesniak claiming he was gone due to his father-in-law. And I said, what did your attorney say? He said he expected it because Superior Court wants to go with merits, not mishaps. And I said, what can I do to help? I'm really sorry. This is such a damn cluster. Does the attorney think the same outcome is likely? She goes, he knows we will win and make case code, but he also knows this is also unfair. And I said, completely unfair. Okay. So you can tell I am just still. August 27th, I said, you doing okay? Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you, but I got bubble guts. Talking to Granny like friends. Oh, she says, girl, stop. Thank you for coming up. I'm glad you had to go. It forced my ass to log off. Laugh my ass off. Fucking look at me talking to Granny like a fucking friend and shit. I said, I'll call you sometime in the next few days. I'm on a flight to Washington again right now. But you won't believe the fucking shit they are doing and saying. I said, if Amethyst doesn't get her shit in check, I'll be exposing the fuck out of her. That bitch needs an institution, and that's not a joke. Sure did. She goes, enjoy your mini trip and fuck these hoes. I said, we got a bigger RV this time with more room to transport minis. I'm officially becoming a cow transporter. And I said, when you're driving down the road and all of a sudden you have a tongue on the back of your neck, oops, it's just a mini cow. Look at these. Some of these are just cute. That's what I sent her. Oh. Yeah. But we haven't even gotten into the really deep ones. And listen, this is to show even Granny knows I'm not wrong with what I've been doing or what I've been exposing or where I'm at. Granny knows. Granny knows and has known, and so do Granny's mods. Granny and those people around her, this Julie shit and her being pissed at me, there's something else. Either Granny is way more involved in the fuck shit than she put on and has been dishonest about a lot of shit to me and others, or because she's allowed her bullshit, she's allowed herself to be isolated by the very people that she knew didn't give fuck all. Don't delete my message, Chico, or thank you for the support. Integrity is doing the right thing even when no one is looking. Cowardice is doing the right thing only when no one is looking, in my opinion. Thank you, Bree. Listen, I hate doing this. I fucking hate doing this. I don't want to do this, but I'm not going to sit here and even let this be rewritten. Because one thing I'm not is a dirty, rotten bitch. One thing I'm not is somebody who backs down and is a coward to anybody. Some of you are coward ass bitches, and this is why they picked you to go after lawsuits. Sorry, I'm just going to say what it is. Some of you don't have a fucking backbone, and if it wasn't for people like me, you wouldn't have stood up to begin with. And I'm not going to be your fucking fall guy when I've had your back when you couldn't stand up, and encourage you to stand up. And I'm done taking the hits from other people just because they want a fucking gotcha on me, Amethyst, and your fucking psychotic bullshit. I'm done taking it, because she also knew that I didn't do anything wrong. She was pissed because I clicked the link on Clues. That was out of nowhere. And if you don't understand how that plays all into this, you don't fucking know anyways. But you wouldn't know, would you? Because you've just been seeking revenge, Am, because I blocked you. You wouldn't realize that in that moment, I didn't know what the fuck to do. That was the weirdest situation ever of all time. Clue and I had not been getting along. We had not been communicating. The last time we had really had any interaction, I proved that she was a liar, lying about stupid shit, such as a pre-recorded video that all of a sudden, right before it happens with Katie's friend Gabby, she decides to go live. She switches it when we get up there on StreamYard, and she's like, okay, we're going to go live. And I was like, wait, what the fuck? This was supposed to be a pre-recorded video. That was fucking weird to me. And I was extremely uncomfortable. And you can see in that I was extremely uncomfortable and rambling and not knowing what to fucking do or say. I was completely caught off guard. I should have just dropped. I should have absolutely dropped and just went on my way. But Amethyst, then when I clicked the link, that was the one with Gabby. When I clicked the link, okay, so that happened with Chris melting. He completely went off the deep end. He went on Clue and Cletus's and went off on BJ, said a whole bunch of shit, just derogatory shit. This man, whether you like him or not, whether you think he's guilty of something or not, these creators have been rage baiting him constantly for content. They've been using him and trying to push him into that freak out. It was so fucking apparent all along. And what's really sad about that situation is she offered me a link out of fucking nowhere. Nowhere. Absolutely fucking nowhere. I hadn't talked to her. You think that's not fucking weird? You think that's not fucking weird that she offered me a link of everybody? My brain wasn't even processing. I saw a parent of a missing child losing his shit that was going to be used for content for weeks on end. I did what I thought was best in the moment. I clicked the fucking link. I didn't know what to fucking do. Would I do it again? Absolutely not. Looking back on it, it seems so fucking different than what it was. Why me did she offer a link to in that moment? Why? Amethyst initially tried to make it out that she was pissed at me about me clicking the link and supporting Chris because of blah, 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 or not supporting Chris. She actually made it about clicking the link with Clue at first, and then it was watch my inner circle. There was somebody in my inner circle, blah, blah, blah. Then come to find out she was angry because of shit we had heard about Chris before. And why the fuck would I go up there on a panel with him? Bitch, you've never been in that spot. Don't even fucking judge. Don't judge. Yeah. Right after Elizabeth, right the fuck after she's talking to Chris, Truth calls her and gives her all this fucking salacious information and bullshit lies and shit, according to what Granny told us. Like I said, I have fucking proof of it. And this is not going to go well for them in the end of this. This won't. I'm going to protect a few things right now because of litigation. But if you think for one fucking second I can't prove this shit and that she claims that Truth called her and told her that these things were happening, there was more too. Like nighttime searches and landfills and how he had info and this information and how Katie was inappropriate with him and shit. I've got all sorts of fucking shit. I'm also not fucking dumb. Okay, moving on. So I sent her the mini cow stuff. I said, seriously, sometime I'd love to have you come up to the farm. It would be so much fun. Let me go on. Oh, I was bragging about getting to meet the beautiful Janice in accounting and get to squeeze her. September 9th, 2025, she says, thank you for coming in today. I noticed Queen Bee went live when I did, so it meant a lot that you guys came in and chatted intentionally or not. LOL, thank you. I said, I never go to her channel when she's on in the AM. If you are on or really ever, I have a hard time with the panels over there. You handle yours different, and I enjoy the topic. Plus, I had to come and have some fun as Cynthia Lee. That was an at-night character, by the way. When this BS is over and you have time, we got to plan a trip to the ranch. It would be an absolute blast. Okay. September 9th, 2025. Same. I can't stand her, as you know. She's mad I called her out for showing BJ's house, so she lied that I had the video too. Gross. Oh my God, dude. I would honestly love to come. Right there. September fucking 9th. Yeah, Keezy. She seems to be way more involved in the fucking games than I ever realized. And here I am being genuine the entire time. Like, she can release every bit of our fucking... You see why I continue to say, fucking release them. Put them all out. Put them all out. You know how much time I fucking spent asking questions, not in a nefarious intent, but trying to fucking figure out what was going on and who was playing games. Because at the end of this, there's people being sued and a missing child being used in all of this shit. It really fucking bothers me. It really gets to me that these are the fucking things that pop off in these spaces, and they justify their shit in the games that they fucking play. It's a fucking disgusting thing. It's fucking gross. And I have wanted to know all along. Like, you can tell I'm not asking for information on the case or about Sebastian or about anything to do with that. I wanted nothing to do with that. I wanted to know who the chaos characters were and the intentional chaos that they were creating off the back of a missing child. That's what interests me. And that's why I'm so fucking pissed at Amethyst, because she fucking knows that. She knows that I was genuinely concerned about the fucking layers and players of this. Absolutely, Blue Margie. It's nonsense on the web. Oh, Pika already beat me to it. Never mind. Okay. We talked about the CPS documents that Brandy Wine. Oh, here, this is funny. This is where Kraken turned on me. I said, I just did a political stream because Betty is losing her fucking mind. But it hot. Kraken came in at the end and I told her, don't rewind. Betty was so disgusting tonight. It's unreal. And I know it would affect her. She goes, Kraken's a huge Trumpy. I said, let me guess. Betty was making it Democrats versus Republicans. I said, oh, yes. But she was calling for the guy who got arrested to be taken out. She goes, he wasn't even the perp. And I said, he's not even the suspect. She also did this performative scream. People don't realize that there's connections between Kirk and at night bullshit. She goes, they arrested the wrong person. Yep. We were talking about shit like that. Okay, hold on. I was telling her, don't fucking tell her. She actually lost Kraken. This is a funny side note. She lost Kraken because of my political stance. Both. Just Jake, both situations were discussed. So how that led in was we were talking about shit that Chris had supposedly told Granny, and also the stuff that Truth had told Granny. So in the midst of this conversation where she's telling us about Chris, Truth had also called. She actually phrased it as Truth called, and it made it sound like she was on the phone with Chris when Truth called, but in the same time frame after she was being piled on in litigation. I don't know if it was the same day, if he called while she was on the phone with Chris or what, but both situations were talked about. That was a 3-hour call with Amethyst and I both on, and that is where she told us that Truth was telling her that Clue was working with law enforcement and shit like that. But both situations were discussed in that conversation. Both what Truth had told her and what Chris had told her. Now, again, the reason why none of this ever has been talked about, because none of it could be vetted. Every bit of it is hearsay. Every single bit of this, Just Jake, is hearsay. I wasn't there for the calls. I wasn't on these calls. None of the information can be vetted. I have no clue. But we came to the conclusion that there was a lot of fucking games, and it felt like people were intentionally dropping stuff on her and telling her things to bait her because she is emotionally not the best at not popping off and saying these things publicly. And it felt like they were trying to bait her in to releasing this shit publicly. And if she would have told these things publicly about what was told, oh, she would have been dogpiled. Because it was all a bunch of games. And she didn't have any intent on doing that. She was distraught because she cannot, that's a lot to process. And that's why we were there for her. That's why we had that call. And that's why I brought Amethyst into that call, Just Jake, to answer that. I tapped Amethyst in asking for her help to support Granny because I didn't even know what to do. There's so many games that were being played and so many different directions. None of that was information that was relevant. It was all fucking fodder and bullshit and stuff that, if true, law enforcement would definitely know. And we were also told that law enforcement was told. Okay. Let's see. We're talking about a bunch of shit. We were talking about what happened with the Epstein files. That bullshit. Okay, then we talked about some more real life, like our real life stuff, just back and forth. Oh, this is when Kraken left her. Oh, what is this? Hold on. Let me read this. Oh, Truth was claiming that Craig said he wanted to. Okay, that's what that's about. I don't even need to read that. Okay, I gotta laugh. Mocking. I'll show more too. Like, I will show these if you want to see them. This is what I'm reading from, though. I'm just off screen because I'm thumbing through this. This is a real life, like, I'm just scrolling to tell you guys the relevant things of we were clocking this shit, and I wasn't alone in clocking this shit. Why do you think my mods so heavily supported Granny? Why do you think people around me so heavily supported Granny? Because I believed in what we were fighting for. I believed, and they've all known that my total intent was to piece this together and figure out what was going on. I was going on panel with Granny way before Amethyst was out of here. That's not what she says, Just Jake. That's the sad thing is when it comes to that, there has been so many things. In fact, I read text messages last night that she claims that that is absolutely nothing to do with what she left. There's a lot more to it than just that. Just Jake, it actually came out that I wasn't doing enough for her, wasn't appeasing. There's a lot more, Just Jake. It has really nothing to do with that. That was her means and motive at the time, but it ended up being everything but that. Yeah, there's a lot more to it. She didn't leave. She got blocked. She attacked Revival and got blocked. She didn't get an option to leave. She got booted the fuck out of here because she attacked Revival over not being honest. And I asked her for complete transparency. I can get into those too if you want me to. Just give me a little bit. I can read you some of those. I don't have nothing to hide. I'm fucking done being the fucking kicking post for some of these fuckers that need to get over it. Earth, there's nothing that I'm reading of Granny's that is disparaging to Granny or anybody else. There's nothing. I don't put out messages that are like, there's nothing. That's what I'm saying is put them all out. That's why I'm so sick of these people selectively doing this. Yeah, I'm thumbing through shit because it's just not relevant. But I have nothing to fucking hide. absolutely fucking nothing to hide. These are the conversations. The reason I'm not reading a few of these and some of this stuff is because she is in litigation, and I'm not going to do that. I will read what's relevant to right now, but fuck you. When you back me in a corner, I don't want to ever have to read these. But you're not going to fucking play bullshit in my face. Kraken reached out to her and threw a fit because of my political stance. And she didn't want to have to appease my leftist ass. Somebody else left and had Granny take her wrench because of my political stuff. Now that's fucking unstable shit. When you leave somebody else over my political stance, that's fucking great. That says, I control you. Yeah, Bog, I'm as mind-fucked as you. And last night, I will be honest, I left Earth pissed and upset. It is the grimiest feeling to have a bunch of people lying for no reason and using a missing child to do it. If Amethyst could just move on, it would be great, but she can't. And Joneson is taking any chance she can to weaponize and extort. That's exactly what they're doing. They're extorting information around a missing child that if I didn't put it out, why would I put that stuff out? It can never be vetted. Can you imagine if I would have came out and put out what was actually said in these calls by Chris? None of it can be vetted. None of that stuff can be vetted. I don't know if Granny is telling the truth about what he said to her or if Chris was telling the truth of what he said to Granny. I have no idea of vetting any of this information. Do you know how fucking damaging that could be? Why would I ever do that? If anything I thought would be concerning and I could prove it, I would take it to law enforcement. The only thing that we could do was encourage Granny to report it to her attorney and law enforcement. This was all fucking third, fourth, fifth hand information. And that's not, but somehow it became my fault. Somehow it became my fault because I opted to be there for a friend. This all became my fault. Leo, my heart's too big at times. Okay. Anyways. We went back and forth about the Kraken thing a little bit and I laughed my ass off. That's just that. Oh, who am I talking about here? Oh, I'm talking about some creator. Oh, some political commentator. Oh, that's who I'm talking about. I said, I don't even hate my friends who are Trumpers, and we have some of the best convos because they are more liberal than they publicly admit even. Oh, look at, I talk shit about you guys behind your backs too. Sure do. I do. I said, I don't even hate my friends who are Trumpers. Oh, and we have some of the best combos because they're more liberal than they will admit. I talk so much shit about all you guys. Oh, anyways. Okay, moving on. Oh, I did say I wanted to pop someone in the mouth, but it was just some comment about bullshit that was being said. Some lie by a random person. I said, sorry for yelling on your panel, but the fact that they think this is funny, there's neglected animals and children has hit a turning point in me, and I'm just ready to go fucking knock teeth in. Oh, what was I mad about? I was really mad about something that day. September 15th. Something was popping off, and I was really mad because people were thinking it was so funny. Okay, now. Oh, I said to her September 16th, I said, I owe you one more apology. I finally snapped slightly on Kraken last night. I'm sorry that this caused you problems. I'll be continuing my coverage how I am because it's gotten so bad, especially with Betty. But for now, I'll avoid chats and things because it seems so many cannot regulate facts over emotions on political labels or beliefs. And I don't want to make people feel uncomfortable because I'm willing to push back and they see it solely as I'm a liberal pushing an agenda. She goes, seriously, you don't owe me an apology. She said, BJ served me September 18th. I said, maybe it's time we pull out of our strikes and hit at once. I won't do anything like that. But and I've never struck anybody, but I was being a jackass. Friday, September 19th, I said, just checking in on you, hoping you're doing okay mentally. I'm so sorry, Jess, about all this. You don't deserve any of this shit. But I also have a feeling things will work out for the best eventually right now. It sucks. Whatever you need me to do, I am here. After the last 2 live streams she is done. She shouldn't even have a channel. Ignore my typos. I broke my thumbnail and can't type. Fucking thumbnail. I said, what do you prefer? Money to give Sengo or private pay links to help? Honestly, it all helps, as you know, but direct cuts the percentage taken by Give Sengo. Okay. So again, I fully supported this. She said, I think I told you, but we're filing a declaratory judgment. Yep. And that's that conversation, the 3-way conversation that Jess Clue and I had. That's when we were discussing stuff like that. What were options? And I said, and I know you get blamed for things I do, but I think it shows so much of this being direct retaliation because we can prove I've covered her way more than you ever have. And I've pushed back way more than you ever have. But yet I wasn't served anything. Granted, I do stick to her own words, but still she could have easily sent me a C&D. I said, sorry, my talk to text is shit. And she said, well, the fact that she said she's not sending you a C&D as well, shaking my head, she fucked herself. And I said, plus, I've got her saying she controls me and can make me do anything. She wants me to basically acknowledge that she wants the coverage the way she's getting it. On top of that, I have her stating that she won't serve me. And you know I will testify in court whenever, wherever you need me, and I will stand 10 toes down on anything and everything I've said on top of it or with proof to back it up. Then she went after the HOA, not Granny. BJ was going after the HOA, and I mentioned that. Checked on her again. Okay. Let's see. Moving along. What is this? Oh, I learned about some video somebody did about monostat. I don't fucking know what the fuck we're talking about. I read some of these and I'm like, huh? Okay. I'm going to move from September. So that's September of 2025. Let's move forward. We're talking about court stuff. There was court stuff going on that Betty was threatening litigation again on October 4th, 2025. That's interesting. That's fucking really funny. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm clocking timeline stuff here that I'm going to need to go back and put into some of this. Might not mean anything, but just things that are interesting when they start threatening litigation and shit. Oh my gosh. I finally looked up. Bree, thank you so much. Normal can be made to look corrupt with enough lies. Yeah. Yeah, but they're not going to get that this time. They've done that to many people. I'm not the one. I'm not the one. And I'm not going to take it from any of these people. None of these people scare me. They're cowards. They're fucking pathetic ass cowards who knew. And they know that I'm not the one. That's why they're all fucking scrambling hardcore. I proved Queen to be a liar repeatedly yesterday, just over stupid fucking ass shit. Stupid fucking shit. They can't be honest over. That's on them, not me. And thank you so much for your continued support, Bree, and your friendship. Thank you, Bronco Amber, and here Kitty Kitty for the little gift things. Emily, thank you so much for being a member for 31 months. Appreciate that. I'm tired of hearing liars lie. Same. And I'm tired of being used as their scapegoat for their lies. It's over. Like, I've been so good to so many of these people only to be shit on so much. And there's so much I could fucking say that I'm not. There's just no use for a lot of it. However, when you think and take my silence for weakness, you done fucked up. There's one thing you can do with me. There's a lot of lies I will let you tell. There's a lot of things that I will let you tell. But when it comes to stupid shit like this, when nobody had to choose to lie on stupid shit, we're not going to do that. Blue Margie, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Appreciate you. Thank you. Let's see. And guess what? They can't sue me for what?
Basically, defamation, as far.
Because everything I've said is true. Defamation. Thank you again for the support. Okay, moving on. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Revival. The better the rumors and the better the fucking lies, the better the content, right? The more drawn in. Oh, Skolnick did? Oh, Julie, welcome back. I love it. See how they pile on, though? This is all of those channels will completely pile on to their bullshit because they're trying to run a narrative. They're trying to shut me up and silence me. They don't have to do that. Hey, Kay, they don't have to do that. That's not going to work for them. Okay. She says, oh, this is fucking interesting. October 8th. Check some of these dates. Oh, here's a couple other things that you might want to find interesting. So October 3rd. In the time frame of October 3rd, before Clue and Cletus were served with C&Ds, or not C&Ds, with ROs from Brittany, Clue switched from supposedly using a burner phone to her actual phone number. Awesome, Mercedes girl. I will fucking review that. Thank you for letting me know. Oh, Julie wants a welcome back party. I told her we'd give her one. I haven't got to laugh at that fucking cow in a while. Moo, Julie. Move on over. She all healed up. She doing her solid gold dance after donating a kidney. I mean, crazy, huh? But that's the timeline. So for some reason, could it be random? But all of a sudden I get a text message, and I can tell you the dates to be exact, when she switched from her supposed Google number to her regular number. I find it interesting, though, that happened only days before the RO was served to them. Could it be coincidental? Yes. Does it feel like a lot? Seems to be not so coincidental. Yeah, it really does. Right, Pika. Exactly. She claims she donated a kidney. Yeah, that's why she was leaving. October 8th. Listen to this. Of course, they're blaming me for Nick suing Granny. Why wouldn't they? That's just fucking on par. I'm not the one who's had it. I've never talked to Nick. Never once. Never been kind to Nick. Never nothing. Never had anything to fucking do with it. Not a single thing. Won't find me in any of these fucking depositions. Nothing. Not a goddamn time. Petty will do anything to blame anybody because Petty is deeply involved with the fuck shit. If you don't know, you should pay attention. Most of you understand. Petty runs shit every which way. Petty is involved in every one of these situations that's popped off. Petty will tell whatever she can to deflect and distract away from Clue and Cletus. Okay, pay attention. I just told you that randomly I get a text message from a new number the beginning of October, and I can give you exact dates. It was a couple days before the RO was served to Clue and Cletus. Clue and Cletus get hit with an RO. Part of it, Cletus's part, served on October fucking 6th. October 8th, I get a message from Granny that says, Clue deleted a ton of videos. She should have done that weeks ago when we all spoke on doing so. And I said, why did she delete them? I guess in prep for order that she didn't receive. She received the rest of the section of the RO on the 8th. So her burner account or her Google number, she switches to using her regular number the beginning few days of October. Then Cletus gets served with one portion of the RO on the 6th of October. And the rest of it they get in their hands on October 8th. And she goes and fucking removes a shit ton of her videos. Why? If you weren't doing anything, why did you remove all that? Why did you change your phone number to a different number? Why did you rid of your Google number? Just coincidental? Julie dropped the case because she knew she didn't have a fucking case to begin with. And then the max penalties of any of that stuff would have never done anything substantial to Brittany, and nothing would have changed. Even if Brittany would have no-showed, it was such a minor misdemeanor with a tiny petty fine. Once the fucking RO was thrown out that she applied for, which was tossed, she didn't have a fucking case. She only was relying on the RO to get granted on Craig to get Craig arrested. That's what they were hoping to do. But once that RO was tossed out on Julie, that's why they hid it from the internet. It was completed for quite some time, and they never came out and publicly told people that because they were still baiting and hoping that they could push Brittany and Craig to be continually reckless and say more shit so they could refile, in my opinion, for an RO or add to it. And once that was tossed and they weren't being reckless, she had nothing. She had fucking nothing. Okay, anyways, moving on. I said, I decided to leave all mine up because I don't have anything to hide. She goes, I find it interesting. They won't tell us the written claims. And BJ wrote, she knows where I live. I said, I'm really curious what she is going to pull next because she shouldn't be successful. And she's already tried for one on you in Pennsylvania. So what's next? I also don't think Craig knows a thing about this. Then I shared some things or some like clips with her. And I said, if your mods want to post these like AT, if your mods like AT wants these, I can get them. I didn't call her full name, but I referred to her as AT because that's all I've fucking known this bitch as, even in text. I got them spinning, don't I, Mercedes? Don't you love how the spin is so fucking fun? Can you tell? They're divide and conquer. Oh, well, fucking well. Well. Same. And at first it wasn't like tracking for me, the dates and stuff. And that's why I said very publicly, Joneson is such a fucking idiot. She can't process what I said. I've collected a lot of intel, not even realizing what it meant at the time. Like just things that stand out that might not be anything. Absolutely might not be anything. But these are certain things that I would have never known if I would have not had conversations and paid attention and started to actually pay attention. For the longest time, I wasn't watching anything to do with Clue and Truth because fucking Truth has disgusted me from jump. I'm not alone. Everybody has felt that way with that guy. They all just suck up to him because of his association with Clue, whatever that fucking is. Look, I don't know if they're brothers, sisters, cousins, fucking swingers. I have no clue what it is, but for some reason, and they are the two biggest ones who have played so many games, and everybody attached to them has played so many games in this missing child's case. And that's exactly where it is. When you say that, Truth always says, it's not a missing... Dude, the only reason why anybody knows of you is because of this case. Nick the Hat came in here, Elizabeth, and sent a $1.99 super sticker. Yep, sure did. Yep, he came in and did this. Knowing that everything was a performance today. Yep, he did this. Fuck him. But he knew exactly what he was doing. He knows exactly how to help these spins. Yep, there you go. That's what he did. Sure did. Because it's all about the optics to these people. They don't give a fuck about the actual truth. None of them will be fucking honest with you at all about anything. So they just run with the optics. Nick, come in here. I mean, look at how they've been watching my fucking chats for this. For how long? We all fucking know exactly what they're doing. Okay. Carrying on. Then she was speaking to Clue on October 8th. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, moving forward. Talking more about litigation. I said, BJ has lost 3 emergency protection orders in under a year. How fucking embarrassing. I asked her on October 14th question, do you mind if I do a long form pre-recorded video from right before the RICO filing to current times, or just some of the things that has done and accused you of alongside with other plaintiffs? And if that's okay with you, of course, clips and videos will be used, but would you give me a few of the worst things over the last year that you have had to endure from your words, or things that have had the greatest impact on your overall life? She says, of course, I don't mind at all. I appreciate all you do. I still have that video. I never completed it because the shit has been so intense. I said, in the next few days, will you think of the things that have made the most impact on your life? It doesn't have to get super personal, but I want to highlight the things that have absolutely affected you that many of us don't even realize. I'm going to take the October 18th, 2024 stream and use that as my base of this video and try to keep it under 3 hours. Then she was offered a settlement in Oklahoma the 15th. It was scummy. Wasn't reasonable at all. Bullshit. Should have been. I said, my response was, he can stick it up his ass, in my opinion, for that settlement offer. But she was the one. I don't know. I didn't read any documents or anything to prove that that was the settlement offer. That was just what she told me. I said, it was fucking terrible. The offer was fucking terrible. I said, October 21st, 2025, I said, you know how badly I want to smack folks that don't know about the lawfare used on you for over a year. Ugh, I know it's good. It's getting some attention, but hell, it's like so many had no clue that these creeps did this. Let's see. '27th of October, she was not doing good. She was depressed and stressed. They filed for a default judgment on the declaratory judgment with BJ's bullshit. I said, what can I do to support you? I'm really sorry you are struggling. I noticed this morning when I popped over, you seemed a little stressed. She said, so if she doesn't respond, she'll owe attorney's fees for this, which was just completed finally. That was from October that just got finalized. I'm so glad to hear about the filing, though. I said, it's about time she gets sat on her ass by you. I've got so much of my RICO video laid, but it'll take me a few more weeks to get it where I want it to be. I hope that helps grab the attention and explains what she did to your life alongside all the other creeps. And what I laid out in that video, which I still have not released and I probably won't, is that this has been like such a targeted attack from them, calculated targeted attack on Granny, one way after another. Talking about Oklahoma. Okay. November. What happens in November, friends? November of 2025. All of this shit was consistent. Everything was consistent. And look, Granny, you've had every opportunity to be honest about what I was talking to you about all along and how much I have busted my ass to help in every way capacity. Yep, Elizabeth, you're right. The J fallout. The J fallout. I said to her, here. Here you go. So you can see what I'm reading you. Once again, just my messages. November 6th, 2:20 p.m. I said, I hope she gets exactly what she deserves. Friday, November 7th, 7:54 a.m. I said, do you want me to acknowledge I knew and you confided in me crying, or do you rather say I don't know? She goes, about truth? No, I rather no one know, because they'll say I told even more than Jay. Tell me again, Granny. Tell me again what the fuck you're doing. Lying on me. Why the fuck would you be so stupid to lie on me when I've done nothing to you? I've told you all from jump. I got nothing to fucking hide. I don't come out here to do things to hurt people. I didn't all along, and I haven't started now. Again, I'm going to read it to you. Do you want me to acknowledge I knew and you confided in me crying? Or do you rather I don't say I knew? About truth? No, I rather no one know, because they'll say I told even more than Jay. I said, okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I never intend on that. But the only thing I worry about is Amethyst was on that call, but it was mostly about things Chris had unloaded on you as is. November 7th, she goes, are you staying out of this? This is wild. And I said, I don't want to cause you any issues. I don't want to make things worse by inserting myself. She goes, I mean, how do you feel about what Jay did? I said, the Crusher comment, I wish Jay would own. That comment is why I'm linked, because I got thrown that wrench. I said, you okay? She said, people are unsubbing me like it's my fault. I said, I'm sorry, Jess. I don't know how this happened or why. Now she brought this out. She said, because bitch ass truth is making it about me. Don't fucking lie about me. Don't fucking lie about me and act like I did something to you. Don't fucking lie. There's no need to lie. I hope they're zooming in. I hope they send all their little fucking maggots over to hear what the fuck I'm saying, because I'm done. I'm fucking done with all of their shit. Every single one of them. I'm done with their fucking shit. Past squabbles, when I'm being accused and it's being said that I'm lying about her telling me about truth, it's right there in fucking text, and there's other confirmations of it too. Left off with, because bitch ass truth is making it about me. When you talked to me about anything, I was there to support you and be a friend. It didn't leave my lips. What you shared with Amethyst and I was worried would come out. But if it happened, she would look stupid, because you had every right to confide in us and have support. You didn't need to bring any of this out. It wasn't your place. I just don't get why Jay did after all this time. Did Chris say something to her recently? Chris popping up makes me leery. She says Chris popped up out of worry of what was going to come out. This is insanity from me, and I don't really know where to put it. I'm sure you are really struggling with it all. She goes, has it gotten worse? I'm waiting for my turn. Really? I'm waiting for my turn. Bitch, you fucking knew what was on. You fucking knew what was going on. Oh, it's going to get more interesting. I told you, buckle the fuck in. Yeah, she's afraid of them. Yeah, because they've done exactly what I was concerned about with them isolating. And fuck you, Amethyst, too. I don't give a shit, Tara. She's lying about shit around a missing child's case. When you back me into a corner, I don't give a fuck. At least I'm not reading all the other fucking ones. Nothing personal about this. This is all about what she's just fucking lied about. You push me into a fucking corner, and guess what? They didn't have that fucking energy when Clue and Cletus released mine, did they? They didn't have a fuck all, B-Tim. You didn't have a concern when a fucking dude who wasn't included in my messages released him on fucking YouTube. So shut the entire fuck up, B-Tim. I'm about sick of your fucking barking. That sounds like a fucking little chihuahua. Shut up. Notice who hasn't fucking lied about this shit, B-Tim? Keep spinning your shit. Try to get ahead of it. Because it's damning when fucking people have proof of the bullshit lies and they won't take your fucking shit no more. It's fucking damning, isn't it? Maybe you should tell the bitches you're around to stop lying. It's not that fucking hard, to be honest. Enid. Yeah, I'm a friend that's protected that bitch over and over and over again to my detriment. And she wants to get on here and fucking lie and say she didn't tell me about truth. That call was not about truth. Fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck. None of you had that energy. When Clue released mine, none of you had that fucking energy. You sat there salivating and fucking drooling over that shit. You know what I'm not doing? I'm not releasing all the personal shit of Granny's. I'm not talking about any of the personal shit that Granny and I talked about because we had an actual fucking friendship. What I'm doing is defending the fact that she's been fucking set up by the grimy bitches that you all fucking pander to. You got the two people that had her fucking back completely away from her, and you've isolated her and her support. And now what's she doing? Out here lying. I told you from day one, I will play your fucking games all along until I don't. Kresha doesn't need your fucking shit. Go back, run over to the person that told her to shut her cock box. That wouldn't be me. Crazy that Kresha knows what I fucking stand for. Granny and Barbecue are sued today. Right. Granny came out lying, El Webby. Granny came out fucking lying about stupid fucking shit that she didn't need to fucking lie about today. Stupid shit that has nothing to do with her being fucking sued. And I'm sick and tired of her being the fucking victim of everything. I had nothing to do with her being sued. That was already in the fucking works way before. You guys might be able to push around a lot of people. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. You fucking, none of you gave a fucking shit when Cletus released my text messages, and now you fucking care? The fuck out of here. Oh, guess what? You didn't have that energy when Granny was shit talking all of us and her released messages from a fucking year ago. None of this has been shit talking. This is all about the fucking reality of the setup that Granny was in. Those of you that claim you care have helped her walk into a fucking corner while she's being fucking sued. Those of you that have sat by and condoned this bullshit and helped isolate her, look at your fucking selves. Because you cheering on the very fucking shit that she knew was a fucking setup, look at yourselves. Not a goddamn fucking one of you care about her. You don't give a shit. You've sat there and helped isolate her. Queen did. Queen told her to shut her cock box. Because Kresha said she reminded her of a platinum blonde. Yeah. She's also nice. This isn't to fucking expose Granny. Granny's not being exposed in this. Granny has known that these very people who have isolated her from the people who do care about her and actually give a fuck have isolated her with the biggest fucking losers who have played fucking games in everybody's faces all along. She fucking knows it. Okay. Anyways, moving on. Chris popped out of worry of what was going to come out. I said, this is insanity and I don't really know where to put it. I'm sure you are really struggling with it. Has it gotten worse? Or Granny says, I'm waiting for my turn. I said, no, not really worse in my opinion, but just a lot of shit happening. It's too much, Granny says. And I don't think Jay deserves this much of a response. I said, I checked on her because I don't like this at all. I also don't understand all this other stuff happening either. So maybe I'm missing something. I said, Jay shouldn't have lied about the Queen Bee comment. Honestly, I think that threw gas on stuff. She goes, me either. And I fucking asked everyone a week ago, for fuck's sake, to speak a week ago, for fuck's sake. I said, I know you did. You said things were getting really strange and I couldn't wrap my head around any of it. That's one thing is I even had to think of shit. Wait, I know some of this, but at the end of the day, you are allowed to come to me and confide in me. You had so much going on and it was a lot. I cried with you and for you having it on your shoulders. No one's business, period. I never ever took that further or online. I was just there to be a supportive friend. So I wish I understood why Jay did that all this time later. Wait a moment. I'm starting to have more questions about a lot, but I don't know what to think. I don't know yet what to think. I said, Kraken must be in clues running her mouth, but I can't see her. She goes, sorry, I mentally shut down last night. Yeah, I don't know what to think either at this point. I asked her, are you doing okay? She said, sorry, I fell asleep a bit early. I'm beyond stressed. How are you? She goes, 1.7 people watching Truth, a man who usually got 300. This is a plot, Becky, and I don't fucking trust it. Sunday, November 9th. Tell me that they haven't been setting her up all along and she didn't know it. Tell me that Granny hasn't been set up and isolated by the very people who have now isolated her in her little corner. Right. Yep. Rules for thee. And you know what? This is actually showing that Granny has been set up. This shows that Granny has been fucking set up. Not the other way around. This isn't to expose Granny. This is to expose the people because they were fucking setting her up right in front of all of your faces. Whether you like her or not, she walked right into that shit. Right into that shit. What do I say in response? I said, something is so off, Jess, and I can't put my finger on what it is. There's so many things I'm missing because I don't dabble on that side of things, but it makes me feel so off. She goes, I don't believe Jay did all they're claiming. Really, because she didn't. I said, I have no clue what she's been doing either, but this seems all wild to me right now and no facts at all. I do not believe Jay is working with BJ at all. She goes, nothing has been shown to say she did or to say she is. She didn't get a C&D. Okay. And neither did you, Julie, Truth, or many others. No one fucking else got sued and accused of RICO. Clue got a C&D and suddenly she was no longer a concern. This isn't even to protect me. This is absolutely what the fuck is happening. And most of us have been watching it. I don't give a fuck who's pissed. I really don't give a fuck who's pissed. You didn't have that energy when Cletus released mine. Shut the entire fuck up and run along. Run tell it. Because guess what? Granny knew. Granny's mods knew. Granny's mods have known who was a problem and coming for Granny in every fucking direction. They thought this RICO and racketeering injunction that Nick filed was fucking laughable. Guess who never reached out to Nick? Me. Guess who else has reached out to Nick and JLR? Clue. Guess who else reached out to Nick? Queen Bee. I said, yeah, the C&D stuff is just stupid because I don't know why she didn't, but it's not, in my opinion, working with BJ. I want to know who messaged BJ. She said, and Jat, just another troll, suddenly giving out fucking messages. She fucking messaged me the other day, but because I didn't react or do what she wanted, she gives out my messages to cause issues. And I said, that's one thing I'm questioning because obviously this has been building up. So who was brought in and gave BJ that info and how they just jumped right into place? She goes, it's not a surprise I don't like truth, and I don't fucking have to pretend to. The pompous asshole is a whole ass lie about who he is. Queen Bee had personal issues with Jay. She let cause this, and they used the situation with truth to further it. God, they're in overdrive, scrambling. Fuck out of here. Don't back me into a fucking corner over stupid shit that I have been helping and many others to protect you from. Don't fucking back me and people I care about who have fucking bent over backwards to protect you and help you. Don't fucking lie about stupid shit that never needed to fucking be lied about. No, nope. Tanya, stop the shit. You've been talking shit for fucking months. Go on. Go back to Clue. Bye. I super chatted you over a month ago and asked about the J fallout, and you said you truly didn't know about it, but you did. Well, wait, Snazzy. Just wait a second. You'll get more on that. Hold on. Thank you for the support, but just hold on. Because I didn't. I did and I didn't. Just wait a minute on that. Because you'll see how this goes. Let me finish reading these. That's the one thing I'm questioning, because obviously this was building. Then she says that about the Jat situation and what they were setting up. I said I wasn't sure it was Jat or Kraken, but Jat makes sense. Fuck, I don't go over there either, so what? That's what I said too, is Jay and Queen Bee had issues in history, so anyone being shocked by that is wild. I don't know. Something about how this went down is odd to me. I can't place it, and I'm on the outside, but I know I've been shit talked a lot because I'm not jumping on the bandwagons and unwilling to just go with the crowd. She goes, I think someone purposely sent BJ that comment knowing she'd mention it so this could all happen, how it did. And the 2 a.m. because we'd be asleep. This is about that comment that went into that Jay did on the video the other day. This is that same one. Hold on. Because none of this shit even made sense until now. I think someone purposely sent BJ that comment knowing she'd mention it so this could all happen how it did. And at 2 a.m. because we'd be asleep. You and me both. I told you the email I got. That's what I think too. But who is she getting info from? Because that might be exactly where our missing link is. She goes, did BJ's mod brag? She mods for several people and they don't even know it's her. I said, I have a feeling more is going to come out, but by who and when is a mystery. I said, Chet needs to keep on the field because whoever that is likes Queen Bee and BJ, acts like she does not know who it is, and it's not Sandwich. Also, weren't Angela and Queen Bee and also Raken in communication too? She says, yes. Granny says, I think I was their target too, and it didn't work, so now plan B. Okay, hold on. Granny knew she was being targeted. Granny knew she was being targeted. I said, one thing I know is the temperature is not being lowered. They are playing the emotions of subs and keeping them on high of this chaos for what? It's been astroturfing the YouTube since that night with nothing but drama and forcing subs to feel like they got to choose. Choose what exactly? Jay doesn't have to like Truth or Queen Bee. Yes, she was wrong for using an alt to ask that because sadly it came back on you. But I also wonder why she asked that then. The nerdy addict and Chris shit bugs me too. Chris hopping up there was a red flag central for me. She goes, Jay said she only trusted you and me, and I let her down. I don't know how to stop this and not go down too. Part of me knows I need to stand up for her, but I'm not mentally strong enough right now to handle any of that. And I said, well, I think they were attempting, actually, I know they were trying to lump me in with the Jay and Kresha stuff over Queen Bee, but that's never going to land because that was straight bullshit. She goes, yes, you, me, and Jay, and you and me weren't involved at all. I said, I don't know how to help any of it either, besides try and wait for the facts to come out further and see what we learn. She goes, I don't like Truth, not even a bit. I wish I had wrote down information when he told me. I said, I've seen change in Jay, and I believe this is being blown up But for whose benefit? You can tell I'm still waiting on shit to come out. There's still shit that we don't know. And hold on. I said, maybe tomorrow we should do a 3-way call. She says, I'm down. I said, I don't know. I don't know. We need to actually walk this back and see if we can find any answers. I'm sick as fuck, but I'm willing to help because all I care about is the truth. You don't have to choose. That's bullshit. And making a choice based on lacking info isn't wise. Now's when we think logically, not emotionally. She goes, I hope you feel better ASAP. The weather isn't helping. She goes, I told Jay 2 weeks ago when that Kresha comment was made that we needed to do a call. I said, my little has been sick, and she shared it. And then we talked about like illnesses for a minute. I'm not going to read that one because it's about the theory of truth. But I did say, this is one of the comments about that. That's exactly right. He was fueling the flames to creators behind the scenes about him. I said, I don't know, Jess, what's going on, but I feel we are in for a wild ride. I know you are getting hit from all angles, but please try to keep your head up and your emotions down because this is part of what I feel is happening, is pushing you to react and emotionally respond. She goes, of course you don't know, and either do I because we weren't included. I said, I'll continue to be glad I'm a pick-me. No one picks because it leaves me out of this BS. She goes, Becky, I'm so sorry for what I said in those messages. It was before we got to know each other, and I truly do love and adore you and appreciate you so much. I hate myself for feeling otherwise about you. I'm sorry if those comments hurt you. They'd hurt me too. That was when her text messages got released. And I said, I'd be lying to say it doesn't hurt seeing that stuff. But I do know we didn't know each other then, and you didn't know me or what my intentions were. This whole thing bothers me so badly because I genuinely care about the truth and what has been done to you and others by this shit. Knowing that you confided in me and Amethyst too, and she took that and ran to Joneson and Nunya to try and sabotage what I'm not sure of yet, but it's all a cluster. That bitch has been trying so hard to hurt me, and looks like they found their way to get Jat to release messages from over a year ago, and now this. I don't know, it's a mind fuck, and I just don't even know what to think or to say. She goes, I'm so sorry. And I said, I know you are, Jess. I believe you, and I believe that you have changed a lot, and I really do enjoy our friendship. I just wish I knew why this is happening and what they are trying to accomplish. She goes, they are trying to divide all of us or just destroy me, but you get hurt in the process. I said, I'm sorry you're getting tossed into this BS too. I feel it's revenge seeking by those we got rid of in this process too, just to see us hurt. She goes, I said, I really feel Amethyst is behind a lot of this, and I might be wrong, but she's determined to hurt me because she's angry. I wouldn't back down supporting you, and I wouldn't choose her over Revival either. She always wanted to be the only person in my circle and hated I spread my wings and flew away. She goes, that's exactly how Just Another Troll was. I totally understand what you're saying. I said, I think you know now, if you have any questions or get upset with me, you come to me directly. Or you can come directly to me, but if you didn't, please do. My support isn't changing because I support the truth and I enjoy our friendship. I'm sorry this place is toxic. That's never wavered. Granny made horrible decisions to let them isolate her, and I still say that. Okay, now we don't talk about anything else for a while. She said this time, Just Another Troll wanted her to go against Clue and Queen. Well, because they were catching it. She said, can you extend my apologies to Revival too? I know my messages hurt her for you. Again, I'm sorry, Becky. I wish you'd never had to see those. I said, I sent her your message. I think there's just a lot of dumb BS going on right now for no reason. She goes, I think there's a reason just yet to be seen. And then we didn't talk for a little bit. I said, okay, so didn't BJ send any response in Pennsylvania? I said, sorry, I came in late today and was half alive watching, but what I'm gathering is she didn't respond at all to the filing. And then the RICO, they responded, but want another do-over, basically. No response. Rancher is not representing her. What the fuck is going on with Truth and all of this mess? I said, wow, her attorney isn't responding either. Yikes. I would have thought he'd at least say, I don't represent her. Snazzy, bear with me if you're still here. You'll see when the shit starts really connecting, Snazzy, because I didn't know all the pieces. I still don't. We're still missing shit. Yeah, she goes, Amethyst goes by Hoodie and a Crowbar now. So a lot of you don't recognize it. Her name. She's a Mod of Soup. Okay, Snazzy, bear with me because you're going to see where things start really connecting, because I was starting to piece things together and then I backed all the way out of it. Completely backed all the way away from it. And you'll hear that in this. I knew something was amiss though. And I reached out to Jay right when it happened and I checked on her too. And then I stopped talking to her and I wish I wouldn't have. I wish I would have went and had a conversation with her. Okay. She goes, and what the fuck is going on with Truth and all this mess? She said he tried calling mine. Oh, that's about an attorney. Okay, so the Truth thing. And I said, I have absolutely no clue what's going on with any of that. BJ was poking at him, meaning Truth, a few months ago, and I noticed him starting to have issues with Moon and Joneson, but I'm not exactly sure how all this has happened or what's going on. She goes, I don't like him. And then she said, I just saw how sick you are. I hope you feel better. I was fucking sick as shit during this. Like, sick as fucking shit. Yeah, Tara, she always trashes me anywhere she can go. And that's why these bitches continue to escalate that shit. And it's just gotten so fucking out of hand. You can hear it. Granny didn't do fucking shit. She knew this was coming. She knew what we were clocking right then and there. She knew she was supposed to be included in this fucking bullshit. Good. Cletus is pissed. You know why they're pissed? Because they can't fucking prove that I'm lying. This is just the way it goes. We were all clocking this shit for quite some time. It's craziness. It's fucking craziness. Okay. Then we talked about me being sick. She went somewhere. Hold on. Going forward to back when we continue to talk. This is why I've been so pissed at the people around Granny who continue to act like what this is, it hasn't been. She says, okay, the February 20th or November 21st, we don't talk about any of this stuff at all. Like, nothing else is talked about. We were talking about other stuff, but I was fucking sick as shit. She goes, oh man, I didn't know you were alive. I redirected to Queen Bee. I'm so sorry. I wouldn't have redirected at all. I said, no, don't apologize. I felt bad last time I said something, so made sure I didn't today. I said, okay, question. What's Angela's angle? To try and cause us to pull away from supporting you? I don't see her purpose, but that's pretty typical because she's done anything or everything she can to justify why you have been dragged into court. I always ignore her ask, but part of me wants to give her the smoke for that she's begging for. She goes, I haven't paid any mind to her, so I don't know what she's even doing. She's an obsessive, sick woman. I said, she just keeps posting messages about you and Jat talking, and I don't get why. She goes, oh, wow, really? I wonder if they're even real because Jat swore she only gave her those few. I have no idea. I refuse to look at her shit. I honestly despise her. Rightfully so. Okay, now moving on. That's nothing about any of this. She was going to send another C&D. I said, none of this bothers me. So I think that's bothering her. We didn't know each other at the time. I understand you not trusting no one because hello, with folks like these bitches, I'll never blame you for that. I just wish I knew how to get her ass to stop because it's fucked up how she's pathetic and so insanely jealous of you. She goes, we hadn't even spoken during those. Once I finally said, like, what the fuck to you, and we got to know each other, I never said a bad word. If I knew how properly privacy strike, I would. I said, yeah, we both spoke on it, and it seems she is angry about what I said and how much I care about you. Well, I'll do whatever to help because I'm fed up with her trying to hurt you. Fuck that hoe. That's about Angela. We don't go back to talking about anything. That was so brushed away for the longest fucking time. That was brushed way away. Let me get to where we bring it back up. Hold on. I make one comment and said, that's what I don't know is when will they stop? They know the truth is on your side, so why are they so damn angry? Because the filing is fucking bogus, you guys. Like no matter how many times you look at this shit, no matter who you like in this situation, that filing is fucking bogus. Julie was pissing and moaning again about us on December 1st. I'm not sure why that was or what happened with that. I said that I hate this has affected the way it has affected you the way it has. I wish I could fucking reach through the phone and slap those hoes who tried so hard to ruin your support. She goes, their days will come one by one. Wait until BJ is forced to PA and forced to hand over her finances, etc. Hell, BJ, Betty, Julia, all of them. I said, well, it's past time. Fuck them all. I said, I'm so fucking proud of you. That's it. That's all. Apparently early morning, Craig either threatens you or me. Greasy Granny ain't gonna wake up in the morning. That was December 11th. Let's see. When do we go back to that? Oh. Hold up. Who is this about? December 16th, 6:53. His wife was active on YouTube. Why was she off limits? That's confusing to me because I've heard she isn't on YouTube. I don't know what the hell is going on here, but I don't like it. And I think there's some fuckery with this. She goes, she's absolutely Jenna. And I said, wait, that's his wife? We're talking about truth. She goes, they're liars and afraid of the truth coming out. Yes, girl. And I said, they've been lying about that? Jesus, with eye rolls. I said, just so you know, there's accounts running around of Clue's daughter too. Names of their family. I don't know. It's all weird as fuck. She goes, the timing, huh? There's so much here nonsense. This is why I just stick in my hole because I told somebody yesterday, this is strange. And I don't want truth. And I don't watch truth enough to even follow because this is similar to his leaving before. He wanted attention, gets it, and then runs. She goes, I'm walking on eggshells. I don't like him. I know too much. I know why he runs. I said, I don't care for him either. I've tried and nope. I've heard so many things I can't confirm, but something is really odd about him every damn time. I barely touched it. I said, yep, sucks someone was doxxed, but he'll be back. I stay away from anything with him. Let me see when we go back to it again. Then we're talking about videos, back and forth. None of these, Granny was wrong, and none of us were wrong in any of this. Granny and I were clocking what the fuck was going on. I said I was thinking of maybe detailing some of how this RICO started and what's been done. She says, okay. I said, okay, perfect. I'll definitely do it. Anything I can do to help. Then I said, fuck this bitch. I don't know who I was talking about in that one. I'd probably have to read all those. Let me go back to when we pick it up again. Oh, I emailed her poisonous candy. I asked her, if I email you a package of homemade candy, will you feel safe enough to eat it? That's not even a joke. That's exactly what I said. I want to send you some goodies, but might not arrive until after Christmas a few days. And I promise it's not poisoned, but might have a dog or a cat hair on the package, so no suing me. I find myself funny, especially because now they're claiming it's poisonous. Okay, let's see. Now we're to Christmas. Oh, she says she got a package from me. I said it's homemade goodies, and I'm still a little nervous because I've never shipped them like this, so I'm hoping it's not completely trash by the time it gets to you. Blah, blah, blah. We don't talk about anything going around any of that. Oh. We're not, this is all just Christmas shit and random and caramels and bullshit like that. We didn't talk about any of this shit. None of it was talked about again until okay, so she says, good morning. Can you give me a quick rundown of what happened this weekend? This is December 29th. I didn't watch anything, but Martucci sent me a weird email he sent to Rancher. I said, overall, BJ is acting up and being extremely foolish, saying she didn't know anything about the filing, that she didn't have anything to do with it. Craig was his typical drunk self too, but for the most part, just a shit show of lies again and acting like she had nothing to do with this. I told blank I'll shove it down everyone's throats until I'm blue in the face how they baited you and tried setting you up when she joined this fucking filing. I'm so over her ass. And then, is this email anything in regards to her content? I've been trying to think of what he might have been interested in. She goes, thank you. I'm sure problematic for Lesniak. You mean BJ didn't talk to her other lawyers she had read the initial filing that told her it was great? She can learn to withdraw and to learn she can withdraw at any time. She knows nothing about this. We talked about that. About how BJ was saying none of that stuff was anything. Then I talked about BJ having the audacity to not act like that. We don't go back to this. So we're not talking about any of this stuff. I went right back into what I was doing. There's a kickoff point here where I come back to it. So I put a pin in it and was just like, I don't fucking know what's going on. Not at all. And I put a pin in all of this and I was just like, what the fuck is going on? None of the shit made sense. None of it. And I was like, okay. I said to her, truth put shady out. Seems like the name was right all along. I flat out said, I can't feel an ounce of remorse for that bitch. She's vile and has been playing far too many games, including shit with your litigation. Fuck her. She goes, I think they got the name from QB, to be fair. I said, isn't that the name that's been going around for years? And it's actually not correct from what I understand, but that's the name that was going around for years. Let me see. Hi, Cooper. Okay, let's go in for a minute. I bleeped out a name of somebody that I used their actual name instead of a handle. Oh, if that's what you're talking about. I'm not going to give you the name of the person on that one because it's their actual name and they're not a concern. Okay. Moving along. So we're at the end of December. 2026 is your year. I'll be damned if BJs or others carry this on. Fuck these hoes. She goes, now Nick is encouraging people to flood the DA. I'm going to go up there today. I said, oh, that's not smart on his part. Let's see. We're back to talking about Nick and the litigation. Nothing, just like what was going on in updates or lack thereof updates. I said, I worry about Nick getting desperate because he's done shit to neighbors before, but all we can do is document the truth. I said, you have cameras, right? If not, that's something we need to do. And I don't care if it's behind the scenes. That's something we need to make sure you have. Somebody else was bothering her on a panel and she asked me to pop up. I said, out of respect for you, I've been silent, but Kraken is about to get my boot in her ass again. She is such an ass constantly, and normally I can't see her, but when I'm on panel, I can, in goodness. All I care about is she's good to you, but if she can't stop herself from her BS corrects. That's true. I said, she goes, is she fucking with you? And I said, not fucking with me, just underhanded comments get annoying. As long as she's good to you, I don't care, but my mouth almost gets the best of me. She goes, hell, pipe back. She instigates over politics, yet won't acknowledge what she's crying about. I pushed her to go live because she was feeling depressed. Going forward. Things start to connect here shortly. Again, we go back to it. And this is where, so everything was kind of put a pin in from November through December around the holidays. Nothing was really talked about besides BJ. And then I say, when was it? We're talking about a lot of stupid shit. Oh, we were talking about that stupid video of the children thing that got brought up in November of 23, that fucking, or 24, that stirred a bunch of shit. Okay, here we go. We are on date January 3rd, my birthday. Oh, hold on. Cooper heard. Are you trading caramel already, Chico? Are you attempting to do a fucking trade on the play before it even happens? What do you want? You just want regular this year? No cinnamon? The cinnamon isn't for everyone. The cinnamon caramel is kind of, I mean, it's good if you like cinnamon. I'm not a huge cinnamon fan, but they're kind of, I didn't go overboard with the cinnamon. I could have made them stronger. Okay, I won't send you. Just remind me when we get closer to that time of year. Okay? Okay. Okay, so back to January 3rd. Hold on. Yeah, none of this is bad for Granny. Like, none of this is bad for Granny. I don't know how any, well, except for the lies today. But there was no need for her to lie about that. None of this is bad for her. She knew what was going on, and we were clocking it. She knew what was going on. What's bad for her is the continued thought that everybody's going to take the lies. That's what's bad. What's bad for her is she has allowed herself to get sat by the people who have been trying to isolate her and cause her more issues than support. That's the bad part about that. I am a Capricorn. Sure am. Okay. We're talking about the Angela stuff. I don't know who that's about. Oh, okay. I said, there's a lot of new people around. And she goes, especially when people like Truth and Clue are insinuating different things from it. Like Craig being into CP, not Chris Bradfoot, the other type of stuff. And real lifers lurking in the shadows. That's what I said. She goes, it's definitely not a road she should want to revisit. I said, I didn't watch Truth's video, but Clue, I can kind of see why she thinks there might be things on devices they don't want found. That's when they were all saying like his devices needed checked and everybody was raging out about that. She goes, I didn't listen, but I've heard enough from Craig to raise eyebrows. And I said, yeah, there's something wrong with that guy. I mean, truly there is. That was that. She goes, oh my God, I didn't know it was your birthday. Hope you have an amazing day, blah, blah, blah. I really appreciate our friendship. She says, can't stand this guy. January 3rd. I said, I hate even hearing this discussion. That fucking comment allowed all of this. And I didn't fucking catch it. She goes, yeah, I'm bouncing. I said, I'm so mad I didn't see it. And she's gotten this brought back up this far. She goes, fuck Truth. And somebody. She goes, oh, is that? I'm just disgusted. Oh, this was when it was getting twisted about Hio. She goes, fuck Truth in that Hio person. I said, I'm just disgusted. I said, X is usually really level-headed, but I believe people have twisted it so much that they thought it was really that bad. I said, I don't know what the allure with truth is. Allegedly speculating is amazing. I do really like her. That's when the shit with Hio was getting twisted. And I was like, X is really, but yeah, that's when that came into play. She goes, they're dramatic because they're truth followers. And he's always sick and dramatic. I need to go watch his live because he's obviously gassed folks up. He keeps projectiling PDF stuff out there and it's sick. No different than Craig to me. I said, fuck, I'm so mad about somebody's comment. That video played had nothing to do with this, and fuck Angela for creating it too, and fuck everyone that's throwing gas on it. Oh, there was a comment made in my chat about something and I didn't delete it. I said I own it, that I fucked up and I didn't see nor delete it, but there's so much bullshit to focus on. She goes, I'm so grossed out. I have a feeling I'm going to snap. It's not your fault. It's simply Angela's. Oh, there was a comment made about something with... God, I don't have the comment. It was something in my chat that they took and ran with. That's what happened. And there was something. Rubber, are you here? Yeah, he was an awesome person, but there was something. Yeah, there was something that was confused about that situation with Hio. Rubber, are you here? Rubber might be able to remember what it was because I don't remember what it was. But I knew that something was crossed. No, she's not going for Hio. There was something that was twisted. There was something that was absolutely twisted. None of this stuff, L. None of what I'm reading has anything to do with any lawsuit, any litigation, nothing. This is called we knew and have known all along that people have been playing games while Granny is in litigation. This is actually completely setting the record straight that we have known about the games that are being played by the people that they're being played with. These people don't care about this litigation. They thought it was laughable. I don't know how people have concerned themselves and thought, Rubber, do you remember what was happening then in January with Truth? Do you recall? I don't recall what was happening on January 3rd with him. I don't recall even watching that video or what happened. I wish I could remember. There's nothing. I'm reading this. I'm reading through this and I'm still not sure what actually happened to. Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head what took on over there or what happened over there. Because whatever it was something significant. Because she says he was a blank pusher. My God, this guy lies. I said, yeah, there's something that happened on January 3rd with him. And I said to her, I don't catch that, but maybe I missed something. She goes, is it me or she's talking about Truth. And she goes, is it me or is he questioning my integrity, claiming I'm lying? I said, I don't catch that, but maybe I missed something. What the fuck was this? He's offended. I'm defended the truth. He's offended. I've defended the truth. No. Okay. Maybe it's my dislike. Thank you. I said, I think he is unsure how to save face, not knowing the truth of the situation. She goes, no, he's the real one. So who's the fake one? I said, I'm doped up on cold meds, so I'm extremely passive. She goes, I can't stand this guy. Are y'all still sick? I said, he always puffs his chest like that. Does someone know who's real or always have to remind people they're real? I said, I don't think it's towards you at all, but I feel he wants respect and seen as a protector when men like Kyle just give up that off without having to tell everyone that. Does that make sense? Like your dad, Kyle, are those men that don't have to boast about it. She goes, yes, that's it, isn't it? And I said, yes, I've got a crazy fucking fever and body aches, blah, blah, blah. She goes, but him referencing his chat of 200 isn't a cult. Actions speak louder than words, and he speaks a lot. She goes, I hate that you're sick on your birthday. Is it COVID? I said, I'm going to test tomorrow. It's continuing. No, it was pneumonia. She goes, I can't fucking stand him. I just can't. I said, I worry it might be influenza. Blah, blah, blah. We're talking about me being sick. So whatever happened on January 3rd, whatever he did on that stream really set shit off. And my messages aren't clear enough to tell you what it was or what it is. But whatever happened January 3rd was making her, well, she was pissed. So whatever he was doing, and I wasn't catching it. Okay. I said, he reminds me of guys I grew up in Montana with that always needed their egos stroked. She goes, yeah, he says a lot of word salad. In life, there are gray areas. You can't claim to be open to convo, but then say it's black or white. I said, I don't ever watch him, so I don't get bothered by him, because when he left the first time, I was like, bye. Since then, I've seen like 2 streams, and those were shit show panels. She goes, and I bet he came up because I said the project his trauma comment, but he does. I'd be the first to say, if that video showed signs of SA, for fuck's sake. Yeah, amazing how he got all this praise, leaving to protect his wife, but back 3 days later. I respond, multiple things can be true at once. If you only see black and white, you miss logic and common sense often. She says, all that shit he says and does, they're shocked he and his wife were doxxed? Come on. I said, yeah, I've never even remotely thought that video, which I heard it discussed, projected SA. As a child victim, I think it's dangerous to project that onto everything around us. I mean, we've said all along, when you play in these arenas, you will get doxxed. So something happened and he popped the fuck off and was acting a shit show on January 3rd. She said they were all hyped up on Truth Kool-Aid. I said something about allegedly. Allegedly must have been in there too. I said AS is the one I speak to out of that group, and I adore her. But she's way more like you and I, it seems. LOL. Well, that's true. She's like me. She's honest to a fault. Her faces were. Wait, was allegedly speculating on fucking panel? I said her faces were saying it all when he was speaking. She goes, yes, she really is. You can tell she was uncomfortable too. What the fuck happened on January 3rd? What happened? Oh, wait a second. Truth went on allegedly speculating's panel or Hio's panel, didn't he? He crashed their panel. That's what happened. They were live and he went on one of their channels. Oh, rubber. That's what that fucking was. He clicked. Yes. He hit the link with you girls. Yeah, that's what the fuck was going on. Yeah, and he acted a fucking jackass. Okay. Yep. I knew one of you would remember. I hate that when we have to like figure it out, but that's what it was. Okay. She goes, yes, you can tell she was uncomfortable. I said, I'll have to text her later. I was cracking up. She goes, oh my God, please do. Laugh my ass off. I was thinking, I wish I could text her. Ha ha. I said, I don't know what the pull to truth is by so many of these women. I've asked Duchess what she sees in him. She still can't answer me. Duchess is kind to a fucking fault. Duchess is so unproblematic and kind until she's not. Even then, she's kind. She goes, he sure strokes his own dick a lot. So many people tell me they can't stand him. Gosh, I'm shocked she still likes him. LOL. And I said, I wonder where his wife is when all these women are tossing themselves at him. She goes, Truce doesn't like me. He doesn't have the courage to say it. Probably praying he goes with one. That's where his wife is. I mean, none of this is fucking lies. Granny and I aren't lying. Granny and I were telling the truth. I just wish she would get back to telling the truth. I wish she would get back to telling the truth. I wish she would fucking kick that goddamn door down and say, you know what? Fuck this. The games are too much. But, you know, she's not going to. He really thinks his mods in his chat are blah, 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 some kind of cool kid club. I said, he can't stand me either and has said it. She goes, I've never heard someone reference them so much the way he does. It's weird. Then goes on about cults. Ew. I said, I emasculate a lot of these men, though. She goes, really? Fuck him entirely. I said, yeah, that was a long time ago. Now that Clue and I get along, I think he pretends again. She said, here's an example. He doesn't believe in genders, yet you may have taught a woman how to behave in a similar situation, huh? She goes, nah, it's because you have a lot of support and he's a subsucker. He draws in a specific type of crowd that is strange to me. They act all badass, but are some sort of the most reactionary ones. Girl, none of them noticed his big departure just to come back 3 days later. Come on. I mean, we don't. He does encourage real life shit, performative as fuck. I mean, all of this stuff is true, every bit of it. She goes, I said, this is my comment. I said, when they were going on and on about him leaving, look, hell, he'll be right back. He's done this before. Granny and I aren't fucking lying. This dude's a fucking clown. Granny. Fucking, they've isolated you, dude. And you fell for it. These people are controlling. Hey, Dutchie, give your mama a big hug for me. Thank you for the support. She goes, very, and people fell for it. And now he'll talk about his childhood trauma again. Sick. I said he uses it as a shield of sorts, which I don't think is cool. She goes, I don't appreciate the sexual comments being placed on kids, even hers. BJ sleeping with her boys doesn't mean sexual. That video doesn't mean sexual. I don't fucking get it, and I don't support it. He absolutely does. And he gets all the women's sympathy from it. How do we even know it's true? Maybe he's a sicko. We don't fucking know. And I said, co-sleeping is done by so many. Oh, look at us talking about fucking the truth of what happened here. This is why Granny don't have anything to hide. Neither do I. We were fucking speaking the goddamn truth about elevated delusions. She said, and that's not protecting children by projecting horrible things. Where did this granny go? Where did this granny go? Because wait, this granny continues on. Do I think those kids deserve their own spaces? Yes. But if the environment was healthy overall and he slept with her for safety, autism, co-sleeping, it would be viewed differently, I believe, too. This is a child who was told Satan's been after him since birth. I said, yeah, that's why I don't get caught up on anything around him and avoid, because I don't know what is even true or why he pokes at the shit he does. There's plenty to discuss that's factual. We don't got to do all this BS. We were calling that shit over and over again. I said, I get so angry these fuckers derail all the progress we are making, showing her own damn words and letting that speak for themselves. They keep making her a damn victim by doing too much. She goes, yes, yes, and yes. I said, I get fucking pissed because they are counterproductive to what I really am trying to do by using her own words. She goes, you call out problematic behaviors. They create problematic scenarios. Listen to Granny's words. She spoke truth again. You call out problematic behaviors. They create problematic scenarios. What? Revival? What? What? Stop what? What? I can't click out. Don't text me. Good. Stream it. Stream it. There ain't nothing to fucking hide. Queen doesn't like this fucker either. Nobody likes this shit. Everybody has known that these people are causing chaos. We've all talked about this. Everybody fucking knows. Why is everybody allowing this to fucking railroad everybody? Why has everybody been so fucking comfortable sitting back and letting these fucking people who stand for fucking nothing destroy what anybody stood for? Stream this fucking shit. Please do. Please fucking do. Because the truth needs to be told by some of these fuckers and they can't do it. All they do is create intentional fucking chaos. Love you, Ryle. Let me keep going. Let me be great. Let me live my life, because guess what? Well, they all sit there and lie. Granny has been isolated by allowing them to play this game when she fucking knew. But they're fucking massively coordinated and calculated. And I'm so fucking angry with the people who claim that they care about Granny to stop. They won't stop playing their fucking games because they're used to drama. This isn't fucking drama. This woman has been pulled into litigation, and the very people who have played games right there all along are the ones controlling her fucking show. The people who think her litigation is laughable are now who she's left with. Think about that for a second. Don't play me for fucking stupid. Okay. And don't say a fucking word about me talking about goddamn messages when all of these prove that Granny was spot on. Granny didn't fucking lie in these. Granny is telling the fucking truth in all of these. So am I. You guys just don't fucking like it. And what did you do? You tried to destroy her the first time. You tried to take her out with Jay. You didn't get her there. They can't get ahead of this. They can't get a fucking ahead of this. This is what it is. This is just what it is. We've all seen it. Everybody knows it. Okay, hold on. I hope they listen real loud. I said the way his mods are and watch everything and alert him is strange. If my mods did that, I'd be like, are y'all okay? I said, there's so much to discuss. She's going, we don't got to take it to, or I said, there's so much to discuss that she's doing. We don't got to take it to the levels like that. They're giving her exactly what she wants. She goes, my goodness, girl, me fucking too. And then mentioned them like they're his entourage. Yeah, ha ha ha, his groupies. Knowing damn well it was his wife or non-wife, Jenna. I swear, if I had male mods who did that, Kyle would be like, what the fuck? Let alone even my female mods. Such a man, this is her. Such a man, he constantly finds himself a group of women to exploit. There's people who still haven't received the items they've bought. She doesn't need these people. She doesn't need any of these people. And she knows that they've been holding the fucking knife in her back over and over again. They don't trust each other. They're covering each other's dirty fucking asses. They know that they've been involved in a lot of these setups, and they're all covering their fucking asses. And look, it is what it is. It's all about the bottom dollar, isn't it? It's all about the fucking bottom dollar. This isn't turning on my fucking friend. This is protecting the person that I've cared about for fucking years, because it's been intentional and so fucking obvious to those of us that have paid attention the games that they have played. She better hear that Granny stood up for her kids. Granny stood up for her all the time. Granny knew that what they were doing and what they have been doing with that shit was too far. She's called it out many times. That shouldn't be shocking to anybody. She's called them on their shit of going too low all the time. Absolutely, Kay. There has to be. There has to be something bigger, but I don't know. Oh, sorry. I got your wind, V. Thank you. Okay. I said some of these men in these sectors confuse me. She said they think their masculinity trumps us. I said if he did a channel like that, he'd be single. I was talking about Kyle. She goes, rightfully. Only type of YouTube channel he'd do is talk about space or to do skills for DIY projects. Dang, not female drama. I said, no, he gets enough of that with the kids in this house. She goes, I can't with the chest pumping of him. I stand by. He's a pompous asshole. Dude on that phone call, truth told me he won't even hold. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to say that. Never mind. Oh, wait. I don't know about the phone call, right? Where am I going down? Why am I going down? Frank, why does the truth bother you so bad? What does the truth bother you so bad? Why does the truth bother you so bad? Oh, I've been warned. Oh, no, not another warning from a fucking loud house loser. Turnabout's fair play. Right? Granny doesn't have nothing to hide, neither do I. It's about time those of you that care about her fucking realize what's happening here. Okay, back to it. I said, he reminds me, this is me. Look at me. I said, get your armbands. Oh, no. Oh, wind gust. Hold on. Oh, no. Incoming losers. I said, he reminds me of a bull rider. Those guys have insane egos often. She said that's not normal. I said, yeah, that's scary, truly. That's some major unhealed shit if true. She goes, he gives me icky vibes. His mind goes places many's don't. Is it his trauma? Maybe. But if so, then maybe he hasn't gotten the right therapy. I don't know, man. This guy told me he was a crime scene cleaner, a security guard for rappers, and Jelly Roll's best friend, none of which was true. I said, yeah, if it's trauma, he needs to invest time into healing. That's likely why he's constantly switching platforms too. She said he's hiding. I said, he's too much for me. I can't with his antics. It's exhausting. He ran when his wife was doxxed because he was afraid his truth would come out too. I said, I do question if BJ is rattled by Clue saying something about devices being checked in that house, but I think maybe likely because she doesn't trust Craig either, or doesn't or know what he does. She hates him, you can tell, but she's worried about that. She knows he's a creep. Then that was me. We talk about random shit for a little bit. Hold on, I'm muting for the win. We're still not talking about any of this stuff. We're not talking about any of the J stuff, Nothing about the J stuff. We're talking about litigation, bullshit. Talking about drowning in litigation fees. That's all. Nothing. Bullshit was going on with people in the litigation and the fucking BS that was going on. January 15th. Hey, is Joneson talking about Chris abusing Sebastian or the shit about Sebastian? I said both, it sounds like, but I don't really know. Sounds like Amethyst turned that call we had into bullshit to weaponize against me somehow when she knows we couldn't vet a damn thing going on or being said. Jess, I'm so fucking angry over her throwing this in my face. Fuck her. She goes, yep. I said, she knew how bad this impacted you, and to hurt me, she's doing this. Fucking snake ass bitches. You heard the letter she wrote Mal's mom, didn't you? She goes, I did not. Talking about BJ writing Mal's mom. I said, oh my God, she read out the letter she wrote Mal's mom last night. She contacted Mal's mom over all of us, including Clue's ex-husband, June 2025. It's embarrassing, Jess. She goes, I don't want to play it. And then I said, thank you, because on January 15th, she spoke up. Or no, January 16th. Sorry, this changes. Nope, it's still January 15th. Sorry. January 15th, she said, I said, thank you for speaking up against the Jones and stuff. She goes, you are so welcome. I was going to make a whole show of it, but wasn't sure if it's worth that much. But fuck her for this, and fuck anyone supporting it. It's weird fucking behavior. I even told you back then that I reported it. So even if you didn't need to, here's the question. Did she, or is she only motivated when it comes to a YouTuber's family and a chance for ass pats? Huh. Amethyst and Joneson. Yeah, I'm done with it. I'm completely done with it. And you know what? Everybody deserves better than this. And at the end of the day, a missing child deserved better than this instead of these fucking games. All of that information was handled appropriately when it was. There was no need for Joneson and Amethyst to make it into fodder. No need to make it into fucking fodder. None whatsoever. And we all knew that. And Jess spoke up. I said, I'm sorry I even trusted Am to be on that call. She's fucked in the head way more than I can explain. Bitch, it's like, bitch is like my Angela and is in love with me, it seems. It's so creepy. And Joneson is just dumb and loves to create chaos. I said what the fuck I said. I said, thank you again. What you said totally today caused the backtracking of the century. I appreciate you saying this is gross, because it is. And I think that made them pause and see, oh, that's not really working. So they tried again and again and a fucking again until we are here today. You can thank yourselves, you fucking dumb whores. She said, good. Fuck her. Fuck them. Fuck Amethyst. Shame on all of them. Joneson always says she stands 10 toes down. Stand on it and say it, fucking slob. I said, I just don't know why that would ever be used against us. You were put in a terrible spot with all of that. We were solely there to support you. As your friend, I would never even disclose that or use that against you, because that could have been horrible for the court games that were being played. Plus, she knew as well as I did that you would report anything you thought was important as is. Fuck them, gross ass bitches. Gross ass fucking bitches. I said what I fucking said. No, obviously she's not loyal to anybody, because guess what? All of this fucking performance shit, all of this, she knew all along what was going on. Okay. And oh, how I'm so shit talking Jay, aren't I? Listen, no one's holding you hostage. You can run along. Yeah, what's real loser behavior is going along with a bunch of bullshit while you act like you care about the person that's being piled up on it in litigation. And you think that I'm going to just roll over because a bunch of people on the internet think that they can fucking control me and run me for an asshole like they run everybody else. Not going to do it today or any other day. Okay. Here we go, Snazzy. I said, January 17th, you doing okay? She says, yeah, I'm okay. Thank you. I said, okay, I just got a little worried. I hear a lot of talk about drama around Jay, and I continue to worry about her turning on you because I know how much you actually cared. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand what's going on, because I don't like the BS. I keep thinking, goodness, these adults cannot stop the BS. She goes, they keep poking at her, TBH. I said, yeah, that's what I'm seeing. And I'm worried it's ultimately going to cause you issues. So November, it happens. We talk about it briefly. Nothing comes up again until January 17th. She says they keep poking at her. And I said, that's what I'm seeing. I'm worried it's ultimately going to cause you issues. I said, I'm ignoring it all and not biting because I hear and see the BS, but I'm not worried about me. I keep hearing them trying to pull you into it. And I'm like, why? She goes, of course it will. They keep using me as an emotional tool to go at her. I'm sure she'll eventually release my messages or something. And I said, but with that said, I still got to check in on you. I said, well, I hope not. And if they do that, then we will deal with it at the time. I'm sorry, Jess. I'm sick of these idiots putting you in their shit as a tool for drama. You got enough on your plate. If you need anything, I'm here. I'm sorry. And she goes, thank you. None of them actually care about me. It's all about YouTube politics. And if I did respond to what is happening, they won't like what I say. I spoke to Queen Bee. She wants to knock everyone off their pegs, including you. And I know that includes me. She spoke about Clue, you, Trisha, Truth, everyone, even Spitfire. They're not loyal to anybody but themselves. They poke at Jay, then act surprised, like how dare she respond? And chatters just blindly go along. I said, oh yeah, I caught all that. I'm just not biting into this drama. I'm doing my own thing away from that junk. No need. I've got so much I need to dive into. I said, Clue has said she wants nothing to do with the Jay drama, so I'm hoping she steers away from it too. B. Tim seems to be carrying it from chat to chat about Jay and Sinner, but he keeps bringing Jay being shitty to you up, and I'm like, stop tossing gas on that shit. At the same time, she was sent a message from Queen Bee about Jay being in Sinner's chat and Nick the Hat being in there. I said, she just texted me too out of the blue, meaning Queen Bee. I said, you know, I've always questioned Jay with Nick, but this doesn't shock me. She's at Sinners. Now listen, carry with me because look, The shit got pieced together. And this is where it starts to go back into it. Jay and I have worked through our bullshit. Thank God. I said, or she goes, I'm not picking up her battle and I'm not going to continue to be used in it. It doesn't shock me she's at Sinners, but that doesn't mean she's working for the green team. I said, yeah, I know that. This is just weird. I'm telling you, I don't like the BS. Sorry I even mentioned it, but you are the only one I can see them trying to use Jay against. She goes, they want to push Jay to completely turn and expose me. That's the real goal. The real goal. Oh, yeah, Julie Skolnick's back. Back again. Bitches back. Tell a friend. Shut it, Autumn. Guess what? There is a complete lull in Jay's messages of mine from January, or from November, all the way forward. Because my dumbass just buried my fucking head. I did. I really did. But none of this would have made sense at the time either. Not at all.
Throw your hands in the air if you're a true player. If you're a player like me. But I'm a player and I'm a gangster. Don't fuck with me, girl. And let me tell you something. Brittany, let this be a warning to you. You better get me, if you're going to sue me or something, you better get me in North Carolina. Because don't come to this turf in Jersey. Because you ain't going to win here. Nuh-uh. Not in my territory. And I bring my same game wherever I go.
She just had a lobotomy, not a kidney transfer. Sorry. Yes, Elizabeth. Yes, timeline. This is when Nick started going at BJ. Aw, you still can't make Jay the bad guy of all your fucking bullshit? Yeah, try again. Jay's not the fucking demon in your story. You've got enough of those over there. Go sit with them. I don't know why you keep coming over here. I mean, thanks for commenting and giving the algorithm a boost. I mean, it is what it is. Okay. She said, they want to push Jay to completely turn and expose me. That's the real goal. And I said, and that's the last thing you need. That's what I think too. Fuck. She goes, I'm just going to have to speak up. I said, hopefully they'll all find something better to do. This is stupid. I told Queen Bee that I feel the goal is to try and get you and Jay to try and get, I can't talk. I told Queen Bee that I feel the goal is to try and get Jay stirred up to go after you. That was exactly what I thought Queen was doing. She goes, well, it's her goal, so she isn't going to admit it, but I'm glad you said it. She knows what she's doing. I said, she actually said that's what she's worried about too. I told her I'm not biting and not giving it any air. I told her that's what they've been doing by dangling that private call too. I'm not interested in the games. She goes, she's full of shit. She's the one doing it all. I said, Chroma Reels is the one I do not trust at all. That's Terry Lynn's bestie. And I know they are stirring all sorts of shit too. I've been paying attention. See, Snazzy, everything got put to the wayside. The initial happened, clusterfuck, never made sense. Nothing was making sense. And then, bam, it starts to come back together. Whatever happened in January when they were starting to fucking go after Jay again got my attention. And this is where it starts to really start paying attention. She goes, that's why she ran live to talk about it. Chroma Reels doesn't like me or Jay because we called them out clipping our shit while live. I said, well, best way I can handle it is not bite and stick to what I'm doing, and that's exposing the truth. Speaking of which, if you or any of your mods know of any of the panels BJ's ex-mods have been on or talk after leaving her, let me know. We are going to go back and grab them all and put them side by side and do a mod compilation of stories over the years. Chroma Reels messaging BJ and then clipping her nonstop always stood out to me, and I'm just paying attention. She goes, notice Queen Bee put community vibes in her title. She's really salty that this is her community and everyone's riding off of it. We noticed Chroma Reels back then too. A lot of what Jay said wasn't wrong. Ding, 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 ding. Round 3, bitches. Told you don't back me in a motherfucking corner. Don't do it. All of you. Jones and Amethyst, Granny, Queen, Truth, Clue, Cletus, don't do it. Because Granny hasn't been wrong and neither was I. And Jay hasn't been fucking the mean of everything that goes on either. We're not the only ones that know it. And that video Jay played the other night absolutely shows the intentional fucking setup. You can dislike Jay. You can fucking can't stand Jay. You can hate me all you want. You can't fucking deny the truth of what was happening and how fucking set that up that was. They sat for 2 fucking weeks with that alt account, knowing that that wasn't Clue's ex. And the first thing they fucking really emotionally manipulate the audience over is Truth leaning heavy into how that is Clue's ex and how dare she use a picture of Clue's ex and how much of a terrible person she is to use Clue's photo. They knew for 2 fucking weeks that wasn't Clue's ex. They looked up everything else, got all this other information. They knew it wasn't her ex the entire time, but that was the way to emotionally pull everybody in and fucking pretend that she had done something to slight fucking Clue. They're the ones that used Clue's ex in that situation. Jay didn't. But how quickly they all manufactured that shit and set that all up. There was no big deal about Jay using a snake emoji. Okay, cool. It was done. It was over. They had to fucking pull all of that shit and stack all of that shit. And they calculated and plotted and schemed and planned to put this all on fucking Jay. And we know now because you can't unfucking see what we all know. Hate us all. Fucking stop ignoring the goddamn truth in front of your faces. She goes, Lady V had a panel and then privated it. Maybe ask her to unprivate that video. That was an X-Mod one. I said, I can't even. What? I can't even. I texted JS, not Julie Skolnick, this morning and said, I don't like this. They're doing something and I'm worried about Jess. I had bubble guts listening to the last live they did and felt like, oh, I see the next play here. Well, it's popping off right now. And I see so much more clear now. Okay, I will for sure on the Lady V. Thank you. I just think it would be one hell of a compilation for long-term BJ info, all the mod stories, because they aren't lying. I said, Chroma Reels told me recently in a live that Terry Lynn was her best friend. I said, oh, I didn't know that, and giggled my ass off because I can't stand her. I think they've only been back once or twice since. Then I told her she did amazing that day. Let's see. I played the voice clips from Julie. I don't know what I was doing or what I was talking about in my content that day. I said, okay, bitch, I need you to call me today. I just figured something out. I know I'm being annoying, but this is kind of a well situation. She goes, hey, on the phone, I'll call you back. I said, okay. I said, no rush on calling me. I just put together a side piece of the drama we are dealing with. Then we go on. I said, oh, she asked me for another video, and I said it's with a timestamp. I said, please be careful of Chroma Reels, January 20th. And she goes, I never trusted her like them. I said, she's Terry Lynn's bestie and one gassing up shit with Jay and others. She's a problem, and it's confirmed. This is her and some of what she does. And when things don't go her way. And then I sent her the video of my dog, my fucking dog, my dog. You know what's funny, Amber, is these people thought that they could strong arm me with a bunch of lies and that they were going to continue to run me over and over and over again with their fucking lies and their gaslighting, and that I wouldn't get to the spot where I actually said, fuck that shit, and came out with the truth. Like, they really thought that they were going to continue to run me in circles and I was going to take that shit. Luminous, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Sorry I missed that. Palm Beach Peter, thank you for the little gifting. Thank you. And thank you again, Luminous, for the gifted membership. Sorry I missed that one. Okay, carrying on. I said, I think she's one gassing folks up and poking at Jay and trying to cause you more issues because we've never fucked with them or accepted Terry Lynn. I said, this is what I wanted to tell you yesterday because that one's been poking hard on the J divide and drama. It's annoying because for most of us, it's irrelevant and we are intentionally avoiding it because it's not important. And you had an actual friendship there, and walking away like adults is hard in this arena when idiots like this continue to poke. She goes, wait, she's Lady Freedom? No fucking way. I said, no, she's Minnie, the one who left those messages for Lady Freedom. She's the one who called and left 12 voicemails for Lady Freedom in that video. Bitch is insane, but makes sense why she's always messaging BJ too. I think she's grimy as fuck and still plays all sides against the middle. Then she was live and asked me and I couldn't pop up. January 22nd, listen to this. It's officially my turn to be outcasted. I completely understand if you have to disassociate to save your channel. I will not take it personally. I promise. I said, excuse me, what? P.S. I'm doing the fundraiser either tomorrow night or Saturday. She goes, I'm serious, Becky. I promise staying out of it is best. But if they force you, I understand. Still not fucking going away. Still not going away because the truth fucking remains. What has happened to Granny and the people that have fucked with her and isolated her and done the fucking most. Granny was supposed to be included in round 1. They only got Jay in round 1. Round 2 was me. Round 3 is coming back for Granny. Tell me I'm wrong. Truth knew that what he said last night was a complete lie. That Jay has never said that about Chris. I have never said that about Chris. Once again, it's to isolate Granny. They took the 2 people who actually stood by and have done anything and helped with Granny's litigation. They all say this is a conspiracy, but it's been right in front of everybody's face. Sorry, Bog, I was imitating Cromwell Reels. That's all I got. That's my best imitation. I said, you can't rid of me. I'm in for the long haul. Until you decided to continue to bury your head in the sand further and further. You are my friend and no one will make me choose because I choose the truth and know exactly what's happening here. She goes, okay, that made me laugh because you essentially said, shut the fuck up. She goes, I needed that. Thank you. I said, I will always choose the truth and stand by my friends. Fuck those who expect differently. She goes, I should have stood on truth with Jay though. And I didn't. It'll be my karma. You know what? Your karma doesn't include, it's not karma when people are trying to fucking set you up. It's not karma what these people are doing. This isn't karma. Jay, they showed their fucking hands. They backed me in a fucking corner. And then they tried to make you the scapegoat over and over and over again. And I wouldn't bite. I wouldn't fucking do it. I should have not buried my head when it happened the first time. None of this made sense. None of what was happening even fucking made sense. None of it. And it's just one thing after another. The 22nd. It's late, but I'm excited for Saturday and so are others. Please keep your head up. They're causing shit. Those causing shit aren't worth your stress. I said, I'm so thankful this is happening today. She goes, I'm trying not to indulge much because it'll turn to Jay. I said, we're keeping it off there though. I said, I'm proud of you. You handled today with grace and kept your head up. I'm so thankful that today had such a solid show of support with Belinda coming up with us too. Please walk away today and remind yourself you've got this all on your own and no one is taking that from you. She said they made another filing, which we knew was coming. I said, that's ridiculous. That's another thing. Okay, now let's get back into it. I said, I'm so fucking done with her goddamn games. I'm sorry, Jess. I wish I could do something to stop this. Then she talks about more shit that was going on with litigation. Let me continue on. I told you guys not to do this. Don't fucking do this shit. Don't back me in a corner. Don't fucking co-sign what Cletus and Clue have been doing to me. Don't bury your head in the sand. None of you gave a fuck when Cletus posted my messages to try and target me and paint a narrative against me. These are the fucking facts. We've known what was going the fuck on. I started to clock it and made sure everybody was aware of what I was fucking clocking. Not one of this shit and situation was backhanded, nefarious, anything. I watched people's movements. I listened to what they were saying. That's how we got here. And you came out here and opted to lie over and over and over again on myself and others. Well, we genuinely had your fucking back. Kind of makes you feel fucking grimy, doesn't it? Oh, Nick just came. Oh, hold up. Hold the fuck up. What date is this? Hold on. They want to fucking melt about this. January 23rd. This is in that line of text. January 23rd. I texted her at 1:33 p.m. and said, Nick just came into Clue and Cletus's, told him to get the fuck on, and they blocked him. She goes, thank God, I'll find one. Why did he even come in? He told him off and blocked him, Cletus did. He was shit-talking BJ. We checked, it definitely was his account. Ha! Ha ha ha! Wow, isn't that fucking ironic? January 23rd, Nick pops into Clue and Cletus's chat, kind of like he did in here today to set an optic in play. And remember what he was doing? It was during his exposed BJ shit. She said, wow, unreal. I said, yep, but Cletus got in that ass, and Clue said she wishes she could have blocked him. They made it known he's not welcome, and they are not entertaining the games. I'm so damn glad that was the reaction, and he got his ass drugged. And Clue just said flat out, BJ is the one who put you in this space as is. They know and are definitely showing their position in all this. I know it's not a major deal, but when you've had all of this shit happen to you this week, I know this matters more now, especially with the games that are being played. She goes, I'm so thankful for all of you. And I said, you aren't alone. Today has been a lot without a lot of words. And we know how important that today was on your panel. I said, okay, one more thing before tomorrow. Can you do me a favor and send me the Give, Send, Go link you want me to post and all other links that are okay to donate to? I just want to double and triple check I have everything right before I post them in my description. She goes, I said, all right, ma'am, I'm not trying to be a pest, but can I have a picture of you to use for tonight? And she goes, I'm not photogenic. I said, what would you like me to use? She goes, what's the idea here? I'll dig and see what I have. I said, I was going to use a photo of you and just use a We Stand with Jess and freedom of speech. Just simple, nothing major. That's when we did the fundraiser for her. Oh my God. Wait a second. That motherfucker popped up the goddamn day before I was doing the fundraiser for Jess. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look, I hate doing this, Amber. I feel grimy as fuck for reading these, but none of this is negative in Granny. Like none of what Granny is saying in these or myself is negative or derogatory or anything. We were trying to piece shit together because she's being piled on in litigation. This is actually what I've been so fucking mad about, because while some of us were fighting truth and fucking nail to fucking keep everything going in the right direction to protect her, one by one, they targeted the people who supported Granny the most. Who said that? Who said that to you? Jay, who said that to you? Yeah, they all did. Yeah, absolutely. Everybody did. In fact, Queen streamed over it. Who said that to you? Olap. Oh, that's right. That's the one you sent me the other day, right? Oh, no. Brantley, look, it is what it is. Yeah, Jay, I'm sorry. I knew that. Sorry. My brain's a little fucking scrambled right now. Never mind. You told me about that already. My brain just fucking yeeted itself for a second. Look, I'm trying to process through a lot of things. Brantley, yeah. She doesn't have to. No. I mean, yes and no. She has accountability in that. She has accountability in that shit for sure. Like, abso-fucking-lutely for sure. She has accountability. But I don't think she even fucking cares at this point because they've isolated her so bad. So, I mean, she's not the only one that has allowed that to happen. Bullshit, I did too. I came right to you and apologized to you. I sure fucking did. Because when I first fucking saw it, and that's when I actually want to go back and look at that date that I did come to you. I don't remember what it was when I finally just said, you know what? I owe her fucking an apology for this shit. Because I fucking buried my head in the sand. I did. And you can tell in my text messages that I totally fucking, from November when it initially happened, we spoke about it like shortly. And then from then, didn't get brought up again until January. No, I know. I'm just giving you shit, girl. I'm just giving you shit. They've been so fucking pissed about my apology to you. I love it. I'm so fucking, why? Why the fuck? Why? Why are they doing this? What the fuck is the end game? It's fucking nuts, man. This is fucking nuts. Even myself reading these things back, hey, Miss Leah, even reading this shit, I mean, you can't unsee what we were all checking. I'm just so fucking disappointed in these people. So disappointed. But they got the game they wanted because, my God. Oh, this is just the start of some of this shit. You guys have no fucking idea. Because not only wasn't like I was talking shit from side to side either. I was telling them all consistently that shit was fucking happening. And this is what they were doing. We're not even there yet, Lindsay. It actually hurts my heart because I cared a lot. And I still do. I don't want anybody to be in this position at all, whatsoever. And she shouldn't have had to lie about these things to try and save her support because these other fucking dumb fucking competition undercutting fucking hoes did that to her. Like, nobody should feel the way that we've all felt. Nobody should have to take the shit we've taken. Nobody. All for trying to, what? Protect our friends? Actually do what friends do and show up for one another? Oh, yeah, you have, Jay. You've thanked me a lot. Look, I just wish I would have been able to clock this when it was happening, and I didn't. I didn't. It wouldn't have made sense then, though, and that's what I fucking hate is it's almost like, I hate to say this because it's not fair to you or to myself, but it's almost like I had to fucking go through it myself to be able to put it together. Love you, Miss Leah. I had to go through some of this and have the people coming at me the way they were and experience some of it myself to kind of fully grasp how intense this was and what was going on here, because it didn't make fucking sense. It didn't. But if you go back to the key players every fucking time, they're right goddamn there. And Granny knew it. Granny was calling it out. And unfortunately, because the optics game is played in these spaces so much, she has been just railroaded and railroaded and railroaded and railroaded. And I really thought for one time, Clue had me convinced for a short period of time. No, Snazzy, it wouldn't have, because we didn't have the players. We didn't have the bigger piece of it. And you'll hear, I'm not done yet. You'll hear more of how I started to even question my own thoughts on this. I thought I was fucking losing my mind. Genuinely. Like, they had me thinking I was connecting things that weren't connected. Like, they had me. Yeah, but we don't do this. This isn't what any of my people, my actual friends, we don't do any of this. And Granny and I weren't doing anything. Like, there's nothing nefarious in these. That's what I'm saying. There is nothing. Like, the people that we talked shit about deserved because they were stirring shit. Granny and I were not sitting around just fucking talking shit about everybody under the sun. That's not how this works. We were actually trying to figure out the fucking games. And even she was. But you'll see, we haven't even got to the switch yet. And that's what makes me sad. That's what actually makes me sad, is because the fucking bullshit just, Okay. I explained to her that I planned on keeping the fundraiser lighthearted, doing some of the fun stuff. I said, if you want to come up, you can. I said, I don't want you to feel like you had to be there for this. She said that was fun. That was after the fundraiser. She said that was fun and so damn helpful. Thank you. I owe you. And yes, I do. So don't say I don't. I said, if I do this in the next 10 to 15 years, tell someone to disconnect my internet. She says, I can't believe Queen went live at the same time. As we were doing a fundraiser for Granny, Queen went live over the top of it. Yeah. And we're still not there yet. We're still missing pieces. Yeah, now we're all crazy and unhinged. I haven't changed from these messages. You can hear this has been me all along, trying to protect somebody I cared about. And I'm so sick and tired of being told I'm such a shitty friend. Whew, quite the opposite. A lot of these people do not know what a friendship is actually like, or what a grown-up is actually like. That's why when she said that the other day, Jay, and you said, look, I forgive you for anything you said. And I was like, I honestly didn't really talk shit about Jay at all. You'll hear like me being like, let's keep going. Sorry, there's a lot. Her and I talked a lot. There was a whole different line of communication between me and her, because I genuinely care, and I still care about what is happening. But you can't care more than somebody else. You cannot care more about this shit than somebody else cares. Okay. She said she went into clues as she was ending. And I'm skipping like anything irrelevant to like the bigger picture of us piecing this together. And like I said, she can put them all out if she wants to. There's nothing in here that's horrific or whatever. Like, we knew exactly what these people are. And oh, absolutely, Jay, they do not care at all. We knew what was happening in like real time. We were clocking the intentional attempts to take support away from her. We knew. And she had every right to feel hurt about that shit. The very people that are acting like they're friendly with her were doing the absolute most. I think that's what's so shocking too, is the people who have tried to undermine, and they can't say I'm lying, even the people around her. That's the concerns they had. That's why they're so pissed at me, and they're trying to blame me for all this shit. God damn. I told her to call a 5150, please. And it's in writing, so you've got my permission. I don't know why I told her to call a 5150 on me, but I did. And then I responded to her about Queen Bee going live at the same time. I said, yeah, I heard she did that. I said, people are learning though. She goes, did you notice Tiffany B took off B Tim Simp? And I said, Is that the same person? I wasn't sure if that's her or not. I really don't know many of the Hive folks, so wasn't sure. She said, yep, his actions the other day really changed her whole perspective and she pulled support. Then she goes on, same, but one stood out because they're a pretty big donator. And I said, wow, a lot of folks are really seeing things right now and unhappy about it. Overall, though, I think we held our heads high and stood on business tonight too. So they didn't get to make it about them either. I'm just proud of our communities right now and how much they are not overlooking. You've done this. And I said, okay, get some rest. I hope tonight helped. If we need to do it again, I'll gladly help anytime. You aren't alone and won't be. She responds, she messaged me. She said, just because she's not talking about it anymore doesn't mean she doesn't support me, and that she kicked barbecue from her Discord. That was Queen. So Queen messaged Granny and said, she just said because she's not talking about it anymore doesn't mean she doesn't support me, and that she kicked barbecue. Why would she have kicked barbecue from her Discord? I said, I texted her earlier and asked if we could chat because she made a comment about I wanted nothing to do with her litigation. She completely knows why I didn't cover that, and I want to have that convo with her because that was shitty. She goes, see, she's jealous. She doesn't fucking acknowledge that we were all in different places. I said, yeah, I didn't cover it because I didn't have, that was when Queen was checking me publicly on live streams about not supporting her litigation, even though this is January. Her litigation had been over for months at this time. She was still checking us over it. I said, yeah, I didn't cover it because I didn't really have any idea of what happened. I didn't avoid it for any reason to do with disliking her at all. It was because Burnt Toast was covering it on her behalf and knew Betty's history. I couldn't walk that shit. I was covering all these idiots when this happened, so I was aware of what took place. It really was a backhanded slap to me, though. So she starts checking me as soon as I did that fundraiser for Granny. So I do a fundraiser for Granny. Queen Bee goes live over top of it and then starts making and taking jabs at me publicly about not supporting her legal funds. Do you see how much this all was happening at once? So I do the fundraiser. She goes live over the top of it and then publicly shames me on live stream numerous times over the lack of support for her fundraiser, which I did. I supported the best way I knew how. I sent people to where it was being covered and who was posting the links and stuff. And I also helped a little bit. Like, that's it. And then I said, listen to this. I said, sorry, I didn't mean to make you sad with the J clips either, but you made some extremely valid points in those clips of what was happening. It's so pathetic folks can't get past their bullshit to understand it's not about that petty bullshit. So in the fundraiser, here's another thing. In the fundraiser stream, I pulled up some clips that Hartley had of Granny and Jay having, and it wasn't intentional. Like, I didn't do that on purpose. They were just some fucking great moments. I pulled up some clips during the fundraiser of Jay and Granny fucking losing their minds on panel together. Laughing. I don't remember. It was like singing Happy Birthday to SS. We watched some of those in that stream and she got emotional. Granny got emotional. And I think if you go back to that stream, she might have even said that she missed Jay. There was something that happened. And she said something to the effect of, like, it made her emotional though, because she was definitely feeling some sort of way. And I mean, she knew what was happening to Jay wasn't okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was what I pulled up. And it was cute as hell. Like, it was funny as hell. But the two of them together on panel, they used to have a lot of fun together. And that really hit home at that point in time for all of us. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sure, like, I didn't mean to make her emotional about that or make her feel some sort of way about Jay. I'm sure she still misses Jay. She lost two really good friends. She lost two really good friends to her. Jay and I have both really cared for Granny. Fuck no, none of it's worth this shit, Jay. None of it. Okay, sorry, I'm rearranging myself. I gotta stand up, move around. Okay, we're cracking another Diet Coke. Chico, you think it was performative for her to act like she cared? Could have been. Could have been. I don't fucking know. Look, I want to believe that she actually cared. Like, I don't know. I don't fucking know. Was she pretending? I don't know. Okay, continue on. We're getting to the goods. She was shoveling snow. Okay, let's go back into the none of this. Oh, wind, sorry. I know a lot of you are like, well, she made her bed, she can lie in it. I get that. I completely get that. I completely agree with you guys. However, I cared. You can tell. Like, I care. Yeah, they know what they're doing. Don't threaten me with a good time revival. Our text messages are a little bit more juicy, though. That actually might be fun. Okay, here we go. The wind blows right when I say that. Had to come back outside. This shit is actually, like, it actually kind of makes me sad. Part of me gets angry about this, but fuck it. When you don't fucking play their games, it is what it is. February 3rd. Ready? Listen to me very clearly. I'm going to take this off. Yeah, we were. We fucking were. I know how I treated her. Not many people are going to go to bat for somebody the way I did for her. I spent and would do it again, over and over again. What this litigation has been, any of this shit is bullshit. That's why I stood so firmly and will continue to stand firmly against what Julie did to BJ is bullshit. None of this was needed. None of this was fucking needed. Like, it's actually really ridiculous. I genuinely cared about what was happening and invested the effort and the time. And this is just how I am. I don't regret it. No regrets. Absolutely no regrets on that. However, being treated the way I have been treated is bullshit. And to think they thought you lighting up a scorpion was bad. Canvas and crime. Well, when you fucking back me in a corner and give me no option, I'll take a lot of shit from a lot of people for a long time. I didn't think today would have to come. But when I got the message today that she was actively on live stream denying that our call had anything to do with truth and that she was lying about the stupidest shit, I was like, this is dumb. I'm not doing this. There's no need for her to do this. She's known exactly what these fucking people are like all along. And I don't know. This is just her path she chose to take. So, but yeah, lighting a scorpion doesn't look too bad, huh? Thank you, Canvas and Crime. She made her choice in capital letters. So be it. Absolutely, Flo. Yeah, out here, there's no, like, do you think I'm going to do it again? No. I will stand against litigation, frivolous litigation from here on out. But I will never personally fight the battle for the person and continue to encourage them to stand up when they continue to allow me and others to be the fucking receive all the fucking kicks as we're doing everything to protect them. I'll never do that again. And thank you, Flo. Here, Kitty Kitty, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. All right, I'm gonna play the cow and then we're gonna do
This
this.
is awesome. Look at the cow. There's a freaking cow.
Moo.
Look at the cow. There's a freaking cow.
Okay. February 3rd. I said, just an FYI, I'm working on exposing a bunch of fuckers around us. Jess, I'm over it all. I'm done with the bullshit in the games. These assholes came into our communities months ago and have caused so much chaos, it's unreal. Just ignore me. But it's the Chroma Reels and Cram It bullshit and all those connected to it. Don't want you flying blind, but shockingly, Cram It showed up of July of 2024. If you know, you know. What are you doing, Wolfie? Oh, sorry, Jay. It's loud. Wake up. Wake up, fuckers. It's moo time. Chico's over here putting in her Christmas caramel order. Pika, did you give me demands too? What do you want more of this year? My mods are going to make me suffer for what they've suffered through. Chico threw the popcorn away, so she also did. Look at what a picky bitch she is. My God. Let me read that again. Just an FYI, I'm working on exposing a bunch of fuckers around us. This is February 3rd. Jess, I'm over it all. I'm done with the bullshit in the games. These assholes came into our communities months ago and have caused so much chaos, it's unreal. Just ignore me, but it's Chroma Reels. It's the Chroma Reels and Cram It bullshit and all those connected to it. Don't want you flying blind, but shockingly, Cram It showed up July of 2024. She goes, man, I was just getting some info about Jay's husband being doxxed because Jay showed Cram It was doxing and blah, blah. I said, and they are connected to everyone around us besides us. Yep, I guess that happened too, but not by me. She goes, I chased Chroma away months ago. No, I know, but all revolving around Chroma. I said, I have no hard feelings on Jay, and I need her to keep on exposing pieces of this. Where's that shit talk about Jay? I said, I have no hard feelings on Jay, and I need her to keep exposing pieces of this. Nope. The story goes July of 2024. She says, it sucks. You can't just reach out. I said, Chroma Reels and Cram It have their hands deep in fuckery. I think I'm going to, actually. I'm pretty sure she or an alt of hers came into my chat last night talking to me and suggested I reached out to her. Come to find out that's not Jay or her alts. But somebody suggested I reached out. It's not Jay or an alt of hers. I said, all of these assholes are involved in creating that fake image used on Nancy Grace and then came rolling into this space and welcomed in and promoted like no other. Unfortunately, I found out that they are deep in with a few creators, and I expect certain creators to come for me because I'm exposing them. I got some folks nervous as fuck. This is February, when it all starts coming to be. I said, you don't need to call me back. All I wanted to confirm is what Terry Lynn signed for At Night, because if I recall, it was an NDA. I just can't remember exactly what she was doing, but I'm pretty sure it was an NDA. She said, sorry, yep, NDA. February 3rd, she says, Clue knew Cram It faked those emails. Yeah, Wolfie, I see you too. I just figured I'd fuck with that one a little bit because I'm done. Okay, cool. I expected you to play on and be like, I'm done too. Wolfie, done, out, over and out. Wolfie, wake up. Clue knew Kramit faked those emails. I said, fuck. She goes, they're deep in, bitch, deep. I said, who the fuck is Kramit? And why would anyone trust that person? This drives me insane. She says, Cletus thinks he knows who Kramit and that they're related to, I think that's TL. I said, fuck. Cletus thinks they made that image for Nancy Grace too. He thinks BJ and Jay have been working together for a while. I said, if there's proof of that, I would bite. However, I think we likely have opportunists. Sending you a big hug. I'm sorry, Jess. I know you don't want a hug, but you'll get one over here anyways. She says, I can't believe this. It's too much and the games are getting worse and worse. Why would they wait until now to tell me about the proposal? What came out? That Clue supposedly had a proposal from At Night Media in her inbox. Want to continue to call me a liar? Release them all. I don't give a shit. Whatever I said. Guess what? This has been... No, she threatened to. She said that she recorded all of our calls, Chico. She said she recorded all of our calls because they tried to gas her up to say that I called her fraud or her Give, Send, Go a fraud. That's not what I was doing. Yeah. She didn't release a call. And all I'm showing is that Granny has known. Like, we all knew. Granny's not wrong in anything she's saying in these. This isn't fucking fabricated. Granny was right. Everything here has been right. Every single thing. This is all so coordinated and convoluted and calculated. We all were clocking this shit. And you know what? Forever, I will be known for reading these. Guess what? When it comes to shit like this, sorry, don't back me in a fucking corner. You have nothing to fucking worry about if you're not fucking playing games and then choose to continue to lie about the dumbest fucking shit. There was no need for any of this. Why? Why would she do that? Nothing I'm reading of hers is negative. It's the fact that she was paying attention and catching this. Like, why would she feel some sort of way about this? This isn't making Granny out to be a bad guy. I don't know how people are trying to spin this into, she made her choices. Look, it is what it is. Release them. Do whatever. Recording calls just shows the intent of what you went into this with. That's what it is. I don't care. Clue knew. Let me read that again. Clue knew Kramit faked those emails. I said, fuck. They're deep in, bitch. Deep. I said, who the fuck is Kramit and why would anyone trust that person? That drives me insane. Cletus thinks they know who Kramit is and that they're related to TL. I said, fuck. Cletus thinks they made the image for Nancy Grace too. He thinks BJ and Jay have been working together for a while. If there's proof, I would bite. However, I think we have likely just opportunists. Then I said, I sent her a hug. I said, it's too much. The games are getting worse and worse. Why would they wait until now to tell me about their proposal? She says, did you get one? I said, a proposal from At Night? I didn't and haven't gotten anything from At Night or Lesniak that I can find in my email. When she said that last week, she saw that in her email. I checked my own too and nothing. She goes, plus, I know you'd tell me immediately. I said, yeah, you would have known right away. She goes, I had to edit my stream. They'll use me crying over Jay to say I'm an enemy too. Why, Giselle? Why? This shouldn't rock anybody if they're fucking honest. This shouldn't rock a fucking soul. I haven't been... Guess what? At least I'm the only consistent one out here. Telling the consistent fucking same thing over and over again. That this shit stunk. And when you continue to fucking see it, you see it. I had to edit my stream. They'll use me crying over Jay to saying I'm an enemy too. I said, that's bullshit. Then I said on February 6th, just checking on you and telling you I'm proud of you and so glad you aren't involved in any of this mess. I'm good, girl. Still trying to catch up on everything happening. Just know I'm making some amazing progress on what I'm doing, and I'm giddy as hell. Just an FYI, Jay today is asking people to leave you alone and also saying you've got enough going on. I'm so grateful to hear she's catching on to what's going on too, I think. She goes, they're going to take that as if I'm still talking to her. I said, no, I don't think so. I mean, some will try, of course, but they're losing foothold as is. I'm making you a promise. If this continues to be pushed on, I'm snapping. Because I had a convo with Queen Bee and also told her she's wrong for what she's doing with her pushing you to snap on Jay and bullshit. I'm over it. They are using the Jay shit, in my opinion, to try and deflect from what rabbit hole I'm exposing. I repeat what I said. I'm making you a promise. If this continues to be pushed on, I'm snapping. Because I had a convo with Queen and told her she's wrong for what she's doing with pushing you to snap on Jay and bullshit. I'm over it. They are using the Jay shit, in my opinion, to try and deflect from what rabbit hole I'm exposing. Is she still pushing me? Because I can do the same with Krama. I said she tried again to kind of poor baby her Jay is dirty and Granny should be mad, my opinion, and got a ton of pushback. I said, when free, call me, and I'll give you a slight rundown of this because things are in a great spot, honestly. She says, so why are Clue and Cletus saying Jay went in on me when everyone else is saying otherwise? And I agree with Jay's take on the truth. Man, I thought they were playing BJ. I wouldn't have went in. I said, she didn't go in on you, meaning Jay. She said, yeah, they're lying. I left. And I said, they must have been lied to. They're going to hear what she says and start a conspiracy that we're still talking. Watch. I said, then the next day, February 7th, I said, girl, your attorney, I love he's requesting them there to testify in the hearing. We talked about that for a minute. Back to it. We talked about the court filings for a minute. That's where we were talking for a few. Hold on. Let me get where it goes back into it. She thanked me again. She said it was amazing and a relief with the fundraiser. Thank you for organizing that. And I said, of course, it's the very least I can do to help. I'm of no use for anything but helping in these small ways. So I'll do anything to lessen your stress. I would be in jail dealing with these fuckers. You've had amazing patience. She goes, that's not true. You're of great use. The work you've done to bring awareness to the damage being done is amazing. I said, did you know on February 8th, I said, did you know about the fake emails? I swear that's something we would have heard, and I sure didn't. This was after my Super Bowl stream. She goes, nope. And I said, that wasn't what I was expecting. She goes, don't say it out loud. Oh, that was about her court stuff. That's no big deal. They were doing a motion to strike with the contempt shit, and it worked out in their favor. So that's that. February 9th, she says to me, Regina said she went to Queen Bee in June and then took screenshots. I don't know what that is about. That's all that was there. I asked her on February 11th, when did BJ reach out to Queen Bee for a convo? And she goes, no idea, TBH. And I said, I'm wondering if that falls into this timeline. I said, that was insanity, and it's definitely not all just Jay in this. The more that comes out, the more it shows it's not. I said, sorry, I came up to stop UA from only focusing on Jay. I'm sick of that shit. I said, sorry again, but I know UA responds well to me usually and will open her mind some outside of Jay. Nope, that didn't happen. I'm glad she did too. I know she's hurt by Jay, but this is so outside of just that. And fuck yes, it's about time Julie and friends get held accountable. I'm so grateful for folks looking out for you. I was trying with UA. Oh, listen to this one. Thank you. This is her to me. Thank you for being such a trustworthy person. It's so rare to find someone like you, and you saved me many times in many ways. I'm indebted. I said, I'm here however I can help. I'm really glad I found you, and we became friends. A friend that was useful until she wasn't, and a friend that you have thought you could fucking roll over and fucking bullshit. Fuck. Yeah, I was trying to calm UA down. Trying, because UA was spinning. Everything had to go back to Jay. Everything had to go back to Jay. Every single bit of it had to go back to Jay. Every bit of it. I agreed with that. Agree with that, Elle. Okay. Let's see. I told her I wouldn't sniff her and drool on her. I'm not really sure why. Oh, I told her to give me a hug, but I promise I won't sniff you or drool on you, because that's how nasty I am. Scale of 1 to 10, how justified am I being pissed off? February 18th. I'm not watching, just hearing. I was actually getting ready for bed because I have fucking court in the morning, didn't know there was a hate bonding moment taking place. I said, I don't want you even going over there, please. There's nothing but more lies being told. Just ignore them, please. It's BJ deflecting and trying to spin lies. And Queen's hosting this with no pushback. Oh, she's getting pushback for sure. BJ sub just went up and told BJ to get off and blah, blah, blah. Oh, the night before court. That's interesting. February 18th. They got BJ up on Queen's panel. Oh. Interesting. UA has been? For what? For her real life behavior? Okay, cool. She goes, but by Queen, because I'm ready to curse Queen out. And I said, BJ left. She goes, I'm about to go up. Tell everyone I was getting ready for court, so I missed the hate bonding panel. Oh, she left. Fuck Queen Bee for this. I'm done. I said, it's your call, but Clue went and shut her down too. She says, I should have had Jay's back. I don't remember what for, Chico. I don't even know if I remember what was going on. Some of this is kind of a blur because it wasn't something that, there you go. She says, I should have had Jay's back. What did Clue say? Is she pissed? This is all because BJ fell out with Sinner. I said Clue wasn't going up to entertain this, and they brought up her child, and BJ started lying over and over. So Clue went up and told her to shut the fuck up. She says, wow. I said, yep, something is off about that whole fallout with Sinner. She goes, do people not realize yet that Queen Bee is in private combos with BJ? I said, Clue wasn't interested in this shit either. She goes, should I cry that BJ is trying to isolate me? Unreal. I said, go settle in for bed, please. You don't need this. She goes, I hope chatters are giving Queen Bee pushback. I'm literally shaking with anger. I said, I'm sorry. You don't need this, Jess. She goes, I'm probably cursing Queen out. Not tonight, but if I'm still pissed tomorrow after court, I'm letting loose. I said, I stopped my live and went over because if you were getting brought up, I was going to go off. BJ is the victim always. She says, and there's always a QB to make her one. So as long as there's a common enemy. I said, I was going to lose it. I hope this seals the deal for Sinner too, who I will be inviting up for a convo if I so feel. Or maybe Betty. I responded and said, this actually might play out better than we expect, though. She goes, and Queen Bee should give me 50% all of her super chats that had to do with me or my court. I don't give a fuck, or I don't care how it plays out, so long as it plays out with Queen Bee being out of my life. That was her. I said, I'm going to push on the fact that BJ and Chroma Reels have had lots of communication because they have. And I think this might be a part of it. You just worry about you right now. None of this. She says, of course it is. That's how this happened. I said, you've got so much more important shit going on. She said, I'm okay. I'm just disgusted she'd even do this, especially now. I didn't take off YouTube for a week because I'm living a grand old life over here. I said, I know. I was worried about what you'd be feeling. I'll be MIA tomorrow. But if you need me, let me know. I said, are you okay? Do you need anything? She says, I'm okay. Thank you for everything. I said, okay, if you need to scream or cry or whatever, call me anytime. I don't care if it's in the middle of the night. Tomorrow will go well, and you're one step closer to being done. You've got this. I wish I would have flown out to be beside you, but maybe next one I can come. She said, or I said, I just saw you schedule the stream. I'm so glad you're out of court already. Everything went just fine. Thank you for listening to me as I panicked. I said, good. I'm glad that's done. February 25th. We didn't talk from February 21st to February 25th. She said, I noticed this morning that Clue took many jabs at Queen Bee. I'm guessing she figured out who she is. Then I sent her a screenshot of Nunya's video when she was trying to like dangle shit with Kenzie because that's fucking dumb and was stupid of her, but that's how they are. And I said, this is part of what happened. She goes, oh my fucking God, exposing a child, sick fucking cunt. And for what? To defend the indefensible cow, BJ? Wow, I am disgusted with Nunya. Is that Kenzie's photo? I'm reporting her. And I said, no, that's an image of someone. But yep, once again, going here and continuing to lie about Kenzie and why and how she's even involved in my channel. I had to put myself in timeout today before I burnt the place to the ground. She said, let's start reporting. I've already flagged. Now I'm going on my computer to flag. The secret is to ask what flags or what phrases to flag. Granted, neither one of us flagged. We were just talking shit. I didn't flag at all. I never said I did. I said, I'm so sick of these cunts. They have lied and created bullshit for far too long. And I stand on that. Nunya and the group of people has been out for my ass. Just like what Jones and Hoodies in a Crowbar or Amethyst did to kick this all off, to try and weaponize info around a missing child's case as a gotcha. Fuck those people. She is, but that was gross when she did that. Okay. March 3rd. So we didn't talk from February 28th to March 3rd. I said, question, you don't have to answer, but did you know and encourage Julie to do this? That's what some asshole was saying last night in chat. New kick name. Said Julie has been talking to you and you encouraged this to happen. I'm talking about Julie Skolnick. I was curious if it's a troll or someone from Julie's camp she might have told that to. She says, no, I had no idea. I said, okay, I just wanted to make sure if that continues, I can confidently say no because I felt it was likely BS, but I also wasn't sure what Julie had gotten anyone involved in. I'm so disgusted because it's the damn same thing BJ has done with using her children as a shield. I was stunned to learn she was doing that. Craig and BJ need held accountable, but by the persons they've impacted, and Julie isn't it. You are, and you know I'd support you any day, but this Julie, I'll never be okay with doing this, especially considering I can now prove she was associated with Terry Lynn Cromeriles to collect all this evidence on BJ. She says, I tried kicking Julie's video share and it kicked you. When she dropped me off panel on March 3rd, she said, I tried kicking Julie's video share and it kicked you. I swear it wasn't on purpose. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry if you're upset with me, and I think that was intentional. I promise on my life, it was me trying to remove the screen share of Julie. I said, my fucking computer died at the same time you kicked me, and then I can't join on my phone or text right now because my damn phone is fucked up, and I've been able to get like 2 to 4 texts off, and then it freezes again. It's annoying. I'm not upset at all one bit, and didn't go away because of anything but the internet being done with me today. I'm using my text to you right now, but if I go silent, it's because my phone is frozen again. She goes, hey girl, I just heard about Arctic Fox. Please let Duchess know I'm thinking of her. I can't imagine how sick she feels. I'm going to read you a long message. This is from me. This is my messages. I'm basically telling you my messages. Said, read if you get a chance sometime. I apologize in advance. This will be a little longer message, but I've been thinking long and hard since last night how I want to address this. I have not been ignoring you for any other reason than my phone was having issues, which the day that you dropped me on panel and I left you a voicemail and explained. However, I am now hearing that you told people I was ignoring you in messages, which I don't know if it's true or not, but please know that's not the case. I have stayed away from your chat and your channel because the last time I was there, the insanity that kicked off and was said about me was extremely disrespectful and allowed, which would never have been the case in regards to you in any of my chats. So it was actually shocking considering it was mostly troll accounts that were intentionally stirring shit, and I was refusing to continue to bring myself over to your chat to defend blatant lies being stated. I hoped by me avoiding that space, it would calm down for you and you would be able to do anything but discuss the Julie versus BJ situation, as I respectfully understood why you feel BJ deserves everything she gets from everyone. You have that right considering what you've been through, but for me, the bigger picture exists. I understand that people have strong feelings about this situation, but the blatant lies and twists of stories is getting to be too much. I'm not exactly sure who is running with things that aren't being said, such as I am comparing what you have gone through to what is going on with Julie and BJ, when I have stated repeatedly until I'm blue in the face that I prefer people stop comparing the two because there is no comparison outside of one particular party. I'm not exactly sure how they tried to make this about you also, but you know that Julie and BJ stuff has nothing to do with you, nor have you ever, to my knowledge, condoned what Julie has done. In fact, you have publicly stated you disagree with what she's doing numerous times about numerous situations. So that's been a wild twist to hear recently, as I've never seen you condoning her bullshit ever. But of course, those who justified what BJ did to you are trying to now scream that this is not okay for Julie to do to BJ when all along, Hank, shut up. Both things are fucked up. Unfortunately, people are taking advantage of the fact that I am not remotely willing to make this about you. And that's a demand I'm seeing happening, when what's happening between them thankfully has no impact on you or your situation. I've been super understanding about why you don't care what Julie is doing to BJ, and I'll never say otherwise. But what I can understand is the straight, blatant lies being told about things that are being said and done. BJ had 2 subs, possibly a couple more, that I recognized in my chat yesterday, and they were addressed and left. I've asked my mods who were present on and off in chat if BJ's mods were in the chat or subs that we usually recognize, and outside of the ones who were addressed, none of us can recall them unless it was someone under an alt we don't know. In fact, one of them, Jamie May, asked if I had seen videos I'm reviewing or asked if I had sent the videos I'm reviewing to BJ. And it was clearly told to her by me that would never happen, and said exactly what she was going to do about those texts, to which I told BJ clearly I had nothing for her and she'd need an attorney to pursue anything further regarding those outside of me. I would never help BJ at all. So it being said that I'm doing this for her is a slap in the face, because I'm not starting this game of public optics when in reality, the actual truth is right in front of everyone's faces. And instead of that being discussed, this has gotten twisted and turned into something between us that doesn't even exist. To the degree that Julie's lies are being agreed with, when a large portion of our mutual subs that I think we both highly respect were there in real time to know these things aren't factual, but keep getting shut down by the noise when trying to explain and give context. Anyone complaining about people being in chats sounds like quite a hypocrite, considering these people go everywhere and anywhere to intentionally create further chaos in moments like this. I'm all for respectful disagreements and differences of opinion, but never once have I made this about you or am I doing anything to you. Quite the opposite, actually, because you deserve real justice from the shit that Brittany has done to you and the money she has cost you. But Julie is not even remotely the same, and I would hope if you saw and heard the things we have been, you would say the same, as I know you care about the truth. I don't expect you to pay attention or watch, but it's hard to sit with seeing people allowed to completely lie and those lies get ran with and gassed up to a story that is all its own, that doesn't even exist. I know a lot of these people you have been close to and known way longer than you have myself. But I think at this point in time, you should be very aware that if anything, I'm going to stand for the truth and real justice going to those that deserve it above all else. And that is exactly the same thing I have said all along. I've thoroughly enjoyed creating a friendship with you, but I am unwilling to entertain other people's lies coming between our friendship when the things being said are things that have never been uttered out of my mouth or things I'd ever do, such as the logo on the t-shirt of the twin was a comment I was reading because in Julie's complaint, she said that BJ identified as high school, which factually never happened. So someone had suggested maybe there was a logo on the shirt, and I read that comment out loud in disgust, to which it was determined not possible. The weaponization of children being done in this particular situation is an entire disgusting side piece I can't even explain. I value our friendship over a bunch of lies in a situation such as this, and I apologize that somehow the internet has made this about me doing this to you when it couldn't be further from the truth. However, that being said, I will not throw away my ethics and morals to condone what Brittany, Julie, or anyone else is doing by wasting resources, such as they have when there are actual victims that deserve justice, accountability, and retribution. I know you have had a ton of stress on your plate, and you're so close to hopefully some resolve in these cases that have been actually impacted your real life. And I wish nothing but full accountability to be had by those who have done this to you. I wish situations seeking the truth weren't so polarizing, but in this space, the truth becomes forgotten when victimhood is needed, as unfortunately, we've seen it all too often. With all that said, I'm sorry that this has impacted you in any way, and people have used it for an opportunity to make you feel stressed about a situation that has nothing to do with you. The one thing I can't stand is a liar. And unfortunately, in this situation, the amount of liars that are showing themselves is way deeper than I ever anticipated, as I genuinely believed what you and others were saying about things that had been done and said to Julie. And I refuse to believe you knew that she was lying about the things she has been lying about, because I would never see that being something you would go along with for Julie. I know that you will get the justice you so deserve, because thankfully the truth has always stood on your side, just like it does in any situation. The truth is what matters and stands on its own. Sometimes it's an ugly mess trying to search for it, but one pig pen, thankfully, I'm not unaccustomed to. I apologize for the length of the message, but overall, I would hope going forward, if you have a question, please ask me instead of relying on untruthful narrators of a story that they've been trying to silence out of need for revenge and retaliation instead of seeking justice. Justice will come to those who deserve it, but I am hopeful the true meaning of what justice is not forgotten by those who I know at one time defended it highly when it came to defending you and recognizing the harm that this causes. I hope you have a great rest of your week. Becky. That was March 12th. 3 hours later, she says, this is a lot to respond to. I'll try to respond in sections. The BJ chatters, you highlighted one that said Craig will impact BJ's channel, but he is harmless and agreed. That chatter was BJ's. You're actually sharing videos from Angela of all people. I have personally heard the threats to Julie as have many. There is no lie there. I've made it clear you're not doing this to help BJ, but it is. And that couldn't be any clearer than BJ and her subs asking for the videos of BJ herself saying you helped a lot. We disagree on this being abuse of courts because we disagree with how the courts accept private citizens' complaint. And we disagree that the events didn't happen. I mean, sharing Angela's video alone is a slap in my face. Is that how far your hate for Julie goes? I said, hold up. What Angela video? Sorry, haven't read the rest, but what the video are you referencing? She goes, oh, and by the way, those C&Ds BJ sent were written to go to her DA. I said, wait, or she goes, wait, I'm sorry. Angela shared yours. I phrased it backwards. Like I have any control of Angela sharing my video. She said, I'm sorry. It took me a minute when you said that. I'm just waking up from a nap. I said, fuck that bitch. I'm not shocked she shared mine. I was really concerned that someone said I had shared a video of hers because I would never. Except all the people she's around right now are chummy with Angela. Think about that. Think about how on March 12th it was thrown in my fucking face and such a problem that she thought that Angela had a video shared by me. Then she retracted and said, Angela shared mine. Angela's in Clues Discord and chummy with that group. And they've been sharing Angela's videos. But I was chastised and that was that. I said, would you have time for a call tomorrow? If not, sometime soon this week. She said, of course. I said, perfect. I'll call you tomorrow. I'm 3 hours now behind you, so I'll text you first. I said, you busy? And then we didn't have a call until March 15th. And we talked about it a little bit. We were still miles apart on it, and I wasn't backing down. So that's that. And then that was pretty much, I mean, there's other messages and stuff back and forth, but at that point, everything changed. That's when everything completely switched. But that was basically the final of what I had to say to her. And then I started getting messages like something about me threatening her. I mean, then the accusations and her attitude towards me completely changed. Like it's irrelevant. There you go. There she be. So they knew I was already on this. I wouldn't stop. Wouldn't stop. And it's been bullshit since. Yeah. That's that. And that's the breaks. And I tried to maintain a level of decency with her beyond that point. But it was clear everything changed at that point because I wouldn't. Oh, not nonsense is a bitch 2.0. Oh my God. Oh my God. Not nonsense. When's the last time you saw your mom? Oh my God. None of your business. Yep. Well, she was a huge part about that. She was a major part of that. Pushing the narrative. She allowed her subs, actually her mods, were a huge push behind that I was helping BJ. People are fucking weird. It is, Tara, but it's also refreshing. It's really refreshing to read back through this and know that I've said this shit all along. Like this shit that I'm saying, what I was saying to Granny was what I was saying publicly. I kept telling everybody these same exact things. The dates connect. Everything was connecting. And at that point in time, that was the end of it. The end of it. That was that. She knew all along. She knew what was going on. She knew that this was happening. She called it. But when it came to the Julie shit, it was just what it is. And I was trying to avoid at all costs doing what I've had to do today. But I think I've taken enough. I think I've taken enough from all these people. Queen Bee has been doing the most. Granny has now succumbed to doing the most. Clue and Cletus have been doing it. Truth has been doing it. That's it. I will never get on this platform and release a bunch of hearsay about a child that is missing when it definitely could affect his dignity. Belinda, go away. You don't want to hear this today. I'm absolutely fucking disgusted by you, Joneson, and Amethyst, that you would continue to push on a situation that you knew all along wasn't something I had control over, wasn't something that I was told that I could even vet or would be beneficial in a missing child's case. And if it was something that I would have thought could have been, it would have been reported to authorities by me. It was stated repeatedly that a person had reported it. That's all I can hope for. None of that fell on my shoulders today or the day it happened. The only regret is taking the phone calls, the two that I had with him, but you are not going to twist this in any capacity to be anything else. You got what you fucking wanted. But you will never continue to come out here and lie about me and lie about what my intent was and what I've been doing when all I tried to do was throw myself in front of a fucking bus for you. Out the fucking transcript of the call. You see it in text messages. I even asked her if she wanted me to act like I didn't know about it or not. Amethyst knows that she brought up the true situation. They go hand in hand. That's the thing. These conversations went hand in hand. That's why they were both talked about. What CP was supposedly telling her and what truth. They were going hand in hand. The conversations overlapped, and that's why both were fucking talked about. Skolnick's back, Tommy. Skolnick's back. You want to see it? It's so fucking sad. It's so fucking sad. I don't even care, Megs. I don't give a shit. I should have never had to do what I did today. I should have never had this on my shoulders. Well, her and I, our portion of it, Cheryl, is a lot longer than 3 hours. They should have never, ever. Scotland County girls, don't you have someone to fucking threaten and mind other people's business? Weren't you the one that took panel over at Queen Bee's to try and say you were a neighbor of BJ to try and intimidate her and threaten her? Yeah, you weird bitch, get fucked. You mind everybody else's relationships and friendships when you know fuck all of nothing. Go on. None of you faze me. None of your little fucking trolls faze me. Your real life shit has been going on for fucking months. For fucking months. I'm done. I should have never had that put on my shoulders by all of you. And now the fucking truth is out there. Deal with what you fucking want. But next time, you do not get to fucking create this monster and think that you're going to get me to lay down and take it from all of you. One by one. All I cared about was the fucking truth. That was it. I really don't know, Sam, because I don't know. To that comment, I can't tell you because I don't know if what was even said is factual. Like, I don't know if those things were actually said by him ever. I can't verify that those were actually conversations that he had with her, let alone would be the base of where they connected, if that makes sense. And they overlap, but I don't know. I can't answer that. To me, it almost felt like people were building a narrative to support other bullshit going on. The riddles being dropped about a missing child. And I still feel that Granny was being baited and set up, and I still do, by the very people that she surrounds herself with. I still feel that way, and I've communicated that openly with so many people. I have time and time and time again tried to come out here and defend and just ask for the truth, because the games around this case have been disgusting, intentional, and in everybody's face. I have no idea what happened. No clue. None of us should know. But the intentional games that have been played around a missing child and people's litigation has been fucking disgusting. The underhanded, backbiting bullshit over legal funds is so fucking gross. Half of it's third-hand information revival or fourth-hand information. Like, that's the thing. It's all fucking unvetted shit. Every bit of it is unvetted shit. You can make me the fucking monsters of your stories. What you won't do is twist the fucking truth of how we got here. Granny never asked to be on the receiving end of those phone calls. She was already in litigation. The timing of it is extremely suspect. Jay didn't deserve to be set up. Whether you hate her and I, neither one of us have deserved the intentional setups that we watch happen. If you go back to watch what Jay reviewed the other night, you can't unsee it. They knew for 2 fucking weeks that wasn't Clue's ex. Clue knew it wasn't her ex. They had a whole fucking script. They almost lost it before they even landed that shit. Jay didn't deserve that shit. And I haven't deserved it. Round 1 and round 2, you almost got us. All over the pursuit of the fucking truth. That's what I wouldn't stop pursuing, was the truth. And you heard it over and over again. They've emotionally manipulated so many of you that you don't even care about the fucking truth anymore. You don't even give a fuck. You don't give a fuck about Granny, her litigation, what these people are doing, how they've intentionally isolated her, the very people who have mocked and ridiculed her fucking litigation. You don't care that she's out here fucking lying for people who have tried to destroy her at every fucking turn. And you say, I'm the bad guy, that Jay's the bad guy, the 2 people who actually fucking showed up to support her. We had to be gone though, didn't we, Truth? Because, just another part of your game, right? Huh. Because you came in, Jamie May, you were one of the accounts that they were freaking out about being in my comment section because you were a BJ person, and you asked a question that day and everybody was like bent out of shape. I didn't even know because I didn't even respond to you nicely, but you were one of the people that they weren't paying attention to anything that was going on at all around here, but they knew everything and who was in my chat and who belonged in BJ's and was in my chat asking questions. That's why you were brought up, because you were the only one I knew who they were talking about. While you all scrambled to find fucking morals and ethics, I'll stand on the fucking truth any day. I don't give a fuck. This isn't a game for me. There's a child that's missing, and all of you sick motherfuckers, including you, Joneson, Amethyst, Granny, Clue, Cletus, Queen, B. Tim, all of you going along with this shit, lies over and over and over again. You've one by one dogpiled over and over again. The grimiest thing happened last night. The weaponization, once again, that Joneson has been doing when they knew, Amethyst knew, who was on that call, that not a fucking thing was on my shoulders. I didn't ask for that information. The 2 calls that I had with Chris were one at his request, and neither one of them were alone. And guess what? I wouldn't do it again. But sometimes in life, you're put in situations, you deal with it the best you know how at the time, and then you let things go. I do not regret paying attention and waking up and not backing down to any of these grimy bastards. One by one, you can continue your fucking games, but I'm done. I've got better shit to do. There's actual people out here that care about the fucking truth, and not one of you has it inside you. You play these fucking games in a missing child's case with information around a missing child like it's fucking cotton candy at a fucking carnival. You disgust me. It wasn't brought to the internet for the dignity of the missing child, not to protect myself or anybody else, to protect the actual fucking victim, which some of you I thought stood for. And I'll repeat it once again. Chris Proudfoot never hit on me, never tried getting with me, never tried anything. That's never been said to a single fucking person. Did I feel uncomfortable on these phone calls? Abso-fucking-lutely. No. Jamie, you weren't on the panel. You weren't on the panel. That wasn't what was said. You came in. I was being chastised over you being allowed to be in my comment section. That was it. That was all. You weren't on panel or anything. I was being ridiculed and chastised because you came in and asked a question when I was covering Julie's stuff. You asked me if I was going to send the stuff to BJ, the videos to BJ. And I said, fuck no. Why would you expect me to do that? I was just covering her litigation the same way I'd helped. Oh, didn't help Granny. They can, one by one, keep coming for me. At least I gave them content. At least they have content. Guess what? You can all sell your souls for some fucking bullshit. But I'm not going to take this shit from any of you. Nobody deserves the shit that you guys have tried to do for fucking straight games. Games. And you have a fucking crew. A crew that consists of like 40 of you motherfuckers. 40. Between the creators and the fucking chatters, there's at least 40 of you motherfuckers. And one by one, my voice is getting stronger every motherfucking day. Because you can do a lot. But one thing you won't do is ever call me a victim. Because, bitch, I show up as a warrior every fucking day. So take your 40 little fucking scumbags and run along. I gave you something to talk about. None of you will want to talk about the fucking truth, though, because you can't spin this shit into what you want. And there's more. Because while I was telling Granny what was happening, Queen and Clue were also getting told what I was seeing and what I was confused about. They had every opportunity to be honest. And they chose to be bullshit. And that's a fucking thing. That's exactly right, Sam. Oh, they can try. They've already tried. They've already been going real life. They've been doing it. And they use the excuse of me covering BJ. Clue, use the excuse of concocting a fucking lie of shit I never fucking said for her and Truth to start going in on me. Then she got gassed up. I think she intentionally gassed herself up just like she did with Jay. One by one. One by fucking one. They thought it would work. When all of you grimy bastards are all about the money and your bottom line and who can fucking snake who the most, I'll continue to pursue the truth with my asshole self and my asshole natures. I built this fucking island based on finding in pursuit of the truth. Some of you got lost along the way. So have I at certain times, but I always have a way of getting it back on track. You can try and destroy all of us in your way of your grimy fucking games, but you can't stop the truth. You can try to silence me. The truth stands without me. You are what you are. That's exactly right, Sam. And one thing I need to say to my Islanders, and yes, my Islanders, they call themselves that. I appreciate you more than I can ever explain. This has been wild. It's been fucking mind-blowing, confusing, complicated, filthy, disgusting. But some of you have stood by me as we've navigated this day by day, asking questions, trying to figure it out, putting our heads together. What are we missing? Having conversations. Some of you have been there for me in times when I was like, what the fuck did I do? What did I do? Tell me what I did wrong. Today, you can chastise me for reading out these messages. You absolutely can. I wish I would have never had to get to the point where I had to do this and take back my fucking truth. I wish people wouldn't lie about dumb shit that they never needed to lie about to begin with, because I was never the one trying to isolate you. I was the one kept standing by your side and telling you to hold your head up high. I am so incredibly, thank you, Clippity Clop, for the little jewel. Kathy 4, thank you so much. You have been an incredible help in more ways than you know. And you and I have never even talked outside of a chat, but you have given time and energy to going and time stamping shit that mattered, that helped people see the truth. And I cannot ever say thank you enough for what you have done. Thank you for being an islander for 2 whole fucking years with us. We adore you. Time to pull up the anchor and put this island back to sea. And I can't swim, so ain't no way I'm going back. That's right, Bree. We got bigger and better things to do. In fact, we have a 24-hour fundraiser coming up this week for an important situation of making sure victims' voices are heard and taking back and helping take back a narrative of a family who was railroaded by another fucking tragedy vulture who thought that they were just prey at the end of the day to make a career out of. I'm talking about Kresha and taking back. The revolt starts. So we will be going back into Lauren Matthias content, and we will be playing the video from Olap tomorrow on her compilation, because Kresha and I didn't finish that the other night. So I will be finishing that. And I agree. We're right back to it, Bree. And thank you so much for the support and being my friend, Bree. You've gotten me through a lot. Scottish Lass, thank you so much for being a member for 5 months. Appreciate you. Should we go to church with Ted for a minute? Because we can. Cher, we're glad to have you here too. To my mods, Sparky Pilot, thank you so much for being a member for a month too. Don't make me emotional. Sending you love nonsense. Take back your truth. We will stand with you. Hey, can we come up with a cool story about how you're turning on me? Again, like, the thing about it is when you don't do the dirty, grimy shit and you genuinely show up for people that you care about over and over again, there's no fucking turning that's needed. But can we come up with something cool? Thank you, Bob, because I think we should. I mean, since you're a troll and I'm like a professional troll who needs troll classes, can you teach me? Teach me your ways, wise one. Elle, I know this has been really hard because you care about multiple people in this situation. Thank you for being a member for 36 months. Thank you for continuing to come and hear for yourself. I don't want nothing but the best outcome in this litigation for any of them. Well, for Granny and Barbecue. I stand on that. What has happened here should never be allowed. This is exactly what I fight against and will continue to fight against. And thank you for allowing yourself to hear me talk and being here for 36 months. It's been a bumpy ride. Whew. You've gotten me through some rough spots too. So my mods, I am giving a whole fucking ass acceptance speech over here. Look, if we're going to go out, we're going out together. But sometimes you guys aren't told enough how much you actually matter. Really. Because honestly, if it wasn't for you guys fucking showing up and listening to me, they would have completely been allowed to do this. And that's what they're used to. They're used to enough of them push the same fucking bullshit narrative. You have Chroma Chronicles over there saying that I have her information and like 15 other people's information. Chroma Reels sent me that fucking docs on Chroma Chronicles. I had nothing to do with it. And you know what I did with it? I forwarded it to that bitch. And she's still running around here acting as if I did something to her. Chroma Reels fucking sent me all that shit. Unsolicited. Never asked for it. Couldn't fucking stand Chroma Reels. Still can't stand that bitch. She's a fucking messy ass hoe. But how the fuck I'm still, because it just goes with her narrative. She wants to be a fucking victim always. It's wild. Thank you so much. And thank you for standing by me. Love you too. You dirty asshole, you. I'm just joking. Pointer liver, proud islander. Thank you for the support. No, to my mods. This has been hard. This has really been fucking hard on my mods. Cat's Eye, thank you so much for 23 months, because a lot of them have been around Granny for a long time. Tara, thank you so much. Facts, not fuckery. That's true. Thank you. This has been hard. It's been a long time of a lot of shit that I have been passive on, because in this space, you can't fight every battle. It's just not worth it. There's a lot of this shit that isn't worth it until it is. And unfortunately, a lot of this shit became worth it all at once. And you know why? Because they're all systematically trying to run their shit to protect their own fucking bottom line. When you don't have to do that, you can easily get out here and tell the truth. Crackerjacks, thank you for the gift. XOMH, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. But to my mods, I appreciate you guys so much, but that's not anything different. However, none of you bitched me out for saying that the best way to do it is getting senior citizen mods. None of you are even elderly. I cracked a fucking joke on my own mods, and they're just like, whatever. That's Becky talking shit on us. Delicate Titanium, thank you for being a member for 9 months. I appreciate you. What is wrong with you guys? I'm like over here, get mods that are fucking lazy, that aren't involved in this shit. Like, I'm calling you senior citizen mods. What the fuck? None of you even bitched me out over that. What is wrong with you assholes? I just love it though, because you guys aren't, none of you are like that. You are protective and you will help if needed, like if there's something you could do or something like that. But you guys are never, you're AARP, we ain't there yet. I thought that was funny though. That joke was actually funny. I also told her to give me a hug and I wouldn't sniff her or lick her or drool on her or whatever. Like, I tell you, I get really proud of myself when I talk shit. And I do a little bit. You smirked a little. Oh. You were changing your depends. Thank you, Winnie the Pup, for the little gifts. Oh, gosh. I thought they were going to light me up. Thank you, Earth, for the little gifts. Crackerjacks, Winnie. Thank you guys for the little gifts. StreamYard is now showing us the little gifts, you guys. NJ, I don't know if you're still here or not. Are you still here? Like, I've already apologized to Jay privately, publicly. I'm sorry I didn't pay attention. I'm sorry you had all that shit happen and I didn't do anything to stop it. I couldn't have stopped it. I know that now, but it didn't make sense. And I do apologize because nobody deserves to be done that way and set up that way. The use of that photo when they had 2 weeks to plot and scheme on that photo. She left earlier. Okay. I'm sure she was. This is hard to hear how bad, like, it was known. Like, it was known. But she has every right to feel that way. She was set up by those people to claim she was, I would have been pissed about that too, to say that she was using a photo of Clue's ex. That's some grimy shit. And you know what happened with that? Everybody shut down and said that she was using a photo of, like, that's some grimy ass fucking shit. It doesn't matter where you stand on this shit. Knowing we found that out about them plotting on that for 2 fucking weeks, you guys, 2 weeks. And that was like, when Odin Girl let that slip, that was a fucking aha moment, because when you go back and watch that and knowing that they had 2 weeks and then the way that they performed about that, oh my God. Holy shit. Holy shit. It's mind blowing. It's fucking mind blowing. Hey, Coco. Yeah, Rubber, I don't either. I don't either. Yeah, the position y'all were put into, there was like no way to navigate it. It's rough. And I feel for, unfortunately, I hate it. Like, I fucking hate it. We've all made mistakes along the way. Yeah, we have the comment, Kathy. We have the comment about the 2 weeks. In private messages too. Yeah. Yep. They plotted and schemed with that photo, and they used that to emotionally manipulate and stood on that shit. And then they fucking almost, yeah, she was so fucking wrecked. She almost fucking fucked their script up before it even got going. That was so grimy to see. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. Once you actually see it, you cannot unsee what has happened. You just can't. And you can hear, well, I was like putting it together. And nobody, like, I shouldn't have had to do this today. I shouldn't have had to do this. But trying to weaponize missing child's information over me because I blocked an ex-friend, she knew there was nothing I could do in that situation, and I handled it as appropriately as I possibly could. She knew I didn't want anything. Like, I have some really weird, strong feelings about this case, and overall, Sebastian's missing. And none of this shit, that's why I will never be a true crime channel, because I don't want to know all the details about a missing child's case. But his dignity has completely been smeared by so many people for fucking fodder on the internet. It's gross. It's grimy. It doesn't stop. You got what you wanted, Am. You successfully hurt me by weaponizing a missing child's and information that I had no information on whether it was true or not for a fucking game. Tells me you're going to be so successful in your victim's advocacy. You got your gotcha, Joneson. You sure did. You two bad actors, thank you for the happy poop. Delicate Titanium, thank you for the floating heart. You guys are asses. And I hate it. Like, I feel horrible that I had to read those. I do. I feel terrible about reading those. And unfortunately, there's more. There's more that I could. But I selectively read through stuff. Like, none of the private shit you need to know or anything like that. We talked like friends. There was nothing grimy that she was... None of the shit that she was saying was lies, though. What Granny and I were talking about was actively happening in front of all of our faces. None of that was lies. It was what we saw and what was actually going on. We weren't doing anything to anybody. We weren't at fault for anything. She just got lost along the way because the noise that they created became louder than the truth. And I was really hopeful that she would be able to pull up her bootstraps. And instead, she became one of them. That was the choice she made. No going back now. That's why I've always said this was never about me. This was never about me. She knew it wasn't about me. We all knew it wasn't about me. Yeah, you know what the crazy thing is that wasn't even what I said. That was nothing that I said, Chico. I said that I've learned so much and collected so much. You heard what I was collecting. You heard what I was clocking. There was nothing nefarious about what I was clocking and what I was putting together. It wasn't real life info on anybody. I wasn't recording calls. I was asking fucking questions and having conversations to try and understand what the fuck was going on and why the fuck people were being content farmed and using a missing child's case to do it. I wasn't doing anything wrong. I collected and learned a lot. The timeline of a lot of this shit is absolutely fucking crazy. There's so much more that fits into these timeline situations with so much. And fuck you, Nick the Hat, for playing the optics game. You know exactly how this went. And you came in today to fucking get Granny to rage the fuck out. You knew exactly what would happen by you coming in with that $2 super sticker. I've been telling you guys for a lot. I've been having conversation. I've been asking questions. Fuck that. That was so intentional. Oh, Lindsay. Yeah, you can ask me. Absolutely. They asked me for my compiled list of original URLs. So I have, because I was archiving everything, I have like an extensive list of URLs of the original streams. And that's what they asked for. I was the one documenting everything and like keeping everything. And so when I tried to send that via text, it froze my fucking phone. But I just boiled my processor. Yeah. And now they're saying I never even had. Yeah, and here again, like in those text messages, that was another thing that was lied about. Just stupid shit. It's actually really, really frustrating to hear some of the things that they've lied about that were so stupid. Like my phone wasn't having issues. I clearly communicated that to all of them that I was having issues on my phone and on here. What did you say? What she already did this morning. What did you? Yeah, absolutely. And that wasn't anything nefarious. Yep. Yep. A lot of them don't care about the truth of this shit. They don't give a fuck at all. They don't give a shit about any of this shit at the end of the day. But I will always, like, you don't even understand. Not one of, when Truth was trying to tell people the other day that somebody from my inner circle flipped. No, nobody from my inner circle flipped. You know why? Because if they had questions, they came to me and asked me. I got on the fucking phone with a few different people throughout this process, and they would say, what the fuck is going on? And I said, I don't fucking know. These are the pieces I do know, but I have no idea where the fuck they land. Like, what is going on and what's the purpose of any of this? I have no fucking clue. I guess I got knocked down a peg, didn't I? I guess this is what I was needed, Chico, huh? And you heard where that came from, Chico, in those messages, didn't you? I might have gotten knocked down a peg, but the fucking truth didn't. And I mean the actual truth, not somebody that lies about calling himself the truth. Oh my God. Revival didn't block anybody today. Oh, gold star. She gets a gold star and a round of applause, a standing ovation. Right. Amber, that was intentional. Absolutely intentional. And it's hard to like navigate all of that. When you have this much going on, it's still hard to navigate. I still don't have some answers on things. There's still more to find out because I think it's pretty clear there's some major fuckery afoot. We're not any closer to knowing exactly who is all involved in it, but I think the characters are pretty well known. The truth stands alone with or without me. You can knock me down all you want. I'm a fucking warrior, bitch. I'm not a victim like the rest of you. That's why I've never fit in with a lot of you. You all seek for victimhood. I proudly let my voice be heard louder and louder. Because at the end of the day, when you don't do all this fucking bullshit, you don't have nothing to hide. So it is what it is. Okay, let's laugh for a second. I hope it's not like grimy. Oh, good.
Okay. Want to say what's up to everybody?
We need some prayers.
Just hanging out here for a minute. It's kind of early. Wanted to get a little special treat for everybody.
Bye, Meg.
Thank you all for joining us. Again, we're going to wait for people to come on in. It's going to be a little bit. God is great. Love the Lord. Gonna wait a little bit. At the cathedral this morning. If everybody can hear me, let me know. It's wonderful out here. Good to have everybody. Thank you very much. Beautiful, beautiful church here. Wanted to get everybody a look at the church. Beautiful. Be going inside this morning. Hope everyone's having a wonderful start to the week. It's beautiful out here. Blue skies, or actually a little cloudy. But we're going to just sit it right here for a little bit and wait.
Okay, that's beautiful though.
I'm kind of on a slanted hill.
That's actually gorgeous. And the lighting and everything is really pretty.
Everybody,
I guess he's preaching.
I'll hold it up here. Gonna go check some things out for a minute. Happy Monday, everybody. How beautiful that place is, huh?
It is gorgeous.
Beautiful church.
Beautiful.
We're all gonna we'll look around a little bit, okay?
Hey, Mrs. Kravitz.
Before we begin, I want to give everybody an inside tour. This is a gorgeous church. Been around a
Listen, why do you think that some of these guys seem so fucking normal when you're dealing with this other shit around you? Look, Ted seems pretty fucking normal compared to all the shit that we've actually been dealing with. So you know what we do now? We as Islanders go invest our time helping a family take back their voices like we've been asked to do. And then we cover some lol cows for some laughs. Okay, because that's where we're headed. Let them all fucking eat themselves alive over this shit. They all got their hands in so much shit. I'm not their problem. They got enough of it on their own.
long time. Good morning. Good morning. Gonna go on the property for a little bit here. Gonna have a wonderful Monday. Gonna fight off depression. We're gonna talk about living your best life now, living in the moment. Very, very important.
That's so pretty. My God.
We're gonna go take a little stroll. Thanks for joining Ted Investigates. Power of prayer. Talk about living your best age now.
Oh my God.
Your best life.
Great.
Beautiful church.
That is pretty.
Thank you, and God bless everybody in this wonderful morning. Such a beautiful place. Figure we just sit here for a little bit. Sorry, adjusting my camera.
Ted's demons got me again. Why is it always? It's always
About living your best life now, living in the
listen. I think there's something with this. It's always fucking Ted's preaching streams that my fucking Google Chrome or whatever this is. I don't know what this is. Shuts the fuck down. It's every time. Ted, what the hell are you possessing? Oh my God. No. And now I just heard Trisha Griffith. Oh my God. It opened up a few of my tabs. Ew. Help.
Lord, and understanding life and relating it to today's terms is like my main mission. And
Thank you.
good morning. Good morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll kick this off.
I'm sorry it's been confusing, Linz. It's been confusing for me too. It's been confusing for a lot of us, not just myself. It's been a lot to like process and understand what the fuck is going on. And we don't have any answers, but I don't even care. Let them do their things. They got what they wanted. You're welcome.
In a little bit, but I wanted to just kind of say hi to everybody. Good morning. Oh, my hair got wet. There was a thunderstorm. Good morning, everybody. This is a beautiful church of God. And like, yeah, it's so good. Good to see everybody again. Thanks for taking your Monday. I know it's the start of the work week, you know, and it's really about living in your best moment, living today and being mindful of today. Good morning, Jolly Roger, I think, Jolly Rogue.
Did this for 4 hours?
That's how beautiful the church is. Oh, I'm so
Oh my God, he goes into the church. Y'all, he records in the fucking church.
sorry. I hope your blood poisoning goes good. I know it will. Just Make sure you go to like an urgent care or the doctor's office.
What? I hope your blood poisoning goes well. The fuck is happening?
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope your blood poisoning goes good. I know it will. Just make sure you go to like an urgent care or the doctor's office.
I mean, huh?
So we're just going to rest here for just a little bit.
Yeah, I think you need rest if you're wishing somebody's blood poisoning goes well. The fuck?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
What? I hope I've never wished somebody's blood poisoning went well.
And enjoy the view. And we go over here. Good morning, everyone. Kind of the downtown area. Oh, 3:30 a.m. Okay, that's early. Oh boy. And it's really just about like living your best life. And like we're going to go over today a few things. We're going to go over talking about, about a week ago, I woke up from my bed. I couldn't feel myself head to toe. Very strange. Dee Dee, what's up? We're at a cathedral today in St. Paul. So I thought I would take everybody. I know I was supposed to do yesterday, but we're going to go into the church, talk about many different things as we learn on the journey. Let me see if I can get back a little bit more. I'm just waiting. It's a little early for everybody. I know I said 7:30. But yeah, it's just about living in your best moment right now. There are a lot of things that are preventing us from living in the moment, right? So like all the time we're thinking about living like, I wish it could be 5 years ago. I wish it could be 10 years ago. But in 5 years from now, we're going to be wishing right now that it was 5 years in the past. We're going to be wishing right now that we were today, right? So we want to live in the present. Sale, good morning. Marcy, good morning. Morning, everyone. Yeah, so I wanted to give everybody kind of a view of the church. We're going to be going inside this morning. Hey, Christine. Let me adjust it a little more. Wonder if I should go back. Hey, good morning. Good morning. God bless everybody. Hope everyone has a great Monday. We're going to be starting in a little bit. I wanted to just kind of give you guys a little bit of a chance to kind of take this place in. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful morning, the Lord, and really understanding, life on a higher power, right? Because as we age, our spirit doesn't age. So staying youthful in our mind is the most important thing. We can sit here and say, oh, I'm older now, right? Things aren't as quick as they once were. I'm not as quick on my feet. I have, sore legs. My back hurts. I have issues. And, what we realize is our soul, our spirit never gets old. We are a finite length of time spiritually. So being old is just a mindset, and it's being how we feel. So we need to, our words are very powerful. So we need to constantly, from my understanding, we need to constantly talk about positivity and not negativity. We need to be positive people. Our words are very powerful, and the words that we play in our mind day to day is a reason why it affects our outcome. So if we have the power of positivity and we live a purposeful life, right? Every day we want to have some type of purpose. And that's the most important thing, is having a purpose, living in the moment, not thinking about the future, not thinking about the past, living today how God wanted us to live, how our souls wanted us to live, being in that absolute moment of time, and being present with our lives. And being present is what we're going to be talking about today. But I wanted to take everybody to this cathedral. This is a very wonderful place. Hey, Jennifer. Yep. Our nurse practitioner. Yeah, I remember. Oh, okay. Well, hopefully the hospital went well. Sorry. Thanks so much for helping everybody. You're a true hero. Yep, the past is the past. And like, I think a lot of people with technology, always looking at our phones, always seeing what others are doing on social media, we can get, from jealousy to excitability, but like putting the phone down from a little bit and really just reflecting on how we can have a purpose in our life, because social media is a great thing, but it also can be a thing where you're not really living in your moment of your life. So we're going to be going in here today.
What the fuck is happening? I thought we were going to get some Hail Marys and Holy Savior Jesus after this today, and I was ready for it. But I feel like I'm about to get doused in some holy water in not a good fashion. Aunt Kathy's story time. Thank you so much for being a member for 13 months. And thank you, Aunt Kathy, for 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Thank you.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games.
That's what I'm thinking, Royal We. This is definitely confession time, for sure. Motivational religion with Ted. I mean, after today, I'm here for it. Give me something, because good God, I'm drained.
This is a wonderful church, and I can give a sightseeing tour in just a little bit. But,
You know what's funny is how many of you have reached out, like my friends, the actual friends of mine, and are like, fuck yes, door slam shut. Let them have it now. I think we all feel a sense of relief after today. We all knew that they were pushing and pushing and pushing. I think we had all hoped that this wouldn't have to happen, that it wouldn't get to this point. But, I mean, when in doubt, they're going to fucking back you in a corner. So, nope, Cher, we can't. Robert, you're so funny. But I just fucking, I feel drained, but I also, Wolfie, refreshed.
Through my experience, it's just about being in the present and not having the naysayers. Like, hey, listen, I'm in credit card debt.
Oh, God, not credit card debt again. We know you're in credit card debt. Look, we're all in fucking debt, okay?
I don't feel well.
The economy sucks.
My legs hurt. I'm getting older. Like, thinking in your mind that you can be the best you can be today and having a purpose today.
Amy, that's why I so confidently tell him, put out the fucking calls. Put out everything. I don't fucking care. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I didn't do this to hurt her, but you're not going to continue to lie on my name at all. I didn't do this to hurt any of them. They've taken the opportunity to try and destroy me over their own lies. That's it.
Whether it's spending time with your child, spending time with your husband or wife, your boyfriend or girlfriend, if you're single, changing someone's day in a coffee shop, understanding that, hey, it may be Monday, it may not be the greatest day, right? Because you're like, oh, it's Mondays. Everyone hates Mondays. It's the start of the work week. But look at it as an opportunity that you're alive, your soul's alive, and if you believe in God, you can make many things happen. Talk to a coworker, enjoy lunch and feel, because like we're going to talk about a week and a half ago, I was numb from head to toe. It was one of the scariest things I've ever done. And I talked to somebody about it. I talked to a family practitioner. Actually, I talked to a nurse practitioner, and I was explaining what was happening. And the funny part was they really didn't know. And I didn't know. And, I'm not going to jump the gun, but if I wasn't around my wife at the time, I would think maybe I was dreaming or it wasn't real. And, made me realize how precious life is, and how I wish at the time, I think it was a Saturday morning at like 1 a.m. when I couldn't feel myself from head to toe. I couldn't feel my head. I couldn't feel my mouth. And we'll talk about this a little later on when more people jump on. But I couldn't feel anything about myself. I was walking on the floor. I couldn't feel my feet in the stairs. I went to the fridge. I opened the fridge door. I couldn't feel the handle. It was the craziest thing. And I would have thought I was hallucinating. Like if someone else wasn't with me at the time, I would have really thought this was BS. I would have never shared this with anyone because I would have been embarrassed, right? I wouldn't want people to think I was crazy. I went to drink water. I couldn't feel the water in my lungs. I couldn't feel the water in my digestive tract. I couldn't feel anything. It was the weirdest thing. I got handed bread. I'm like, maybe I should chew bread to see if I could have, digest bread. I was too scared to chew bread because I'm like, well, if I couldn't feel water through my stomach, how am I going to feel bread, right? How am I going to chew that? So I was scared to death that I was going to choke to death. So I refused like this just cheap piece of Wonder Bread. I just didn't want to have any bread. And where I'm going with this is I couldn't feel my heart rate. I couldn't feel my stomach. I couldn't feel my legs. I couldn't feel my feet. I was like, what is going on? Like, what is happening to me? And like, again, I don't want to get super like natural, like afterlife stuff. But, at the time, if my wife wasn't around, I would have thought I was dreaming. I literally was asking her, I'm like, am I awake? Is this really happening to me? What is going on with myself? I thought I would wake up and maybe I'd be on an operating table. I was slapping myself. I wasn't sure what was actually going on with myself, and no one knows it. To this day, the family practitioner, nobody knows when I read but when I told them what I was going through, nobody could tell me an answer, and I was very fearful of that, and I was very worried. But, I came back. I felt my body probably 10 minutes later, and everything happens for a reason. So where I'm going with this is it was like, well, now that I've found God and I realized the power of like the Holy Spirit and the Trinity and just believing in a higher level. And I know there's a lot of things out there. Let me adjust the camera. I know there's a lot of doubt, right? So we have a lot of different things in terms of like the Hubble telescope and space and everything. But like the purpose of the Holy Spirit is like human beings, we only know so much. Yeah, exactly. It could be sleep paralysis.
Sorry. That's what I just went into was sleep paralysis. I forgot Ted was even talking. Okay, hold on. Let's skip forward. Fuck this.
And
oh, fuck. Is he going to climb in the bushes?
Is rather alarming. I couldn't feel my chest rate. I couldn't feel water that I drank, but I believed in a higher power and it helped me kind of through it.
Chest rate?
All right, to God in unity in the Trinity, the sacred, auspicious stone of this metropolitan temple bit into the bare name of St. Paul was, let's see, duly laid on the 2nd of June after death, 1907, to restore in all things Christ. We are at the St. Paul Cathedral. We are excited to come in. Here's the Cathedral of St. Paul. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. The chapel, Hayden Hall, choir room. Maybe I could do a little singing. 1841, ready? Succeeding to this lowly chapel built of old by the river's bank, from which our fair city received its glorious name, this noble temple rises, a solemn testimony to the growth of the Holy Church, a generous offering of love and gratitude to the Almighty God of all things, the Lord and ruler. Yeah, exactly. But usually you can't move at all. Yeah, so
it is blue, isn't it?
That's what my family nurse practitioner wasn't sure because here, I'll talk to you guys for a minute. So my family nurse practitioner.
Do you think that this guy is just like having a meltdown?
Couldn't explain to me what was happening. And I said sleep paralysis because when I Googled it, and they had, they had no clue. Like I was talking to them and I'm like, sorry about my hair. I couldn't feel my head to toe. I couldn't feel my contacts in. My wife at the time, not at the time, but my wife, like the only thing that kept.
Oh shit. Ouch.
I couldn't feel my head to toe. I couldn't feel my contacts in. My wife at the time, not at the time, but my wife, like the only thing that kept me from thinking that I was not having a
Ouch.
coma or I was going to wake up in an operating room was the fact that I could remember everything that I was doing. And I'm like, are you sure I'm not going to be waking up and I'm going to be an operating table? Because I couldn't feel my head to my toe. And then I was
Whoops.
walking down
Yikes.
on the ground.
Whoops.
I could not, here, look.
Are we going to lay on the ground?
I could not feel anything. I felt absolutely nothing. I was putting my contact.
Fucking no. Oh, this is like an out-of-body experience via Ted. Oh, the wedding ring's back. Look it. Oh my God, he said my wife at the time while he's got his wedding ring on. Dude. Oh, hell no. He's got his wedding ring on too. Dude. Oh God, it's a different ring, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Oh, Ted.
And I was like
Ted, stop performing for the ladies.
trying to get them in, and I couldn't feel my eyeballs. So the contact was like
Weird.
flipping, and it got caught in my eye.
I know.
And I was
He's had a
putting it
couple.
down, and I was putting it up. Oops, sorry. And
He's having a coma.
I could not feel anything. And then I was walking down the stairs, and I couldn't
He's having a coma. Leave him be.
feel my feet. And then I couldn't feel the refrigerator door opening either.
True.
Okay.
That.
So I was drinking water, and I couldn't feel the water go down.
Thank
Look,
God that water will save you from a lazy eye, right, Ted? Oh God, I've actually missed Ted. This is fun. I'm glad Ted's back. Perfect day for Ted to come back.
look here. Through my
Ted, you were missed. Genuinely missed. These other people are chaos.
stomach, right? So I could not feel it. I couldn't feel the water. And then I was going to get Wonder Bread.
Not Wonder
sorry.
Bread.
And I was going to get Wonder Bread. And I was so scared because I was biting the Wonder Bread and I couldn't taste the bread. And I could not swallow the bread at all. So I wasn't sure with swallowing it. I was like, am I going to choke to
Yes, he's been gone for a week, but he's been on everybody's panel under the sun.
death? And it was my belief because, when I read the Bible and I understood God, I felt like, I felt really comfortable in my own space. Like
Camera could be mirrored too, you guys. His camera might be mirrored. I don't know. Depends on what his setting is. So he might, I don't know which way it is. Ted and his mysterious rings and his, my wife.
felt that I felt okay. I was at peace because I couldn't feel my heart rate. And then everything came back. My stomach, my heart rate, and everything, came back to me. And that's when
I love
things.
Listen, I will take the adventures of Ted over the adventures of the fucking shit show any day. These people are fucking draining. Ted, on the other hand, I can just laugh at. I can laugh at. But one chapter closes, another opens.
Like I was like, okay. But where I'm going with this is my faith in God in the afterlife helped me prevail through this very weird experience. And whether or not it was sleep paralysis or I was in deep sleep, because I went to bed at like 8:30 and I woke up at 11. And it was weird. My tooth right here, okay? It felt like water. I thought I was bleeding from my mouth. And that's how I woke up. I'm like, I can't feel the pillow. I can't feel my tooth. It was so strange. And it was bleeding. And I'm like, am I bleeding on the pillow? And I looked up and there was nothing there. It was just the pillow. And my wife was watching Netflix. So she still was up because it was like 11 o'clock at night. I think it was like a Saturday night. So she was still up. I was just sleeping because I was exhausted. I think we went out. And I woke up and I was like, is my mouth bleeding? Like, what is going on? Am I being poisoned by the pillow? I thought at one point I was being poisoned by the pillow. I'm like, did you use a different detergent? Is there something that's like creeping up on me? I'm like, what is going on? Am I alive? I was panicking. Sorry, I'm going into real detail here. I thought I was losing my mind. And I'm like, I can't feel my teeth. It was so weird to not feel your jaw. Oops, sorry, it's really windy here. So it was so weird. To not hear it. Let me try to, I'm going to hold it with my foot. So it was so weird to not feel your jaw or to not feel your teeth. And then I got up. Hey, Alicia, what's up? So I got up and I couldn't feel my feet on the ground. So I remember going to get socks and I grabbed her socks, which was crazy because I'm like, my ADHD, I'm just hyperactive. So I went to go grab socks and these socks had like footings on them or I don't even know how to explain it, like traction on it. I wore it. I'm like, I can't feel the traction. So then I walked to the bathroom, our bathroom, and then I splashed water on my face. I can't feel the water. I'm like, oh my God. And then I thought, but my faith in God at the time, I was like, okay, I still was level-headed. I'm like, am I having a stroke? Is my face numb? Am I not sure what's happening? Splash water. I cannot feel any water at all. Exactly that, Sparky GM. I thought it could have been a stroke. So I splashed water on my face, couldn't feel it. I'm like, holy, excuse my language. And I could not believe it at all. Then what else did I do? I'm like, am I dead? Am I dying? Do I have a stroke? Am I up? And she's like, no, you're up. You're up. You are up. I'm like, okay, you sure? I'm like, not going to wake up. I'm not levitating. I'm not hallucinating. No, you're up. But I didn't believe it at the time because I'm like, am I going to wake up on an operating table? And again,
Was this a bad acid trip or something? Like, come back to us. The wrong kind of mushrooms? What happened here? If you think you're having a stroke, call 911, not Ted or nonsense, right? And don't blame me for giving you a fucking heart attack either. This guy is so fucking extra. Yeah, Ted. He does. He looks terrible. He looks thinner, but he looks terrible.
sorry for people that I hear this again. Yeah, exactly, Crystal. I thought it was sleep paralysis.
I still think he's tripping.
And it very well could be. I woke up and I'm like, yeah, exactly. It could be stress, right? I'm stressed out, right? I'm on YouTube. There's a lot of things going down. A lot of people always, messaging and, exactly. Am I stressed out? Then I drank water. I was hitting myself. I'm like touching my chest. I'm like, what the heck? I cannot feel myself. Am I awake? Am I awake? Am I awake? And where I'm going with this is like, because of the fact that I started reading from the Bible and I started reading about the Holy Spirit, I wasn't as affected. Not saying I was having a near-death experience by any means, right? So like, I'm going to believe what they tell me, but I was still worried. I was still like, what is going on? And I started walking down the stairs, and that's where it really, really freaked me out. I'm walking down the stairs and I'm like, I can't feel the stairs. I tell my wife, I cannot feel the stairs. I'm not walking on anything. I'm walking on air. I walk down the stairs and I'm just like, if she wasn't there, no one would ever believe me. I would never be able to tell the story because I'm like, you're here, right? She's like, I'm here. I've probably had this happen to me before. I'm like, okay. Get down the stairs. I can't feel myself walking. And I'm just like, oh my God, am I literally going to wake up and be in a coma? Am I going to wake up and like come down and see people operating on me? I was still freaked out because you cannot feel yourself. Think of that. You cannot feel yourself. So I'm like, I didn't know what was going on. Then I'm walking in like my kitchen area and severe anxiety. Yeah, it could be anxiety. I'm a pretty anxious dude. And a lot of stuff is happening, with, being on YouTube and like my job and everything. And like, how many people say, oh, these people aren't good people. There is a lot of stress. There's a lot of anxiety with my family members. Like even.
Oh, really? We can't tell. You think Ted's in a full panic? Kane's Nana, thank you so much for the gems. Appreciate you.
In the Vegas trip, a lot of people are like, holy cow, what is this guy doing? So there is a lot of stress I was going through. So I did think of that too. So great point. I was definitely worried about that. But at the time, I'm like, what am I doing? So I'm downstairs. I look at my little fish. My fish is called Finnegan. Like, there's the fish. She's up, kind of floating around. She's a beta fish. She's so cute. She's like baby blue. She's like looking at me because she always wants to be fed. She eats as much as me. Being Italian, all we want to do is eat. So I'm looking at Finny. I'm like, all right, I see the fish, see my wife.
This is fucking wild.
What is going on?
Wow.
So I slap open my faucet. I put my tongue out. I'm like, trying to get as much water as possible. I don't feel it. It goes down my throat. And again, I'm sorry for the people if I got to repeat this. For the new people that are on, it goes down my digestive tract into my stomach. I cannot feel water.
Right?
Then I'm like, okay, I am dead. I am not alive. Something is happening to me. I can't feel water going down my throat and my tongue down to my digestive system. So I'm like, I'm going to wake up and I'm going to be in an operating table.
By the way, for everybody running around saying that Nick only took this federal after my live or during my live stream and him coming in here, I have had the Pacer docs on that since the 13th of July. That was being sent around the 13th of July. This was known about for a long time at this point in time. So please don't let people gaslight you over stupid shit. I don't know what any of that is or what it looks like or anything, but I'm seeing and getting messages already that they're saying that it was because of my live stream today that Nick moved this or whatever. He filed for something way before, and this has been talked about in their little circles of rummaging around since the 13th of July. So just so we are clear, the actual, and I don't know what this is about at all. Like, I don't know what it's about, but like whatever this is started on July 5th. So has nothing to do with this. Not a thing.
Or I'm going to a higher power. Something is freaky. This is all BS. I have no clue what this is. Then I believe my wife says, go get bread. And okay, so I opened the refrigerator door and we have brioche bread for like burgers and hot dogs. And then we have, I grew up on bologna. I grew up very poor. So we had like Wonder Bread.
Yeah, he's the one behind this YouTube ad actors.
And that's
I don't know what this is. I don't even know what this is filed on the 5th or whatever. Like, I have no idea. That's why I was like, whatever. I have no clue. But this isn't something that happened because of today.
My son. So we have bread and just have a piece of bread. I'm like, I got to eat the Wonder Bread. All right, fine. So I grab the Wonder Bread and I take one bite. I can't feel the bread in my mouth. So I get scared because I'm like, well, I am not going to eat the bread right now. Like, I'm not.
Do you think Ted's going to take communion?
I'm going to choke on the bread. I can't feel the bread. I'm like, I'm jumping up and down. I'm like, I can't feel the bread.
Sophia, I think there's one in my members group. I don't know. I don't think she's updated in a long time. I can check later and repost it, I think.
So I do not swallow the bread. I'm like, I'm going to choke to death. I throw the bread out.
Yeah, Autumn, I don't even know what the fuck this is. I don't know what this filing is. It's not what people are, but people are just doing the fucking most already. But whatever this is the date on it started July 5th anyways. It's on Pacer. I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know what he's trying to do. I have no idea. It's not my fucking business, but it didn't happen because of me.
I'm like, no, screw this Wonder Bread. I'm not having the bread. I'm not having anything. I take the bread out. I go, yeah, I'm going back upstairs. If I die, I die. I'm like, at this point, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. It's about 15 minutes. Wife's like, just go to bed. I've had this too. And I'm like, all right, whatever. Walk back upstairs. I can't feel the steps. I'm going back up. I'm going back up the stairs. Can't feel the steps. I'm just like, whatever. I'm like, I don't know. I'm older now. I'm like, to each his own. So be it.
I do too.
Lay back in the covers. Pull the covers up. Can't feel anything. And
right.
It's the craziest thing. I started feeling my heart rate come back. I'm like, oh my God, my heart's beating. So my first thing is stroke, 100%. I thought I was having a heart attack.
Oh God.
But I can't feel my heart. I don't feel.
Oh my God, look at. I've been known to cause people heart attacks before. Please tell me you're not going to blame it on me. Oh no, he doesn't know either, Sandra. You can like him. It's okay. We're we're an equal opportunity hater club over here. We just mock the shit out of this guy because he's a trash evangelist. He's a mess. But compared to a lot of other people, Ted is like minor on the scale of everything. And some of my favorite content is when they went to Vegas. Look, I'm all here for that shit because nobody was being hurt besides him in the fountains and shit. So I'll take that shit. You can like him. We have sister wives group over here. Actually, Sandra, they have a opening for a sister wife.
Any pain, I feel nothing. So I'm like, my heartbeat keeps coming back. I'm like, what the heck? I can feel my heartbeat. All right. All of a sudden,
Well, if it's scary, it's really scary if your heartbeat went away. That mean you'd be flatlined, motherfucker.
I can feel my teeth again, my face, and everything came back. It was the weirdest thing in my ever. So,
Right?
and anyways, I came back and I'm like, you know, if I didn't have that faith, if I wasn't reading from the Bible and realized that, hey, whatever happens, happens, we're all here for a purpose.
Listen, the background's beautiful, though. This is beautiful. The skies are beautiful. It's green. It's beautiful in Minnesota.
I would have probably freaked out even more. But, you know, not saying it's a near-death experience, not saying it's anything gigantic, but I just didn't care. So
You know what you do care about? Here, it's loud. Turn your volume down.
this is awesome. Look at the cow. There's a freaking cow. Look at the cow. There's a freaking cow.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we got Ted back. After today, Ted's antics are needed. It's just kind of a refreshing. Ted makes us all feel normal alive. I mean, Ted's heartbeat stopped numerous times and couldn't feel nothing. Yeah, I feel normal watching Ted. Like the rest of the shit, yeah, too much. This makes me feel fucking normal. I feel Ted. Like I can relate to some of these things, Ted. Let's keep going.
Anyways, let's go back. JLR Army Strong for sure.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a fucking lot.
All right, let's see some other parts of the place. Enough about me. Oh, I got like yeah, it was definitely a frightening experience.
We do too.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Probably just lurking.
We going back to Tucson or what?
It's supposed to be in October.
I don't know if Alex has got a court date coming up today.
Had the equalizer, right? I love how you guys like just roll into it though. You guys are like, fuck, that shit was heavy. Let's go on to this. And you guys are all like welcoming Ted. Before you guys used to be like, fuck, not again, Becky. Why are you doing this? And now you're all like, yes, give us Ted.
How beautiful that church is. Isn't that gorgeous?
I knew you guys would come around to the Ted content.
So we're going to be talking about how to live a purposeful life, live a life with God, and how to live your best age now, right? Because I think that's important. I think a lot of people go through life kind of like me, right?
Look at the
getting older, things are a little bit more depressing.
Booty, 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 rocking everywhere, rocking everywhere. I still don't know how ChatGPT gave them BBLs. I still want to know how that happened because that wasn't a command I fucking used. I don't know how the hell that happened. Sorry, Pika. Sorry. Listen, that was ChatGPT's fault. You two bad actors. That was all ChatGPT. That had nothing to do with me.
Those depressed thoughts kind of creep in your mind, and the people that don't have depressed thoughts creep in their mind, I think.
Oh, this is your first experience with Ted? Oh my God. Ted's a fucking nut job. That moo thing, Kane's Nana, is exactly the audio. Like it's not altered. That was how he was mooing at cows. He stopped in a field or he drove by, turned around and started mooing at cows. Hey, I am Two Bear. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's so much to clip out of this. Don't be nervous. It's just truthful. It's hard truth to swallow, but it's truthful. And I hate that they pushed it to where that's where it went.
They have a one-up.
But when you continue to lie about stupid shit that there's no need to, that's where we had to go. So listen in portions if you need to, okay?
Up, right? Court tomorrow, okay?
Listen, it wasn't me. I didn't even put Speedo in there. I said male swimsuits. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that wasn't altered. That's, of course, I put him on the riding the cow, but that's the actual audio. We also have, hold on, let me play you a few of Ted's best hits really quick. He did this.
They're happy that JLR's into the paranormal. I'm curious. I've always been curious. That's all about it. But I've listened to some of those spirit boxes, and
how fast I can run.
you'll hear words, and you're like, maybe that was a name. Okay, here we go. Clock them. Clock them. Okay, and shoot.
Go.
Oh. No, please.
Is that legit?
No, that was legit.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I just scratched my knee.
You didn't break your
Are
nothing?
you all right?
Yeah, sorry, guys.
No, don't be sorry, bro.
Oh,
We can't laugh until we
Oh my
know you're
God.
okay.
Look at your knee. Let me see your knee.
I just ran as hard as I could into.
You. Can I laugh now?
Yeah.
Only because it was like your brain was way faster than your
It's a
legs.
well-defined leg, kid.
But I know, but your brain was going way faster than.
JLR says, those are some well-defined legs, Ted. That's the actual sound when lightning struck. When he was outside the hotel, he whimpered. This is Ted singing.
Boy, you make me. Okay, here we go.
Ted singing again.
7 o'clock on the dot. I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets. I got a real pretty little. Remember that song? Oh boy.
I should do like a clip thing of Ted's greatest hits.
Wait till I get my money right.
That's another one. Wait till I get my money.
My money right.
Oh,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
love it, man. I'm gonna go.
He became an ordained minister online because somebody told him they could access inmates. Now he wants to start a church. This guy is no way. Absolutely no way. I will never make my channel about one sole person. Nope, not anymore. I'm spreading my wings and flying. Granted, a lot of my content upcoming will be pulling apart Lauren Matthias's bullshit and the tragedy vultures around that story, but we're going to continue to pull in locales.
Look how beautiful. Look at this.
Just woke up in a coma.
Yep, we're gonna go back. I was texting with JLR this morning, actually.
Oh, she's been live already. She's made her rounds. We will be reviewing Julie too. We got to give a welcome party back for Julie.
Could be a sleep disorder called confusion arousal, is a type of sleep disorder. Thank you. Yeah, we definitely want to hang out. All right, we'll be right back at it. Grab something. Hopefully the wind doesn't blow. It's so windy. Fried bologna. Yeah, that was my go-to with my best friend had Ruth, our babysitter. She'd make us fried bologna all the time. And I'm like, oh my God, fried bologna. I don't want fried bologna. But we'd have fried bologna. So you have the skyline right here, everybody. Yeah, we got to do, if you guys want to subscribe to Criminal Network on Twitch, Twitch is legit. Look at this beautiful place. Look at this. We're going to be going in soon. They open at 7. I think I can get in without them like going all Mortal Kombat on me. I'll be right back for a second. Oh, we're too, 1 second. This church is in St. Paul, Minnesota, Sandy. We're at the St. Paul Cathedral. Yeah, and Rumble. Yeah, I have to get a Rumble too. Yeah. Join Alex on Rumble. We have Criminal Network on Rumble. We love Alex. A wonderful, wonderful father. Wonderful human being. I've known him since my day one. Yeah, I can help you get ready to sell. I'm a pretty good salesman. You'd be surprised. I'm pretty good at sales. I missed you guys too. Look at how beautiful. Look at the architecture. Can you imagine how beautiful this is? And we'll keep reading for more Bible stuff. Again, Alex has a Twitch account. Join him on Twitch. Help support Alex. That's the main purpose. YouTube's going to take a little bit, but like also support him on Cash App, and he's got Venmo. Crystal Crime Board, please subscribe to Crystal Crime Board. We love her. She's wonderful. Her and Disturbed, they do an unbelievable show. Subscribe to Crystal Crime Board. She is awesome.
Oh, this is interesting that they're all moving to Rumble because Alex got demonetized. It's about the money, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah, send DD if you could send the Twitch link for Alex in the chat. If everyone could subscribe. Alex is an important part of my life. He's a great human being. Hold on, I have to do something real quick. Is that good there?
Okay, tomorrow for content, we're going to finish all of this Ted bullshit because looks like Ted's going to give us a couple shows.
Or is this going to fall forward?
It's so refreshing that Ted's back. Sophia, was it you that asked about Kenzie's wish list? She just updated it. The link for it should be in my members group. I can repost it when I'm done. JLR is a really important part of his life too. We see how giddy they are around. Actually, it's really cute though. It's the most authentic either of them are. Agreed. He runs Minnesota. He fucking runs Minnesota. That's what he told us one day. I don't know where he lives in Minnesota, but he fucking runs it, he says. Where'd he go? Did he fucking get lost already? Okay.
And subscribe to Dee. Dee, if you want to send your channel link as well, Dee. Crystal's Crime Board. Yeah, please subscribe to Crystal's Crime Board. I go on the show with her and Disturb regularly. We're a big fan of her. Where is my Red Bull? I lost my Red Bull. Oh, boy. Whatever.
He had a Gatorade, not a Red Bull.
We're a huge fan of Crystal Crime Board. Where is my Red?
He's done it in Tucson. They've gone in a church and streamed. Most of the time, he just hosts church, the TED evangelism in a park.
Cool. All right. I have to put you guys here for 1 second because we're going to be going in the
He's trying to make a bunch of money to lease a building for a streamer church.
And then we're going to be going over...
There's actually quite a bit of TED content on my channel that's fucking funny as shit.
The power of prayer in just a little bit. It's gonna fall down. Oh yeah, it's gonna fall down. Wait. I don't think the church has ever seen something like Ted popping up. People are like, "Oh no!"
It is.
Look how
Right?
beautiful, beautiful church. Look at this. All right, sorry, it's a little crooked. I'll be right back. I gotta make sure I get my real quick. It's still very early here.
Oh my God. Don't you dare, Pika. Listen, one of our lock cows came back today and she is thinking she is hot shit. And then what happens? Becky just crushes their fucking dreams in one fell fucking swoop. Look, she's back. Oh my God. Oh, why is she fucking orange? My God, why did we have Trump-a-vision? The fuck, Julie? Give Trump back his goddamn tanner. Lord bless it. Did you hear the booze that he got? Oh my, why is she Trump orange? Oh, hell. What color of tanner do you use, Trump? Oh no. Now she's fucking trying to morph into the orange Jesus himself. Hell nah. Nope. Nope. Nope.
Potty yaddy 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 yaddy. Potty yaddy 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 yaddy. Potty yaddy.
Straight to the shitter we go.
Hey, I'm so sorry.
Oh my God, why did she fucking get tanner in her goddamn hair? What the hell is happening? Rubber triggered her? No, you didn't trigger her. Say it isn't so. Why does she put the fucking tanner in the hair? She does look rough. What's wrong with all these people? I mean, I look rough today too, but why the one fucking shock brow, man? Holy hell.
Hey, I'm so sorry.
Hey. Okay, we'll save that for tomorrow.
Please join Dee Dee. She's a big part of what makes everything happen.
This is going to be great. I'm glad we are welcoming her back. Oh, I love it. Listen, Julie's just a lol cow, a log cow. She's attached to that other group, but I don't fucking care. She in her own right is a lol cow. So, oof. Ted and Julie. Gangster in the family and a minister in the family. What are we going to do? From sermons. Oh, I could play with this so much.
I know I don't need Red Bull. I know. Well, you know, I've been up since like 3:30 in the morning, and we had Dee Dee's show on at like 3:30 in the morning. Oh, Alicia show too. Join Alicia.
Thank you, Kay. I'll take that hug today for sure. This shit's wild, but slam that door shut and keep it moving is all we can do. I know.
We're gonna be getting in soon. Hey, does anyone have the time? Central
Good night, Sophia. Thanks for hanging out.
time for me, so I know if I can go in the church or not, and we can start this prayer service.
We can start this prayer service. Can I go in the church? Oh, oh no, he's bugging people. Oh, good Lord, what's he doing?
Yeah, please join Disturb. We love Disturb. He's awesome.
From sermons to vermins, right?
Does anybody have the time by any chance in Central? So I know what's going on. Alex is on YouTube. He just has to get a few documents together. YouTube sometimes, you know, when
What? Alex has been demonetized. He has to get a few documents together. What does that mean?
when a force is too big, they try to kind of prevent stuff. But he's still on YouTube. Still stay subscribed to him. 644. Thank you, Christmas. 6:45. Thank you. Thank you. Sweet Opinions, what is up? We got to get in here. Hey, how's it going? I'm just recording the church. What's up? I'm live. Are you okay? You want to talk? Yeah, here. Wait, here.
She got a crutch? Oh, hell. What are we getting into? Okay. We're going to watch this for a couple more minutes and then I'm getting out of here. My ass is tired. And I still got to cook dinner and do a few chores.
I'm just finding God.
Okay. Why do we have one crutch? What is happening? Hi, Cooper.
Howard. Yeah. I won't put you on if you don't want to be on.
No.
No? Okay, no problem. Well, here, just say hi for a second. I mean, these people are all good people. Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So, yeah, I just wanted to show the St. Paul Cathedral.
Oh, so that's what you do?
Yep. How are you doing this morning? Here, I'll take it off you. Yeah, so we're just believing in God, and I was talking about having kind of sleep paralysis. I couldn't feel myself. I was numb from head to toe.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no.
So we're just talking about God and
Making a friend.
trying to spread the word. You know, I've always been kind of religious, but not like a practicing person. And then
You need to be practicing.
exactly. And that's what I'm doing. I'm kind of gearing my channel. I do cold cases,
Uh-huh.
you know, like Nancy Guthrie.
No.
Listen, bitch, I wish. It might be a fend for yourself night or a pizza night at this point. Kyle would probably be happy with pizza. He loves him some good pizza.
You know who Savannah Guthrie is? No. She's on the Today Show, and her mother got abducted at her house in Tucson. So I was just out in Tucson. And so I cover a lot of...
Yo, it's too fucking hot to cook here, though. You know how hot it is? It's 101.
cold cases trying to help
Cool for what it's been.
missing children, missing boys.
Oh, that's a good thing.
And then what I did is I started seeing that people enjoyed that, but I wanted to bring it back to like faith in God because
Yeah,
that's very important.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, so that's kind of why I'm here now.
Well, that's the place to start. Like, I'm a Roman Catholic.
Oh, you're Roman Catholic? Yeah. So I grew up in Catholic, baptized,
Mhm.
communion, confirmation. Then my mother was Catholic. I'm Italian, so Roman Catholic.
You're
And
Italian?
yep. And then we went to like Christianity. My mother did, and it became like a gigantic church, like where they were going out of control, like back in Illinois.
You need to get back into the Catholic.
Oh no, yeah. And that's why I'm here today.
Uh-huh.
Let's say hi.
No.
Hey, how's it going? Oh, sorry. I know.
I don't want to.
No, it's fine. You know, in things in life, you just kind of.
Oh, Ted, knock it off. All right, you guys. I'm tired, honestly. I've just hit my like wall. Yeah, it's 101 degrees, but that's actually pretty cool for what we've like. This is a cool down point for us, but we'll finish this tomorrow and we'll do Ted and Julie tomorrow. That's what we'll do. And we've got the OLAP thing. I got to work on finding out how we're doing Wednesday to get that arranged. I need to reach out to Krisha and make sure I know when I need to be on and how I can help with that. So I'll do that. I got to talk to her and get that figured out and set up. And then we'll do, I might just wait and save OLAP's compilation for Wednesday too. And however we can help do that, that will be the revolt. Hey, listen. Thank you, Tiff. I appreciate that. You guys are at 106 and 107. Okay. It might take me a little bit. Oh, gosh. There's so much shit going on here. Yeah, you guys can't have it. Or you can have it. There's a huge ant sector. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, the humidity here has been crazy. Ugh, this shit's wild. I gotta cook dinner. You order pizza? Yeah, I think that might be what we do. It's so fucking hot. I don't know. We'll save it for tomorrow. All right. I need to head out. I'm tired. Thank you guys again for hanging out with me today through this, riding with us and understanding I didn't want to do what I did today at all. Like, this is everything I hate. But again, they weren't due to like try to make her look bad, correct the lies. Yes. But even then, you can even tell that we know she was being honest. Where she lost that, I don't know. That's on her. Unfortunately, she made choices. A lot of them have made choices and continue to lie. I've done everything I can and set the record straight. So that's where it's at. Now, where people decide to go with it is on them. For me, I want nothing to do with this group at all. For me, that door shut. I'm not going to touch the court case around Sebastian. I want nothing to do with it. I hope you guys understand, but you see that everything that comes, and I just continue to be blamed. Now they're blaming me for what Nick is doing. I have no control over that bastard. He came in and used the optics of everything, knew he'd get Granny to rage out. He content farmed that shit intentionally. We know what happened. It is what it is. Let him be fucking mad while we spread our wings and fly. There are, unfortunately, a lot more people like this. One thing I will not ever do ever again is allow myself to get on a phone call with a victim's family or try to support a friend who has had all this shit dumped on her shoulders by some grimy fuck. But if you thought for 1 second I was going to come out here and release anything to smear the dignity of a child, you're fucking sick. I would never and will never release anything about a missing child or the child's parents. I appreciate all of you. And again, they can run and around and scream and cry about how I read our text messages. I don't really care. Not one of them gave a fuck when a male who wasn't involved in my text messages took them to multiple fucking apps. Not a single one of them gave a fuck, as I've been ran through the fucking mud, accused of heinous things. So don't cry now. I'm sick and tired of you guys and your hypocrisy. I didn't do it to be a grimy fuck, though, and try to control and intimidate someone. I did it because you gave me no other options. You've had plenty of fucking time to be honest. And instead of being honest, you decided to continue to push in to bullshit. Anywho, thank you all. I appreciate you guys. And I'm sorry. I wish this would have gone a different way, but nothing can stop an already fucking moving cesspool train that has been off its tracks from jump. Don't play fucking games with me, and there is no need to worry about fucking thing. So thank you to all, and I will see you guys tomorrow. And guess what? We won't have to deal with all the dumbasses coming in and trying to get a reaction and, you know, threaten me and shit like that. I've been warned, all this other, my mom. You guys just show what idiots you are. And by the way, for anybody that wants to know, I saw my mom last summer. Not that it's any of your business or anything, but okay, bye. Have a good day.